Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is January 11th, 2026, and that means it is time for the previously planned, previously scheduled, been on the calendar for quite a bit, Metroid Prime 3 Randomizer stream, where I'll be playing through Metroid 3 Randomizer, um, Metroid Prime 3 Corruption Randomizer. It's basically uses a lot of the same tech as, the same. It's based on Randovania, like the other Metroid Prime randomizers, but it's like a custom branch which is called Corruptovania. That's right. That's not important, and no one has to care. But I will say, it did just get an update, just very recently. It got an update like last week, which was kind of a surprise considering it hasn't gotten an update in like years. Which I hear it was because there were issues with um with like the creator of the randomizer. Apparently the creator of the file writer or something didn't make it open source, so when that dude was not there, there was no way to like update it, or at any rate it would be a lot of work. And I guess they put in that lot of work because there has been an update that has fixed things, that has added things. If you're wondering, will we be seeing things that are different? I don't think so. I don't. Maybe like logical changes, things like, oh yeah, you can get through things from the back. As far as like the main change that I could tell is that now the default starting location is the tutorial area. I changed that. I was testing that before the stream, and I was just like, what the fuck? I have to radio my location and do this whole fucking rigmarole before the game starts? That's not. I don't want to do that. What the hell? So I went in there and said, oh crap, I need to set all those. I set all those locations to be junk, one, and two, I set it so that the starting location would be an actual planet that has stuff on it that we need. So basically, we don't have to worry about that. This will be a pretty straightforward, pretty straightforward seed. I do think, you know, it'll be it'll be basic, it'll be normal, it'll be relaxed. As far as like what we have and don't have, uh, we're starting out with the normal stuff. We're starting out with like double jump, morph ball. I think morph ball bomb is also default in this game. All that stuff as per usual, starting out with it. No big deal, no problem at all. Other than that, we're gonna have to find everything in the world. There's progressive items wherever progressive items can be. And um, also two copies of every item where it makes sense. And for the progressive, where there's two by default, there's actually three in the world that we can find of the progressive set. Hey, Rock Party, how you doing? So that should make it relatively doable and make items relatively findable, but we'll see. There's no guarantee that we can get both copies of any one item at any one time, so maybe logically it'll still end up being that there's one next item, one next thing, etc. We'll see what happens. People who have watched the last two, by the way, let me say for context, last month I did Metroid Prime 2 Randomizer, and the month before that I did Metroid Prime 1 Randomizer. People who have watched the last couple of randomizers, as well as other non-Metroid randomizers, might know that I currently have a thing where I can, for the last handful of them, I have a thing where I can show the tracker, map tracker on screen and sort of get y'all into my process of where to go next. I'll say the Metroid Prime 3 corruption map tracker is not emo tracker based, and instead of being like a big bespoke map with like individual checks placed on them. Instead, it's sort of like a node graph. Let me show you what it looks like. It looks like this, rather than looking like something that I can understand. Or in some cases, on some pages, it just looks like this. Or, worst of all, like this, where it's just like, oh, there's a line, and where even are the I don't know. So suffice to say, I'm not going to be using that. We're going to be flying somewhat blind here. We're going to be going in just with the map as our main in-game map as our main indicator of like where we can go, and we're just gonna hope for the best. I'll say the in-game map does indicate like where all the collectibles are, but we won't be able to know other than using our head which ones we can and can't get. So keep that in mind. Hopefully we don't get softlocked too badly at any point. There is a way to bring up like an in-game menu to like reset a room, do a hard save, or something else. You know, a couple other options, but these things will not get you out of the softlock if you save in the wrong place and you cannot return from whence you came back to the ship. So we should keep that in mind and be careful, I guess. We should be careful about this whole thing as we go. That said, I think that's enough introduction here. I think we've established everything we need to do. I hope the volume sounds good. I did some initial testing in-game, and it seemed like just the right volume. That said, you know, maybe the menu music might be louder. We'll see. I'll adjust this as needed, and y'all let me know if y'all let me know, okay? Okay, we have a save right here. I did a quick test beforehand to make sure that it's all looking right. I had some startup problems before we began. Just some issues where it didn't seem to start in the right location. Again, a lot of that was because apparently the default has changed so that you don't start where you started before. You now start in the tutorial. We're gonna start on a planet. Fuck the tutorial. Okay, let's hand on the start button here. Let's go. Let's do this. I'm hitting start right now. It's loading, you know, so it'll be a minute actually before we actually go. But we're going to go. We're going to start. Let's go. Let's start. I believe what we're starting with tonight, we start with the following items. I believe we start with the space jump boots. I believe we start with the morph ball. Or is that? Maybe that's not included on this particular version of the tracker. That's fine, you know, it's not really a I don't think the morph ball is like tracked individually. We're starting with the morph ball. We're starting with 4 energy tanks. We got the double jump. We got morph ball. We got morph ball bombs. Let me mark all those off. And one more thing. We're starting with a hyper mode. So let me put that on as well. We do not have the missile. We do not have the wait, we do have the... What? Okay. I guess we have that. Okay, we have the hyperball, but we don't have... I'm not sure if we have the hyper grapple. I mean, let's look at the... I thought I did set this so that I would start with 0 items, but maybe it started me off with 1 to 2 other items other than what I specified. That's fine. You know, that's cool. Hey, whatever. Just have the power beam. As far as suits go, we have the Varia suit, the space jump suit, and the PED. So that's all good. PED isn't like separately tracked here, right? I don't think it is. So, we're good. Do we have the charge beam? I don't think we saw that under, oh, and we start with the command visor as well. I started us up with the command visor. It's mostly just useful for getting a fast travel point where otherwise you wouldn't have one. So I figured, yes, start with that as well. And yeah, I don't believe we have the charge beam. Very good. I think this is it. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Lovely. I watched like an app. What? Okay. That was random. I watched like an hour of the AGDQ run of this game. It was on at like missile launcher. Of course. I think that any missile pickup counts for the missile launcher. So that's pretty easy to get. Like most of the checks in the game are missile launchers, so you know, it makes sense that it would be our first thing picked up. I think the last time I played it, it was like the 10th thing I picked up. That was nonsense. That doesn't happen usually. That was some insane some crazy luck. Scan this, huh? Oh, you gotta like do a wow, yeah situation. You need the grapple lasso to get into there. Right, okay. So this is as far as we can get here right now. Boy, it takes a while for some loads to happen. We know now what we need to get further into Norian. And I guess we'll head to Brio then. I will say, the first time I did this randomizer, we ran into some issues, especially when we headed to Cloud City, which I suppose is fully open for us now. I think that's just a missile. Yeah, it looks like a missile to me. Yeah, we don't need that. Good to know. We ran into some problem the last time I played it, which was this randomizer. This is the second time I've done this randomizer on stream. I did it like a little over a year ago, first time, and we ran into a softlock in Cloud City. I say we ran into a softlock. We ran into like 5. Most of those were because we didn't have the double jump. Decided not to start with the double jump, which really, this game is not designed around not having the double jump. You will find just in every single world, a lot of these worlds are just littered with point of no returns that you're gonna want to watch out for if you don't have the ability to double jump. But you know, this time we do have the double jump. This time we don't have to worry about most of those. That said, there was one that was based around the boost ball, where we couldn't get back because we didn't have the boost ball. So, still need to be a little bit careful, a little bit cautious to say not save after passing that point, unless I have a way back out, which I believe requires boost ball, or maybe plasma. Maybe plasma can, like, unlock the thing where you can shoot yourself off. Yeah. By the way, I'll say we don't need to do much here. I did do some, wait, what the fuck is... That looks like something. Hyper missile? What? Huh? What the hell? There's something weird going on with this, Randomizer. That is strange. I did base it off this in the location pool. I did go into Valhalla and Olympus and say shuffled, no progression. I guess maybe the thing is, must be missile is not required at like any point. I guess there's not that many places where the hyper missile really is required. What does the hyper missile even do for you? Honestly, I guess that must mean that the hyper missile is not required for progress, but I'm pretty sure I set both ship areas to be out of logic. A lot of that is because a lot of the ship checks are required to use your extra energy cells, which I don't want to do. I just want to get 5 of them and end the game. And it makes less sense to me if I have to get like 6 of them, you know, or if I have to like instead of spending my 5th to get to the pirate code, if I have to spend it to just do whatever. Oh, one more thing. Fuck Phaaze. No Phaaze. It's just a linear, boring section of the game where you basically don't have a regular health meter, and it's really weird. And it's either a gimme or you're gonna die and you're gonna have to restart it entirely in any case. Fuck it either way. I have set it to skip directly from credits to from Phaaze to credits. We just have to get the pirate code and then whoo, we're done. Get the pirate code, get to that part in Pirate Homeworld, and we're donezo. As a result, we'll have a mildly anticlimactic go mode, I'll say. But I think that is, fine. Honestly, I do think Phaaze, in retrospect, is like one of those... is like one of those, how do I say this? Phaaze is like a sign of things to come. You know what I mean? Just like, oh yeah, this big linear part where there's very little... where, like, it doesn't make much of a difference what you do. Very Metroid Prime 4 coded. Phaaze, the tutorial, like 2 other sections. The part with the ship going down. The part where you have to escort troopers. Honestly, I was thinking, like, in the minutes before this stream started, maybe I should have considered, like, just removing those areas from logic entirely. Now, this is weird. The map starts off incompleted, but you can see where all the checks are. That's, interesting. Was that how it was in the original randomizer? I don't remember. Little awkward for the purposes of planning, but what are you going to do? We're gonna play the game and just hope for the best. That's what we're going to do. Hey, stop following. I don't have, Speaking of Softlocks, we don't have the grapple, pull, grapple lasso. So right now we should be a little cautious because we do not have a way back until such time as we find the grapple lasso. So we also don't have the grapple swing either, which means that we can't get into Elysia, even though we have the hyper ball. We can't get over there either. We might have to restart, but we'll do our best. I'll say that right here, right now. I don't know how to do the tricks that they do in the randomizer to, like, unlock areas early. Or like they do in the speedrun to like do some stuff, do some tricks. I did watch like an hour of the speedrun at AGDQ this year. It was like at 4 a.m. I couldn't. It was real late at night. I had to go to bed. And it was a weeknight as well, so not a good night for that. But I did see a bit of it. I did see that there are such things as like instant morph ball untransform, and if you do that in midair, you can get like a extra jump. I don't know how you do that, and even if I did, the logic of this randomizer should be such that no tricks are required, so we're just going to do it the old-fashioned way, winging it. I'm going to wing it, and it's going to be good. What is that? That looks like something. What is that? What is that? What is that? That's the grapple lasso. Okay, shit. If we can get that, we can get out of here. I think we might need, if I'm not... This isn't something that gets dropped on you for doing this stuff, right? No, this just opens the door. I do believe that we need the plasma beam to get into that morph ball track. I think we need to like undo some ice, basically. So we need a really hot beam. So if we can find a beam upgrade, we can definitely get back, and this whole section that we're doing right now will not be for naught. If we can't, then we will need to restore a save. I mean, I'll say there are like anti-softlock measures that you can take. Like I said, you can restart a room, and depending like where the start of a room is, which can vary, depending on like where the start of the... I can't get past this, so we can't go to the... Wait. The grapple lasso is that way, right? You have to get... Wait, so I have to get over there to get to the grapple lasso. But to get to the grapple lasso, don't I need to pass this little ball, which I need the grapple lasso to move? I think either... Well, there's two options. One, there's another grapple lasso that we actually have to get elsewhere. Like I said, there's two in this randomizer, 2 copies of each major item. 2, with the spin attack, the spin attack, the screw attack. With the screw attack, the other option is with the screw attack, we might be able to get over there without grapple lasso. We might be finding a very early screw attack here. That'd be nice if that's what the logic is saying. I don't know. Let's carry on and find out. This is the point where you're is this the point where you're nah, it's a later thing. There's a point in this game where you have to clear out one of those sets of like one of those sets of things, and by in so doing, you like overload your hyper mode, and if you're able to not do that, you actually don't get a any hyper mode issues. Your hyper mode is just a magical, perfectly working thing. Let me take it down one scotch. Not sure how the, I'm sure I'm louder. I'll say that, but I'm just going to be the slightest bit careful. I heard in the speed run, they were talking about the meter. Apparently, it doesn't actually use your health unless you actually spend it. Also, I'm not sure like how you vent. So like if you inject an energy tank and then you don't use it and like just use it for invulnerability or otherwise, it won't actually spend. It won't actually, you won't be damaged after. There's something in that wall there. Very interesting. Very nice. Where's the hole? There's the hole. Let's find out what's in this this wall here. All right. You know what? There's our answer. I do believe that is the grapple lasso. Well, wait. Don't we need like the grapple swing? Oh, that's the grapple swing. Okay. That's different. That's different. There's the grapple swing on our tracker. Okay, so grapple swing. I'm pretty sure that doesn't get us where we need to go as far as the thing, but that does mean we're not soft locked here. Though, because we cannot do a grapple lasso, we cannot unlock this thing. So we do have to return from whence we came and you know, tail tucked between legs and all that. Okay. $35 stream streak. Wow, that's a lot of streams in a row, Rock Party. Hell yeah, dude. I appreciate the consistency. That's cool. Thinking, I guess by going through that room, those guys, those bad guys despawned or something. Or did we just shoot them? I forget. We did one or the other. I guess we shot them. I think you... Well, I was watching the, I think in the speedrun, they did something like... They jumped and unmorphed instantly, and then that was able to give them, like, another extra jump, which let them go around here without using the swing, but... I'll just do things the old-fashioned way. We don't have the ice missile, so we can't go through, that door yet. Wait, we don't have the grapple lasso, so we can't undo these panels, and everything else in this area requires the grapple lasso. Now, I'll say we have two choices here. We can either just reset and try another area, or we can use anti-softlock stuff to get by. I hate the idea of having to reset entirely every time and having to come back here. Let's, I don't like having to remember where things are, so I want to default here to, A plus B, D-pad down, plus minus. A plus B plus D plus down to minus. Okay. So I don't want to say because that could be bad if, like, this is a soft lock, actually. But what we can do is do a checkpoint into a death, and I think that'll put us at the start of the room. Is that the way to do this, or is it better to do something else? Is it better to just, like, is there a way to reset a room without dying? And this won't be the start where we walked in. This will be, like, one point in the room that is considered the start, which if I had to guess would be, yes, okay, that would be the top of the ledge. Okay, so long as we can do that, we can get out of some soft lock situations, but it's not reliable. And if like the starting point, the origin is in the wrong place, we're boned, basically. And we need to be careful about that. What is that? Grapple swing? Okay, we don't need that. We don't need to figure out how to get over to there. Oh, well, you just jump up. I guess literally we could get that grapple swing. Can you do it without destroying that? I don't know. I guess we could have gotten the grapple swing without running into a soft lock haphazardly. But also keep in mind we are technically still in a soft lock situation right now because we do not currently have a way out of here without the grapple lasso. We are in a little bit of a soft lock to start. That's maybe the thing about this randomizer that I dislike the most, that I feel like I have the most trouble with, is just that, like, yeah, you know, the other Metroid Prime 1 and 2 randomizers, I do believe they both have ways of getting out of soft locks, you know. You can, at any save station, warp back to the origin, warp back to the start in either of those, and, like, if you could just warp back to the ship in this randomizer, that would solve a lot of problems as far as that sort of thing went. It is what it is, and you know, whatever the people who make this want to do, that's what they want to do, and I'll just note what I think about it. Could be better. Sure, it's a lot of work to make any such corrections. I get that. But, and again, it's been an issue for a while where they literally couldn't do hatches at all. This is a soft lock. This requires you to do, grapple lasso. Shit. Thinking for 2 seconds. What is it again? Oh, I got it. Yeah. Yeah, there's no, like, refresh a room option. All you can do is checkpoint death. I'll just die here. You don't need to, wow, you can really see the ball just burst into a million pieces if you do it. We're not gonna take a checkpoint because I already know that the other. I don't know where the warp point of that room is, and we can start in another room if we just leave our checkpoint at the start. It's not like we got any items since we last checkpointed, so we can absolutely just start from here again. All right. I do believe it's possible we can get out of here using using a checkpoint death warp. If that doesn't work, we'll have to resume our save, which would be a little bit earlier, which would be without the grapple swing, and indeed both of the grapple swings. Okay, so If we do, I'll say this. If we do have to resume from a save, we do know that the next place where logical items would not be Elysium, because Elysium requires the grapple swing, and both of the grapple swings are behind a grapple lasso check. So yeah. So we know that that wouldn't be the place where we would have to go usually. Instead, we would have to go to another part of Brio. If this doesn't respawn us where we want to go, then we're going to have to restart and lose our grapple swing. But I'd rather not, you know, that would render the last 30 minutes pointless. Good, okay. That put us where we wanted to go. Excellent, excellent. We're back to the ship. Ah, man, there's a lot of, like, even the first area you go to in the game originally, just fraught with, softlock potential. Ugh. Yeah, I think, I mean, maybe the idea should be that, like, oh, start somewhere else. Start looking at one of the other parts of Brio. But, yeah. Let's see now. We can go to Thorn Jungle, or we can go to Fiery Air Dock. Oh, by the way, let me say what it says right down there. We don't need to get the bosses. We don't have to kill their seeds to finish the game. We have to just get 5 energy cells, and basically that's it. And they could be anywhere, but there's 9 copies of them, so you know we're not. It's not completely, you know, impossible to find them. Could use, honestly, I would like settings where the focus was more on the. I would like it if like you did a randomizer and it's like, okay, well, all the energy cells start cashed in, except for 3 of them who are guarded by the energy cell boss, the bosses of the game. I think that would be a pretty reasonable way for the randomizer to work, but there's no option for that, and you know, the only mandatory boss is Phaaze, which sucks so bad that honestly I don't want to do it. Phaaze is sort of like a appetizer version of what Metroid Prime 4 would focus almost entirely on. Much to its, like, unfortunately. Phaaze I would categorize as the beginning, a preview of what's to come. It's not a good thing. And what's going on over here? Why was oh, there's like a bunch of like missile things. Guessing, I'm pretty sure one of them has a little path that leads up to one of the checks. I also see back there a missile door. We can check that missile door. Well, this isn't a check unto itself, but it does open a thing. Oh, and by the way, if you're wondering, I am using an actual Wiimote, so my arm will get tired by the end of this, let me say. My arm will be pretty tired by the end of this, but don't y'all worry. I will survive. I will manage. Definitely like when we do Skyward Sword Randomizer, which I do believe that's the Wii version, or I think there is a Wii and I think there's a Switch version of that randomizer. we will do, I do plan on doing the Wii version with the original motion controls. Should I not just use a regular controller? Let me think about that. Not sure how the tracker for that works. If the tracker is the same whether you're using the... Okay, we cannot, grapple onto this. And, we don't currently have the, we have to disrupt the jamming check 1, and we don't have ship missiles 2. So this is as far as we can go as far as this, this route, goes. Why did not we go into here? Okay, well, no reason. No reason. What's this? Progressive beam. Okay, this progressive beam is real damn good. That lets us, I believe that is the, oh, you know what? We do start with the charge beam as well. We do start with the charge beam, so I'll mark that real fast. Realizing right now I never checked, but it wasn't marked, wasn't labeled as a separate thing in the inventory screen, but that must be just because you start with it by default, which I do think it is correct to start with anything you start with by default in this game. You're gonna run into all sort, you know, we already have been running into Softlocks, but you'd run into more of them without double jump. Without double jump, you wouldn't be able to get out of some rooms. Except by doing like a double morph bomb jump, which is just not that different, it's just more awkward. It's just like you can get a lot of the places you could with a regular double jump. It's just shit. I think by the logic of the randomizer, assuming that it's not expecting you to use the softlock prevention thing, by the logic of the randomizer, I think that there must be something here that lets us do what we need to do. Get out, get to the grapple lasso, or get a grapple lasso, because otherwise Elysia would be locked off. I suppose Pirate Homeworld might be the answer, might have been the way. I'm not sure how far we can get into Pirate Homeworld right now, but yeah. Let's go, let's do it. I think in the speed run, they were saying that once you get the plasma beam, it actually is kind of a debuff in this area here, because all these guys take less damage to fire than the default regular beam. But it does allow us to melt ice, which is handy for other reasons. Also, we can just use missiles. I got 3 of them. Maybe I shouldn't be using that many. I get them from pickups and such all the time. It's probably fine. That looks like a missile to me. Don't think we need that. We can't go this way. Can't go this way and do this stuff. I have to position my Wiimote such that I'm not blocking its, like, beam. It's gonna make my arm sore. Could consider HD version. The other thing with, like, Skyward Sword HD is if I wanted to have the tracker be on screen, a 3:4 aspect ratio, I think is best so that you can always see the tracker at all times. I'll say I didn't have to have it set up this way. Wait, I can just use the propulsion from the explosion, right? Yeah, I can do that one. Fuck. I'll say that, like, I didn't have to have this set up this way. I could have had this be 16 by 9. This game does have a 16 by 9 mode and everything, but I'd rather have the tracker be on screen at all times to, like, give y'all the, you know, the lay of the land, show y'all, like, what exactly we have to do, or what exactly is available to us, you know? It's helpful if y'all can see that, I think. Also, it's more convenient for me. I'm playing, that's a missile, so we don't need it. And 2, we cannot grapple that down yet. I'll say it's, right now I'm playing with assholes. Why did you guys respawn? That sucks. Don't. Okay, I'm just walking past you. See you guys. I am playing in a pretty small section of the screen, you know? Y'all watching at home, y'all see it as, like, basically a little over maybe 2/3 of the screen is game. For me, the tracker is half the screen, and the game is half the screen, constrained within a small portion of that half the screen. And, that works for my purposes here. I can see perfectly, and such. I guess that does mean that it might be rendering at a slightly unoptimal resolution, but honestly, it's probably great compared to, like, what SD is traditionally, you know. Nice we can go over there with what we have. I don't think we can go out this. No, this guy does require some morph ball. Bob, we could do this. I can unfreeze his battering ram too. I got you, buddy. Don't you worry. I enjoy a Metroidvania type thing. I enjoy some exploration. I enjoy figuring out what I can and can't do. I like it a little open-ended. Man, it would have been nice if there was a recent 3D game with that sort of core ethos. However, there wasn't one. Not in the recent history, no. I think that as far as 3D games go, I mean, I feel like there is some argument for, like, the Zelda games being, like, adjacent to that, especially if you look at, like, the Zelda randomizers and go, like, they're actually kind of similar to the Metroid randomizers insofar as, like, how much logic dictates what you can and can't do. Huh. But really, let me know if I'm wrong, but I think Metroid Prime 3 was the last true 3D Metroidvania. Is that right? Already had the Hyperball. I don't know why we started with the Hyperball. I thought I said it so that we wouldn't start with anything, but whatever, doesn't matter. Don't mind. I think this area is now a dead end. We've checked the, well, yes. Actually, we've checked down there. That requires wait, have we checked down there? What's up with this? Oh, that's just a scan thing. Anyway, we've checked down there. I believe it requires a Does it require a thing? Hang on. Let's double check down there and see that it requires, like... Where are we now? That's the one behind the dude with the gong, right? And we got the other one. Yeah, this is dude with the gong. This is, this one we checked. The other one, the other way. How do you get the other way? Ah, elevator. Okay. You use an elevator, and that requires the grapple lasso to do it. With that in mind, we're at a impasse here. It almost looks like you do have to go into one of these areas and then use a soft lock prevention thing to get out. That's wild if that's included into logic. I have serious doubts that that's the real thing, so probably there's something we can do at probably we can do something at there's probably we can go to Pirate Homeworld or something. That's probably the trick here. Or maybe we can get to the other landing sites at Norian. I don't know. Did I look at the other landing sites in Norian? If the other landing sites are open in Norian, then Norian could be the way. Could be the way to get the next progression. Elysia is open, but it wouldn't be in logic. Pirate Homeworld is open. Both of the Pirate Homeworld areas are open. I assume that... No, okay, so we only have access to the one docking bay in Norian yet. And we know that that one requires... Well, we can at least get that missile. We still have just, I believe, 5 fucking missiles. Let's go grab that missile. And then I guess let's do pirate, because if my understanding of the logic is right, pirates probably will have what we need. Elysium, you would have to get the grapple beam, the grapple swing, which means you'd have to go into the area that would be soft locked. So logically, it shouldn't have... I mean, it'll have stuff, and maybe that stuff would break open the game in a different way as per usual, but... We should cover the things that we know we could have gotten logically before we start looking into routes that wouldn't be open to us otherwise. Does that make sense? Yay, we got 10 now. 10 of the things. What's the other visor in this game? There's the command visor, the scan visor. What is that again? It's been a minute. Oh, it's the X-ray visor. That's right. It's, yeah, it lets you see through walls in the Pirate Homeworld. That's a pretty cool visor. That's a pretty cool version of that visor. Alright, let's, pop into here. I don't know how far we can get. I think in this case, you need the grapple lasso, 1, and the ability to, like, to deposit energy into a thing, 2, to get, for this, area to really be unlocked. Not 100% sure on that. I think this is all locked off at this point. Yeah, the way back requires you to do the grapple voltage. The back door over there, over to the side. That said, we can go forward from here. Get into this elevator. And, yeah. Alright. Stop and think. Heavy weapon fire? Just any weapon fire. Okay. Looks like, this area... This area we can get into. I think there might be something that'll stop us from going too deep. If I recall, this is a whole sequence that requires a good amount of endgame items. I'd be surprised if we can go fight the mini-boss here. I'd be really surprised if, like, the mini-boss is possible. Doesn't this require the alarm system with a bunch of guys coming out here? I feel like this room requires something we don't have to get through it. Because I remember being here last time I did a randomizer. A year and change ago. And, it was like December of 2023. 2024? 2024. Wait, can we get that, These work, right? Maybe it was the double jump. Maybe it was just I didn't have the double jump. And that prevented me from just literally getting into the door. Getting into, like, this sequence here. If that's the case, maybe we can get, like, at least to the Metroid room. Where there's a bunch of Metroids that are annoying. Okay, well... We cannot use the spider ball track. We don't have that yet. We also just don't have boost ball, so we cannot... If this is requiring boost ball to get through, that is right out. That said, hey, that's grapple voltage. Ah, no, this is just this isn't boost ball at all. Very nice. So we got grapple voltage. That's nice. That's that one. That said, I don't think we can... I don't know that we can, like, connect to, the thing. I don't know that we can connect to the thing without the, I think that there's a prerequisite here of, hey, fortunately, we can do this. Hey. Nice. But we can't do this! Oh no, okay, well, we don't have the X-ray visor. We could guess. What's the odds of guessing this? It's like, 1 out of 8. Then 1 out of 7. And 1 out of 6, and then 1 out of 5. That's a very small chance. Can I do that math? 8 times 5 is 40. And then 7 times... Do it in a different way. 6 times 8. 48. 5 times 7. 35. So it's 48 times 35. That's a very low chance. That's like lower than 1 in 100. You have less than a 1% chance of guessing. That would take hundreds of tries. No, that's not it. Maybe it's not even possible to guess. Maybe it's rigged such that, like, oh, you know, it's not like you can brute force it. Probably. Maybe. Can we get out of here? I'm worried right now. Okay. So this door is closed. I don't have Morph Ball. I don't have Speed Boost. So this is... I'm gonna do a checkpoint into a death here. See if this gets us out of this, back out of this room. Hopefully it gets us to somewhere where we don't have to boost ball our way out of here. If we do have to boost ball, then we're going to have to get up the grapple voltage, and we won't be able to, we'll have to come back here later. What? Open up. Open up. Okay, good. You can... Oh no, it's a one-way... This is a one-way drop. And it's not like there's another exit over here. Okay, we have to do another refresh-a-rooney. I'm glad I decided that we would at least try this bullshit. Because otherwise we would have to... Clearly, we would have to just give up on over half the areas that we went into and give up any progress that we got. I think at this point, if we weren't using the checkpoint bullshit, I think at this point we would have nothing. Maybe the plasma beam? Maybe the plasma beam, but otherwise, like, a lot of all the items we've gotten so far have been behind such stacks. Except for the hyper missile, which was in an area that I said shouldn't have progression items in it. So, fucking I don't know. Okay, we're able to escape. Well, that was a bust. I mean, it wasn't. We were able to get an item, and now we're able to return, but clearly, this is not where we're supposed to be. This has definitely the most soft locks. I've done the Metroid Prime 1 randomizer just once, and I've done Metroid Prime 2 a bunch of times. This game has a lot more in the way of soft locks than either of them. You know, feels like it's just a coincidence, honestly. I'd be surprised if this was, like, intentional. Hey, at least with the, Nope! I was gonna say, with the grapple voltage, we can at least just, connect to this, even if we cannot, do a regular grapple pull, but, no, we cannot actually. See me swinging. Yeah! Nope, we need the grapple lasso before we can use our grapple voltage. Huckety great. by my basic understanding of the logic, unless you were doing exactly what I've done previously to, like, get out of softlock situations, by my estimation, the next area would be the last area that you could do anything in, so this should have, like, if I had to guess, I would say either a grapple lasso or a spin what the fuck? Spin attack. What the fuck is that called? Screw attack. I keep forgetting. It's been a minute since I played a good Metroid game. That's not true. I played Metroid Prime 2 Randomizer last month, and Metroid Prime 1 the month before it. And also, we cannot forget last month, you know, December 2025. How could we forget Super Metroid? I played Super Metroid Randomizer for the first time last month. I've played a bunch of Metroids in the last 2 months. Exactly all of those that I named. Good ones, parentheses. They should make a new Metroid game that's good. Parentheses, that's good. They haven't done that since Metroid Dread, and before that, it had been a long while, like a big long damn while. I ended up at some point recently getting a legal copy and then backing up and then trying on my AYN Thor Federation Force. Man, that's a shit game. I didn't know that it was more than soccer. Apparently, it's got like a whole fucking campaign in there where you can run around and do stuff, I guess. It's shit, though, is the thing I will say. It is absolutely like the most shit Metroid campaign I've seen in a minute. Like, just boring, flavorless, linear, also weirdly confusing in a few spots. Like, what the hell do you want me to do? It's not good. Hey, nice, because I have the double jump, I can just climb up here. I think the last time I was here without double jump in the last randomizer, I really had to struggle to get up there to do the most basic thing. What did I do then? I think I bomb jumped up there. You know, maybe you could get out from that grapple lasso thing with some bomb jump bullshit. I don't know. Or if you could do that, like, instant unmorph situation, that would definitely do you, but I don't think that's really what it would be asking of me, asking of us. But who can say? This'll be a check. Grapple lasso! There it is. There's the grapple lasso. That what does it let us do? It opens up a couple checks in Norian. It opens up all of Norian. Norian is like opened the fuck up by this. We can now get into and out of Brio in a lot of places without the risk of softlock. I think this is a major milestone in the randomizer somehow. I think this is like going to be the end of us softlocking every which way in every which world. I'm happy for that. We saw grapple lasso was one of the first items that we saw. Again, there's 2 copies of each item. Grapple lasso was one of the first items we saw, but since it was behind grapple lasso and or you either need the grapple lasso or you need the screw attack, we couldn't get it. But, now we absolutely could go get that grapple lasso, on account of we got the grapple lasso. And there's so many other things we can do. This is clearly where we were supposed to go first in this randomizer. This place that we're checking at check notes the 1 hour mark. That's how it goes sometimes, you know? That's how it goes sometimes, you know? You can't know for sure where you're supposed to go until you check every single place that you can go. And, you know, it takes time to walk everywhere everywhere you can go. This is a dead end right here because we don't have the, yeah, look at that, grapple lasso. We don't have the spider ball, but maybe we can still do something over here. Yes, this is how you get to the room with the bunch of stuff you have to shoot. Who remembers? There's a missile expansion, though. Volume's good, right? That's fine. That's fine. Now let me know if ever you literally cannot hear me. But otherwise, let's stay the course. Just wing it. I can always adjust in post if it's too high or too low. Wrong one. This is where we came from. But the other one is definitely where we want to go. Yeah, I think this is where you would get the X-ray visor originally. If this room requires the X-ray visor to leave, that's bad. Don't you just have to shoot this door and have a Phaaze thing fall? It's probably fine. Well, I guess that's maybe just for that. Okay, I'm a little worried because I do not have X-ray visor, so I cannot use that. I have to, like, shoot these or something and cause it to fall. I think maybe you have to, like, unlock this thing, which again we cannot use because no X-ray visor, unless we get really lucky. Need to convince. I'll say there's an energy cell. That's really good. That's really worth noting. Okay, that isn't the answer. Also, I don't have the multi-missile yet. This whatever that's called, spread missile. Don't have that yet, so this room is fucked. Okay, I said we were done with Softlocks, but I do believe this particular room is totally a Softlock situation. One notes that we haven't gotten anything since we got the thing, so we can totally just We'll try reset warping our way out of here like we've been doing previously. But really, we can just go back to our last save, which I believe was, our last save was before we was in the ship, so we can at least return there. Well, I think we've only seen ship-based save points so far, for what it's worth. Yeah, no, at this point, it's not like where you would start vanilla style, which would be over there. Instead, it's just like standing here. I guess it's a factor of like where the origin point of every room is doesn't really make a ton of sense, like logically. Okay, we have to restart. No. Take me to the main menu and let me resume my save. And we're going to have to go grab the grapple lasso again. We weren't done with Softlocks, folks. One last little bit of softlocking to end that whole softlock heavy start up. Tell me this is exactly where we left off, more or less, just outside, and we just need to walk and go get the thing. I'll say, I was definitely thinking as we got the grapple lasso, like, oh yeah, that's a great place for a timestamp. I'll say right now on the VOD, I'll say right now, little farther forward than that. A little farther forward. Not there, like, whenever we go and cash in this motherfucker. We'll actually go get it, and then we'll do a timestamp, and we'll actually, like, start doing things that are safe to do. Hey, Storm Trippin', you came at a great time. We're basically out of this part of the stream where we need to be really, really worried about Softlocks, and now we just need to be pretty worried, I guess. I say that. I said that, like, maybe 10 minutes ago, and then I went a little bit forward and got Softlock because I don't have the X-ray visor or the multi-missile. Or both? Not sure. I think with the X-ray visor there, you unlock the multi-missile, and then the multi-missile lets you out of the room. I think that might be right. I forget. I forget which one lets you get out of that room, but we need to turn around as soon as we get the the grapple lasso, basically. Man, this randomizer really loves the soft locked you. Put a return. Put a warp 2 ship into the quick menu thing here. Randomizer developers. That'd be really handy. Ow. Stop shooting me. Trying to use the elevator here. If this like fancy help menu had return to ship, that would be very convenient. Return to ship with your stuff that you've collected since the last time you were there. Specifically if you could go back with all the stuff that you collected, that'd be really nice and handy, and I'd like it a lot. But whatever. Let's very quickly get the 2 items that we got here earlier, and then we'll head off to next stop. I think Norian. I think Norian is a place where we can do basically everything right now. We can't do anything involving the ice missile. We don't got that yet. So ice missile doors are out, are not available. But other than that, Norian's pretty Good. There's also a spider ball thing in Norian. There's some checks we can't get in Norian, but as far as like rooms go, I think we can get everywhere except for the ice missile wing. Ah! Grapple Lasso! We just got Grapple Lasso for the first time in this randomizer. And that means our days of worrying about Softlocks and getting Softlocks is it's not all the way over. There's still Softlocks to worry about. Say if we went into Elysia without the boost ball, there would be a concern once we pass the point of no return without the boost ball, but I'm feeling like with the Grapple Lasso, we can go a lot more places, and we can go a lot more places safely without concern of Softlock. That said, you know, hey, if you're playing this randomizer, just note that like a lot of these areas that you can go first of all, a lot of them require Grapple Lasso to get into and to not be soft-locked to go in. So you might as well start, logically, with, like, this part of Pirate Homeworld. Like, a little bit of Brizzo you can do. Brio, not Brizzo and shit. There's a little bit of Brio you can do. And, otherwise, yeah, not that many places where you won't be soft-locked, so take that into account. You can use that to figure out like where your Grapple Lasso, where your first couple items will be. Not in you know, you should probably just start here. You don't need to go here as much. Well, research facility could have something. Norian is right out. Pirate Homeworld, pretty good. Elysia is right out. And Brio, it's just like, okay, well, the Thorn Jungle, and maybe a little bit of Fiery Air Deck, a little bit of Thorn Jungle, but mostly you're gonna be sticking to that and the Pirate Homeworld, and yeah, before you get like Grapple Lasso. And also do check the frigate. The frigate has one item for you. Norian, let's go to Norian. That's our next stop here. Oh. Hope y'all are doing all right. Ah. It's gonna be interesting next couple of, next month. You know, I got a lot of, randomizers planned for next month, if y'all recall. I've mentioned before, but, February is randomizer month. Got like 4 Sunday randomizers planned for the whole month of February, and we'll see how those fucking go. I'm honestly a little worried about some of them. Skyward Sword, you know, I've done all the other Zeldas, so I'm not really that afraid of that one. But Tunic and Ori 2, both of those I'm nervous about. I'm pretty nervous about both of them because I'm not sure like how Tunic might be more about the difficulty than the randomization, which I think would be annoying if so, and maybe should make me like rethink my words and deeds and go with something else instead. As far as Ori goes, you know, a lot of that is going to be... I'm curious, like, how much Ori can really vary in terms of, like, areas that you explore first, you know? It might just be that like, Ori does not actually change that much based on what items you get, etc. In which case, maybe we should consider different games for that slot. There are other options. One in particular I've been thinking the last few days is that, as much as I like those two in particular, I love those games, there are some other 2D Metroidvanias that are huge that I haven't done a randomizer of, which honestly feels really weird to recognize, and those are some of the biggest Metroidvanias that there are. In fact, it's the other side of Metroidvania. I haven't done Symphony of the Night randomizer. I haven't done any of the DS randomizers. Hey, an energy cell, hell yeah. I haven't done like the GBA. I could definitely do like you know, any of those randomizers. The Castlevania DS's Area of Sorrow randomizer. And honestly, it's kind of weird that I haven't even thought about it, even considered it. I do know that those are on Emo Tracker, so I will have a map tracker to go off of to, like, go forward. The one thing about them, just, like, looking at their maps and trying to figure out, like, okay, what can we do, right? What we got here? Ship missile, that's pretty good. The one thing about, like, about those that worry me, two things. One, unlike the Metroid games, they're not really flat as far as, like, difficulty goes, you know? It's very much level-based, you know? You go through the game, you get experience, you level up. That's sort of how those games work. And I wonder, right? I wonder, like, if we do Area of Sorrow randomizer, are we going to be like, oh, you know, go to the endgame area first, and oopsie doopsie, you're level 1 right now, that's not good. I mean, that's maybe one way to think about it. Another way to think about it is that a lot of that game isn't necessarily based around like levels so much as it is just like ship missile, as far as it is just like let me mark that on my tracker here. Ship missile, right there. There we go. A lot of it isn't necessarily based around, Hey, buddy, are you okay? Do you want to, jump out and start saying peppy things to me? And say, oh, you're so cute, Samus. What a person you are. I love you, Morph Ball. No, they're dead. Good. Good. Stay dead. Stay down. There's no reason to take that tone. It's not like that's been a problem in any previous Metroid game, right? Right? Anyway, moving on from that random outburst for no reason. It's good that I prefer it when they're dead. I'll say I prefer a dead trooper to a live trooper. I wish. I feel like if we had never seen a live trooper in these games at any point, I feel like that would have been for the best. But what are you gonna do? It's just not how it happened, I guess. What the hell? I don't think that's a hot take. That's a pretty common opinion, I think. I think a lot of people think that all those guys should have been dead. And, you know, I wish that these games only had corpses in them. I'm feeling hot. I would like a little less, I would like a little more AC on me. Make it real cold. If this is 65, I want 64. I feel like I'm sweating. The AC must... I feel like the AC, you know, in every place I've been doesn't really know. How could it? It only has one sensor. And it's not like... It's centrally located, but I'm not centrally located. Get airflow. Keep on cooling, I say. Though, if it's like so cold I need a sweatshirt, that's right out. Or like a long sleeve. Anyway, I have concerns about the Castlevania randomizers, but maybe that would be a way to go. Maybe that would be a better thing than Ori or Tunic. I guess the other thing is I'm not sure like which one would go first. Which one would be right. Like I looked at Dawn of Sorrow and Area of Sorrow randomizer, like their trackers. It does really seem like with those trackers there, with those randomizers, there's not many ways for it to unfold, right? Like basically, there's the vanilla way, where you get like, you know, oh, you know, you get like a hover, you get like a double jump, you get like the bat. In that order, that's like the order of things that you get. If you get the bat first, like the double jump and the and the hover both are unnecessary now. You know what I mean? Just like, wait, so for like logical progression, there's like 3 items that determine like most of how far into the castle you can get. Get any one of them, and the whole thing opens. That seems a little weird to me. You know, how well a game really adjusts to randomization, I feel like really depends on the game. And also like how flexible the later game upgrades are. You know, ironically, if the later game upgrades can just replace earlier game upgrades outright, then all of a sudden, like, all you're doing is looking for... Yeah, we can't get past that door yet. We can't get past that door yet, so we have to turn around and go back there. Still, good to get another warp point set up. If progression always hinges on like 1 or 2 or 3 items, then you're gonna get one of them before too long, and if you get the most advanced one, then like the whole fucking map opens up. And if you get like the earliest one, that's just vanilla progression. That's just boring. Maybe a Order of Elysia might be the best one to randomize, because it has all the open areas that are like not connected by a map screen. And also a lot of those areas have like different requirements for going through, whether that is like swimming or the magnets thing or you name it. And like what glyphs you find really would make a difference as far as like where you can explore. I'm not sure about that. The other thing to note is that, cannot get that, cannot get this. Another thing to note is that, with those randomizers is that, well, you know, it is partially level-based, but also, if you were to say, randomly find a really, really good weapon, then you'd be able to get through without, you'd be able to get through with that really, really good weapon. You'd be able to get through with that really, really good weapon, and, my nose itches. You'd be able to get through with that really good weapon that had really good stats, and so on and so forth. So, like, maybe stats are, like... Maybe it's a workable problem, not having the right, not having to level up. Maybe also it's possible that you could set, like, a starting level in that randomizer. Honestly, if I could start max level and just, like, work the bosses over first try, most of them, because, like, yeah, just starting with, a whole lot... I don't want to use that. Don't want to use that because... Yeah, we passed through. I'm not sure if we passed through a point of no return yet, but... I guess logically, You know what? We might as well save, actually. I don't think that was a point of no return. Logically, you can just go here at the start of the game. We have everything that you have at the start of the game. Okay, okay. If I'm wrong, fuck me. But I don't think I am. We're good. We have everything we would have when you just doing this like vanilla style in the vanilla game. We do need to be cautious about points of no return and such and so forth. Maybe even we could consider doing just like a checkpoint rather than a save point. You know, when we get to rooms like that, because that would make it so that we could undo if we really needed to. Oh, wait a minute, there's nothing here. I should also keep an eye on the map and just see, like, okay, we're heading towards a room that is just literally... Wait, no, there's something here, right? Yeah, it's got an energy cell. Why isn't that marked on the... We can get that, right? Oh, we need to, like, okay. That doesn't open. That doesn't open. This doesn't open. Can you not do this, like, if you don't, do the tutorial thing? I hope that, we started, like, outside the tutorial, so we didn't have to do the whole intro segment. Well, I'm assuming that means that that area, that, energy cell is just entirely out of logic there. It's not on my map either, so probably definitely good. I can scan it. Oh, that's not an energy cell, that's a pump thing. That's the energy cell and it's gone. Okay. You know what it was? The space pirates stole it or something, right? That's probably what it was. Yeah, okay. This area is a bust. Is there anything in this fucking area? There's the ice missile door, that's it. Shit. You know, I'll say... these games are not designed with randomizers in mind. You know, this game goes without saying. All the Metroid Primes are not designed with randomizers in mind. It was not a conscious design. They didn't make conscious design choices to ensure, like, oh, you know, this will be worth going down this whole fucking hallway for. Something will be there just to check. You know, it's not like at any point anyone said, like, oh, yeah, you know, we'll put something there just to make sure. I mean, I guess if you ever came back later and ran down this corridor, you'd be like, looking for stuff to collect, you'd be disappointed because there's nothing here after post-game. After the interest. I'll say it is disappointing, maybe even vanilla style, to have an area with nothing in it after the fact, but you can't go over there and see that room of Norian that doesn't have anything. They could have sealed it off if they wanted to. Hey, an easier ship missile. Earlier we got a ship missile. It was kind of hard to get because we had to go through a whole morph ball thingamajig. This time, it's just at the start of the morph ball thingamajig. Also, I don't think we can go through this morph ball thingamajig without the boost ball, which we do not have. Just make sure, though. Fun! Oh, no, we can absolutely make it through. We just need good timing. That's nice. I regret the order in which I checked things. How likely would that have been to be the situation? Very unlikely. We should just relax and rest assured we did everything we could. It made sense to check things in the order we checked things. With the nearest one first. I wish you were a corpse. With the nearest one first. I think that guy doesn't talk to us and follow us around for half the game. That'd be a shame if that were to happen. Like that. Why aren't these, Oh, no, it's working. Why could not we land here originally? Maybe you can only land here once you, like, access the room for the first time. It's fun. It's good. I think this next room has something in it. This room has something that we need Spider Ball to get. A Spider Ball based item over there, I guess. I can at least see it. That'd be nice. I don't know, I can see it. Yeah, I can't quite see it. See on the mini-map where it is, but I want to look that way. Yeah, it looks like a energy cell. I saw it out the corner of my eye for like half a second. Looks like an energy cell. That is good. One of the 5 that we need then. Excellent, excellent. Good to know. We get the spider ball. We'll come back here and get it. Oh, some of these doors take a while. I think there might be an option in, like, Dolphin settings to, like, artificially speed up how fast loading takes. But that some games might have glitches that get introduced because of this. So, I'm not about to do that. I think we're done here on Norian. Is that right? There's that one we can't get. There's that one we can't get. And, more things we can't get. Where do we want to go now? We can go back to, Brio. And, basically this whole area is a lot more open now. Because we can, go back in and return. We can do this section here now, finally. Now that we have the thing, we can get this item over here. And we can get out of this room more easily. It's not a bad place to go. We have the ship missile and the ability to unjam a jammer. So we can now get through the ancient courtyard as well. And there's some stuff we can do on the other side, right? Like on the in this part of Brio. Yeah, there was an elevator that we couldn't use before. We can now use that elevator and get down to this and proceed further into Brio. So Brio is pretty far open right now. Elysia is a serious option right now, but also it is seriously limited because we do not have the boost ball, which means that basically we can go a few rooms in, but then we're going to have to turn around or take a big gamble because without the boost ball, we cannot get out of that area There might be a way to get out with the plasma beam, actually. Maybe. I'm not sure. But it is a big gamble, and I gamble that I do not think it is worth taking, so long as there are other options. Last time I went to Elysia pretty early on, it was a shit show. We could go back to Pirate Homeworld. There's a back door we can now go into. There's some stuff we have now that we have all the grapple beams and the grapple lasso and the grapple voltage. We can definitely do some stuff over there. I'm feeling brio. And I'd like to start in the area that you would start at vanilla style. Right, I'm not in my ship, so this actually I need to unpause. And now we can go to Brio. Okay, so yeah, let's go to Brio and see what we get. I'll say if we get Boost Ball, I'll be comfortable going to Elysia and start knocking that out, but until such time, I just don't think it's a good idea. Just don't think it's the right place to go. I just don't think that we should be messing around with that just yet. Brio. How y'all doing? Hope you're enjoying your Sunday. I am currently in the process of enjoying my Sunday. I got a good night of sleep. I got a really good night of sleep. Shit, I, you know, slept in real damn late. A 3 o'clock stream allows me to sleep pretty late before it starts. Basically woke up around like, woke up in the morning, did stuff like post the YouTube short and the YouTube shorts and, you know, watched a little YouTube and then went back to bed for a few more hours. I think I got something like 8 hours of sleep in total. A lot. It's a lot for me. Could have got more, but I don't know. I've been watching through My Hero Academia, rewatching that since it ended recently. Been going through it, and that's been a good goddamn time. I enjoyed watching some of it while just playing random retro games on my, you know, I have the AYN Thor, right? Dual screen handheld. Put the anime dubbed specifically, so I don't have to pay full attention to it. On the top screen, the 16:9 screen, and then put like a retro game on the bottom screen. That's a pretty fucking good way to do. That's pretty damn satisfying. I like doing that a lot. Evening, Fauntleroy, how you doing? How's the audio sound good, by the way? Hear me nice and clear? I'm doing alright. Had a nice relaxed morning. Ate a whole fucking bunch of spaghetti, as you do before a potentially long stream. I'll say, maybe I should have said this up top, actually. I'll say the first time I did Metroid Prime 3 Randomizer, audio sounds good, excellent. The first time I did Metroid Prime 3 Randomizer, I think it took like a full all-day stream, like 10 hours or so. But it is important to note, we got like super softlock during that stream. That's not gonna happen today. We're not going to spend like an hour in, I'm gonna be more careful about the softlock situation. We got softlocked such that I had to restart. And what I ended up doing is just like making a new seed with everything that I had gotten already like, in logic, you know, already like, in my possession. Which basically meant that, you know, I had fewer things to find, but also that I had to, like, check everywhere again, including places I had checked before because it was basically a new seed at that point. That was ridiculous. We're not going to do that again because we're not going to get... we're not going to get, like, soft lock to the point where we can't continue. That's not going to happen. Are you trying to get the map? Or do you just want to finish the puzzle? Oh, I didn't know this wasn't required to finish this puzzle. I will now proceed to get out of this room and continue with my randomizer because this is not required to do. Thank you, interactable thing. You're right, I don't care about the map. I mean, I would like the map. Just start me with the map, though. I don't feel like I need I don't feel like I need to find a map to really, I feel like I should just start with that, honestly, in any randomizer. And I feel that in the case of, like, Zelda randomizers with, like, their dungeon maps and all that, I feel that, like, that way in the case of every randomizer that I've done. If there's not an option for that, I wish that there was one. I think, like, the other Metroid Prime games, 1 and 2, I think they both start with their maps fully revealed and all that. I might be wrong. It's only been it's been a month or two since I played 1 or 2. Conversely, 1 month for 2, 2 months. Yep. What is this? What is this? What is this? This looks good. Ice missile? Yeah, that's ice missile. Fuck yeah, that unlocks a good amount of checks. A nice amount of checks. I'll say, an interesting thing about ice missile. Fun fact about ice missile. And something that's weird if you've only done the randomizer and not, like, done speedruns of the game. If you're able to get to Elysia before you get the ice missile, all the ice missile doors in Elysia are actually just regular missile doors. Like, you can shoot them with the regular missile and they'll open up. Which is very bizarre to me as someone who didn't know that. You know, didn't know that was a thing. That was definitely not something I was accounting for the first time I played the randomizer. Just like, well, I can't get through that door, so I guess I'll turn around and go look somewhere else. Nope, you can absolutely do it. It's just doesn't make sense. It's just weird and all. Look at this big boy that we are in the belly of. This guy will climb us back up, right? Also, if we get the screw attack, we can do a thing with him. We're getting in the thing. How complicated would it make to make a Wii era combo randomizer with this and Skyward Sword? Well, it's either very, very easy if it is supported by Rando, if they're in, I would say two things. One is that, so there's this thing called Archipelago that allows you to combine a whole fucking bunch of, different randomizers and make basically whatever combo you want, or even have it so that, like, you're playing with multiple people with multiple worlds. I've never done that before. I haven't done much with Archipelago, I'll admit. It seems like that is a fun thing to do, but I've never done it. And basically you can make any combo randomizer, I believe. Not sure like how you switch games or whatever within said combo randomizer, but I think like anything that is supported by Archipelago, like out of the box, can be done that way. I will say, as far as like good ideas go, I have considered at one point, like, oh, can we do, is there a Banjo-Kazooie and a Banjo-Tooie randomizer? The answer is no, not on Archipelago. There is only a Banjo-Tooie randomizer. But like, if there was a Banjo-Kazooie randomizer on Archipelago, I would totally do a custom Kazooie-Tooie combo randomizer. Never done either of those. I don't really know like how suited they are to randomization, but I feel like that'd be fun. I'll say like maybe we should do. Maybe I could sub in Tooie for one of the randomizers. You know, I do like all the plans here for the month of randomizers there, but If like the ones on the left could roughly match the ones on the right to a certain degree, you know, like one Metroid or one 2D, one 3D Metroid, one. If there could be Skyward Sword, then like a Castlevania maybe, instead of like Tunic or maybe Banjo-Tooie would make a lot of sense for, like, you know, sort of like the equivalent of DK64 Randomizer, except I've never played it before. So that'd be interesting and fun, and it's one of my favorite games. I will say, if the other potential for that is if there was a combo, if there was the way to do a combo randomizer of Kazooie and Tooie, I think that would make absolute sense for my birthday. I feel like that would be, you know, the kind of thing I would love to try for the first time on the birthday stream. It would be huge, it would be cool, but also not so bespoke where it's like, oh, you know, you can do it basically anytime, so why not on the anniversary of your birth, you know? Birthday. I guess I'm sure I don't know like how many options your typical archipelago has, but I assume it would have options for like how many jiggies that you have to get. And I would set that to be 36 jiggies on account of it would be my 36th birthday next year. 36 in both games, I would say. Takes me about 6 hours to do Banjo-Kazooie vanilla style. Takes me about 12 to do Banjo-Tooie vanilla style. Half of jiggies from each would probably be about 9 hours. Provided the birthday stream was on a day off. I could take the day off if it's not. Provided the birthday stream was on the day off, that'd be feasible. I usually don't take my birthday off or anything, but I don't know. Last few years, my birthday's been on a weekend, so that's been nice. What? Show me a calendar real fast, phone. Hang on a second. May 2026 calendar. What day is my birthday on this month? Sunday! It's on Sunday. Wonderful. Yeah, big long stream. No need to take time off. Excellent. Okay. Very cool. Big long stream. Birthday. I don't know what yet. Maybe Banjo-Tooie Randomizer if I don't... if I can. Maybe I should combine that with another randomizer. Do some other combo randomizer. Banjo-Tooie plus, tell me, what's good on Archipelago? Fauntleroy, are you looking at, like, Archipelago right now? What can I do on Archipelago that would be cool for, like, a birthday stream? What do we got? I mean, I'm not sure, like, how many games are really suitable for it, you know, like, to really be suitable for randomization, I feel like you do need some amount of, like, oh, you know, go get an item over here, there's logic involved, etc., etc. There are options for, like, oh, you know, just, like, randomized Mario World, and I've come to think of it, I have done Mario World Randomizer. That was kind of, I think, one of the first ones that I did, but it's just basically the levels in a different order. It doesn't, you know, there's not really logic to, like, oh, you know, you gotta go here first and then there. It's just like, nah, play the levels and the enemies are different. It's a novelty, but it's, like, not a thing. Ocarina of Time is pretty wild. Yeah, I've done that before. Ocarina, Majora's Mask, Wind... I've done tons of randomizers, let me say. I've done... so many. As far as combo ones go, I've only done Ocarina plus Majora's Mask, and that took like 16 hours with the configuration that I went with, so, you know, honestly, I'd love to do that again sometime, but also, man, it's hard to find time for randomizers. Should always try to find time for randomizers. You know, next month is randomizer month. We'll get 8 in. But like, even that is just scratching the surface. Even then, there's so many that could be done. Plans could change. I'm still thinking, until such time as the month is, all Zeldas or all Marios. Wait, what Marios? I can't think of a Mario game that has like that sort of logic. You know, like I said, like World, it's not like there's items or anything to pick up. Well, in a way, there kind of is, but no, not really the same. What are we doing here? Why are we climbing up this tower? Is this where we need to go? Yeah, that's a place we need to go, but can we get up this tower this way? Oh, something like I need to missile this or something. I can scan. Scan visor typically will tell me things I need to do. Mario Land 2 and Mario 64. I've never been the biggest Mario 64 head. You know, I did watch a good deal of you know, I'll say, by the way, AGDQ just ended. Friday was really fucking jam-packed as far as SGDQ goes. What an amazing night of randomizers Friday was. Yesterday, a little less loaded. I watched Silk Song and Wind Waker, but otherwise I kind of just slept, and I wasn't really feeling like watching Hades, actually. I like Hades a lot. I just feel like it's more fun like the first time. Watching people just tear through it is like, yeah, it's not that different from what I do when I tear through it. When I'm at endgame Hades. We've all seen it. I don't know that there's that much more to get out of like Hades as a speedrun goes. Mario and Luigi Super Saga, that's fun. Any particularly good runs to check out? Well, I didn't think about this ahead of time. I'll say that I've only basically watched the ones that I was able to catch live. So, you know, I don't have like a real big list, but I'll say Bonanza was fantastic, Silk Song was fantastic, Mario Kart World was fantastic. Those are like the 3 brand new games that I was able to catch. I never finished Clair Obscur, but if you have, you know, there's a Clair Obscur run that's like 2 hours long. That's got to be pretty amazing, right? That's got to be pretty cool. There must be some glitches that help you get through that, right? Like, it can't just be vanilla style. That seems like it would be dang impossible. I heard Trucking Simulator was good. What else? I enjoyed DK64 Randomizer because I like DK64 Randomizer. I heard some other people in Discords on me and go like, too many in-jokes, too many in-jokes. And, you know, they were a little consternated because it was unlikely for just like basic DK64 fan donos to be read, but you know, whenever you donate, you can't expect your dono to be read every time. I donated total of $100 over like, say, 6 or 7 runs, 6, 7, somewhere in there, and I only got my donos read once during Mario Kart World, and well, that's just how it is. Unless one got read while I was like, you know, not listening, just watching something, you know, during like a break or something. In which case, y'all can tell me if another dono I did got read. I feel like someone would have mentioned it in one of the Discords I'm in. I heard several people say they heard the Mario Kart dono that I did. That was nice. It's always good when it's like, oh, that's me, hey, that's me, that's my dono. Wonderful, great. That was your goatee, Claire Obscura. Yeah, that gotta run. That's gotta be good. What else was yesterday? Majora's Mask blindfolded. Blindfolded Majora's Mask was pretty fucking impressive. I gotta say, like, holy shit. Can't believe they did that. What else was Friday? Let me see. I got it. I can pull up my phone here. Let's see. Friday night had Mario Galaxy, which was a pretty damn good run. Mario Galaxy had some really cool, like, 2-player strats. Bonanza, Majora's Mask, blindfolded. Chrono Trigger with Manip. Just up to Magus, just up to the Magus boss fight. That was okay. Wasn't really as good. I thought Donosaurus was nice to see, but a lot of that was just like, yeah, I'm kind of in the mood for some Castlevania. I could go for some Castlevania right now. I heard... I was sleeping during Mario 64 because I stayed up way too late Saturday night. I stayed up way too fucking late Saturday night. But Mario 64 was a 70-star, 70-person rally where they were switching controllers every star to another person, to another runner. I want to watch that at some point. I haven't yet. I've been busy. But now that the run is over, I'll definitely, like, watch that soonish. Other than that, mostly I just watch, like, one run a day. For the most part, other than Thursday, which was stream day. I think I saw, like, mostly the primetime things. So, like, on Wednesday, there was DK64. On, Psychonauts 2 on, Tuesday. Metroid Prime 3 Corruption and Mario Kart World on Monday. I didn't see all of Corruption. Again, it was, like, at 4 a.m. It was way too late. And Sunshine, and that's all I've seen so far. I've heard good things about some other runs, like the trucking run, and I'm curious to, like, you know, poke around and check those out. Over the course of the next week. You know, while I'm at work, I'm always looking for things to watch on the phone, you know, in the background, while, you know, doing productive stuff, while working, while driving, while, etc. And, all those runs are great to catch up on, and, such and such and such and such. There's a lot of good stuff. Oh, Sword of the Sea was also on Friday. I didn't watch that. I enjoyed that game. Okay, it's just that I didn't finish it, so I'm not really interested in seeing a speedrun of a game I didn't finish in the first place. Generally. That said, you know, a lot of people will say and will tell you that, you know, the best runs oftentimes aren't just like the standard bearers, aren't just like, hey, you know, it's Mario and Zelda and you know, Wind Waker, woo, you know, it's not just the ones that you've heard of that you played your whole life. I hope. Some people didn't play any of these games growing up. That's very sad. I hope you played them in your later life. You know, like Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3, and that's it, are really great. The Zelda games are all, at the very least, very cool and good, except for the DS ones. Don't, Phantom Hourglass and the Spirit Tracks, don't fuck around with those. They're not good. But like every 3D Zelda is at the very least cool. At the very least has kick-ass dungeons. At the very least has like something good to it. You know, I think Twilight Princess gets a little bloated and Skyward Sword gets very bloated. But you know, they still have kick-ass dungeons. And I do think the wolf is also kind of cool in Twilight Princess as well. We need to do the upgrade here, and this will give us another checkaroony. What do we got? What do we got from this? Now this is cool. You know, typically in the original game, well, we did get a ship missile expansion from this as well. Whatever. That's vanilla. In the original game, vanilla style, you have to traverse all this room by making the panels go up and then climb all the way up before you can open the shutters, let the ship in, and then upgrade it. I feel like that's a great amount of elaboration for a upgrade to have. If you were to say get like a computer chip and just have to bring it to an NPC to install it, that'd be really stupid. That'd be really bad. It's a good thing that no game exists that does that. That's not a thing that any self-respecting Metroid Prime would ever do, I say. Or any other sort of Metroidvania. Definitely never been done in a Metroidvania before. Definitely that is true. Not joking. Literally true. There is no Metroidvania where the described thing happens. Certainly not a Metroidvania. Any such game would not be... Yeah. I tend to like runs where it involves something interesting and not like glitch that skips 90% of the game. There was one for Isolation that's cool. Ones that are like all vanilla style, all like, you know, skill can be cool as well. I will say, yeah, you know, I think for me the best example of that I can think of is like some of the retro, some of the Retro Studios DKCs. Retro Studios, a studio that has never, you know, we're playing a Retro Studios game right now. A studio that has never put out a bad game. Well, were they involved in Hunters? No, that was EAD. They have never a game that they have worked on from start to finish has been bad. Yes. Shout out to Retro Studios. They do great work when they're allowed to. They're good. They're good folks, I think. And you know, certainly if they had their choice, they would only make great games. I wonder when the next Retro Studios game will be. Maybe it'll be as Donkey Kong this time. Wouldn't that be nice? I think that'd be cool if they had a chance to make a fan favorite again. Return to a fan favorite franchise and do it justice. They've never done that before. They've only mostly, you know, moved on to the next thing after they finished the one thing. It'd be and they've never done that, including the part where it's good. Parentheses. That'd be nice. They should. I'd like to see another Donkey Kong Country from them. I really would. Especially now that like the feel like now is it okay to say, spoiler wise, as far as Bonanza, Energy Cell, we don't have the spider ball. Yeah, we don't have it. It'd be funny if I just went up to this and it just worked. Nope, don't have it. Can't do it. AI manipulation as well is something that you're into. Yeah, that's cool. Or like, what's it called? Like with Chrono Trigger's run this year, RNG manipulation. That's interesting. I do feel like the best example of that I've ever seen, and far better than Chrono Trigger, honestly. The best example of that, as far as RNG manipulation goes, I think, is Earthbound. Earthbound's RNG manipulation run is just like pretty much start to finish, everything perfectly works out, every move. They basically have it like down to a T. It's pretty damn impressive, like every single move of the game mapped out and figured out, etc., etc. Where does Prime 3 rank for you? As far as the Prime games, I would say second. I would put Metroid Prime 2 ahead of it, and then this one, and then Prime 1. And, you know what I'll say? There's one other Prime game worth ranking, and that is, of course, Prime Pinball. Prime Pinball is not as good as 1. It's just, it's a good game, but it's just a little short, you know? It's just basically like 2 pinball. I think 3, I think there's a third one. But it's, you know, it's really not much. Like, Prime Pinball would make more sense as like, you know, here's what I think about Prime Pinball, which is that Prime Pinball would make sense if it was like Nintendo Pinball, and it was just like a dozen different boards with like different, you know, like, oh, here's a Mario board, here's a Zelda board, here's like 3, you know, like 3 of each, let's say, and you get like 10 different. If you could have like 20 different boards in there, I think it would be a good deal at $40. It was $40 and there's like 3. That sucks. That's not great. You know, maybe I'm being unfair. Maybe it was what it was, but man, it wasn't much. Limited in scope. I can't get that, nor can I can't proceed that way, can I? That sort of step count and RNG manip is bananas. Yeah, I guess that's the thing about Earthbound specifically, rather than Chrono Trigger, is that like every step advances you. So like you can very easily add extra, or like menu stuff advances you in the RNG. So you can just like very quickly manip every time, and it's predictable. And you know, I guess they can't do that as easily for Chrono Trigger, or rather like after 1 or 2 battles, it seems like the RNG manip breaks down and they stop doing it. I don't, how many of, okay. These guys seal up after we use them. I don't think we did the top one. That should get us a check. And then I guess let's bop out of here. I think this area is pretty much kaput. A lot of time, a lot of effort, some amount of tools, I think, is how they figure out that sort of RNG manip stuff. Okay, that's how those platforms gets frozen. We have a friend that does it for us. Ah. I will say I did watch a bunch of new shows after the you know, I did the Friday stream on Thursday because Friday was so packed AGDQ wise. Didn't want to miss Bonanza, didn't want to miss Majora's Mask, didn't want to miss any of that, and I didn't. But have been watching more anime, have seen like all the Friday and Saturday shows. Didn't get a chance to watch the Sunday shows before the stream started, but we'll definitely watch them soonish. Were there any standouts last this done on Friday or Saturday? I liked Brave of the Scum of the Braves. That one was a pretty good premiere. Otherwise, yes, there was some stuff that was okay. There was some stuff that was bad. it's not worth remembering at this time. I'll say I'm overall not terribly impressed by the new shows this season. Not terribly impressed by the new shows this season, but whatever happens, this season should be pretty good, considering that Oshi no Ko is back, considering that Frieren is back, considering that like a couple other really kick-ass shows are back. Fire Force, Jujutsu Kaisen. Man, that I forgot how dark Jujutsu Kaisen got since the last time Jujutsu Kaisen was on the air. Oh my god, it's darker than even My Hero Academia went, you know? It's like, oh wow, you're I thought that was pretty dark. The final last few arcs of My Hero Academia, but man, no, they're just everything's all the way fucked up in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Holy shit. Anime is a big blind spot for you. You watched Dragon Ball Z, Gundam, and other stuff on Toonami growing up. I mostly got in via Adult Swim. That was my inroad, so I didn't end up watching any of the stuff that was on Toonami. Probably a silly thing, but it was probably just something like, oh, you know, I don't know how I ended up, like, overlooking that entirely. You know, around the time Toonami was getting big was around the time I was watching, like, Pokemon and, like, WB Kids, you know, morning lineup, which included things like anime-adjacent things like, you know, Jackie Chan Adventures is basically a shonen cartoon. I would describe it's basically like a Western Pokemon, I guess. Is Pokemon shonen? I don't know if Pokemon counts as shonen, or is it under a different genre label, but, you know, I was getting into a lot of that stuff, but never did try out, Dragon Ball or a bunch of other stuff that was exclusive to that, you know, a lot of people did get into. I mostly watched Adult Swim, and then, really it was subscribing to Crunchyroll that did it. When I subscribed to Crunchyroll and got heavy into following, you know, seasonal anime, and more specifically, like, trying out every show that airs. I try out every show that airs, even ones where, you know, you watch, you can probably tell, like, just looking at it, like, this one's not gonna be for me. Because sometimes it is for you. Sometimes it is really good, despite preconceptions, and then, you know, you don't want to have preconceptions, do you? That said, like, this Friday, one of the shows I watched was just like, it was like a vampire romance thing, reverse harem, where, like, all the vampires were like, you know, flavorless pretty boys. I don't understand. Here's something I don't understand, just as a random aside, anime-wise. I don't understand why all the reverse harems seem like shit. You know, all the regular harems are, like, filled with a good variety of, like, character designs. You know, they have different heights, different voices, different faces, different body types a lot of the time. Different personalities that fall into a number of pretty well-established patterns, you know, different tropes, you know, character types. Whereas, like, a lot of the reverse harems I see are just like, yeah, it's just like 5 hot guys who are not drawn differently and don't have different personalities. And just like, man, I feel bad for y'all on the other side of the fence there. We get a pretty good variety where, like, you know, you have your pick of the litter and they're all different and, you know, it makes things really fun. But, like, 5 hot guys? You really want that? I don't know, man. Like, there's plenty of room to have harem, you know, fodder that isn't just like, oh, this is just the most conventionally attractive character you can imagine. 5 of them. of the exact same sorts with the exact same faces and exact same like, ooh, hey, I'm too cool, you know, soft boy, I would describe it as. It's like a pretty boy personality. I don't know what that is. A House of 5 Hot Guys sounds. It was like a dormitory, the vampire show that is airing this season, the reverse harem show that's airing this season. What? Oh, it's Chip Missile. Okay, I already got that, but that's a really weird looking pickup. Let me say. Did we come in here? Or did we, yeah, I think we've now wrapped all the way around. We went all the way out this way and we found our way back. Excellent. I think let's go out this way and we can get these 2 checks now, which is nice. Maybe we boogie after this. Question. Yeah, go ahead, shoot. I just don't get it, the whole reverse harem thing. I know that, like, it is a fantasy type thing, and, like, maybe on a certain level, like, oh, people only want... They basically just want fan service, and for ladies, typically that fan service is just like, yeah, they should be as hot as possible. That's it. Nothing else matters. But, I would like to think that stuff other than that matters, and that you can do something that's more interesting and compelling, etc. in that space, but whatever. Does Samus's helmet look like her ship, or does her ship look like her helmet? Well, I would have to imagine her helmet came from her Chozo origins. So, I do believe her helmet came first, and then she bought a ship that looked like her helmet. In fact, in some of the games, it doesn't look like her helmet at all. You know, like in Zero Mission or Fusion, I forget which one, but in one of those, there's a big purple ship that doesn't look like her helmet even a little bit, so there you go, there's the answer. If we could check Zero Mission, what the ship design was like in that, we would know for sure, but I think she just found one that was very similar later on in life and was just like, oh shit. Well, I gotta get it in orange. Come on, that's my color. And then she finds the Varia suit, and it's just like, oh god damn it, now I'm red. She finds the dark suit, and now she's just like, oh, crap. Gonna have to bring my ship to the painters. Alright, we got everything over here. That was nice and quick. The hell? Oh, that's just I remember seeing what that was earlier. I know what it is. It isn't what we're looking for. Don't believe we can get any of that stuff. Even if we can, we have loads of options. We still don't have Boost Ball, so I don't know if Elysia is a safe place to go. Though we could take a chance and go there and resume revert a save if it's nothing. Should we take a chance on Elysia? Should we take a chance on Elysia? It'd be more interesting taking a chance on Elysia. We could also go fight, I think we can go fight the shape-shifting boss of the pirate homeworld. We can go fight that dude. That lady if we want, but I don't know. Let me think about it. Let's think about it as we're walking back. I think it'd be fun to take a chance. We've been going for 2 hours. If we can find Boost Ball on Elysia, then we can basically do most everything on Elysia, except for, well, screw attack stuff. Except for, screw attack stuff, 1, 2, screw attack stuff, 1, boost ball stuff, 2, what else are we missing as far as Elysia is concerned? There's like another thing that we can't do right now. Spider ball, yes, okay. We can't do that stuff either. So there's some items that we would need, but also Elysia does contain some checks that we can get for free. And also some other things that, you know, we might as well get while we're in the area. That, by the way, is Grapple Lasso. We already have Grapple Lasso. So let's carry on. Let's get out of here. Good trip. Good stuff. I think we're making pretty good progress. We have only one of the 5 canisters that we need, which isn't great, but I think we do have like half of the items, maybe around 2 hours in, and we do have an idea of like where some of the items that we haven't yet got will be. Like, I think we have seen an energy cell locked behind Spider Ball. Haven't we seen another energy cell? I think we saw 2 energy cells somewhere that we couldn't get. There's so many of them. Hopefully we'll just run into them and then we'll just be able to finish the game from there. Let's go. Let's do it. I feel like Metroid Prime 3 is really great in how open it is. I really like how you can explore multiple areas at any one time, and there is maybe less exploration involved here than in 2, for instance, let's say. But I think it is still more... It has less problem areas compared to, like, 1, where there's the whole, I'm in the mood to take a chance on Elysia. Let's take a chance on Elysia. 1 has, like, the whole like linear stretch in the lava caves, Magmore, and I feel like that is just such a mistake. And my God, they would never make that mistake again, right? Like make a whole area that's entirely linear. Well, I guess Phaaze is literally that, but fortunately we can skip it in the randomizer here just by setting an option in the configuration, which I did. You won't be seeing Phaaze unless I fucked up. I don't think I did. We just need to get the canisters and end. I wish you could just, like, skip to the boss of Phaaze. I would do the final boss of Phaaze. I just don't want to do the whole, like, 10-15 minute, like, farting around, going through the alien plant, like, ooh, I'm shooting dudes. Ooh, wow, yee, it's all linear and, no exploration involved. No thought, head empty. And I don't want to do that. I want to just stick to the Metroid-y parts of this game. Folks, we are here in Elysia, and I'm gonna take a little bit of a chance here. Right now, we do not have what we need to escape Elysia. We have what we need to get into Elysia, but pretty shortly into Elysia, there is a boost ball softlock situation thing. We're like, oh, you know, if you want to get back here, you're going to have to go find the boost ball. And it is intentionally a soft lock. It is intentionally set up to, like, prevent you from backtracking when you really don't have to, and keep you in Elysia. But we don't know that the boost ball will be here in Elysia. So, like, if it's not, we're going to have to return here. And I'll say, I saw in the Metroid Prime 3 run, apparently what you can do before you get to before your Phaaze just starts to, like, overload, you can just load in your energy tanks and you'll be immune during all those grapple sequences. Pretty neat. So long as you don't have, like, regenerating Phaaze, which we don't because we haven't seen the thing that, I don't know how we missed it here in the randomizer, but we have not seen the thing that makes our Phaaze recharge, you know, without limit. But anyway, pretty soon here we'll have a point of no return. I will do a checkpoint like right outside, just in case there's anything we want to save or anything that we want to like return to. But there's a lot of Elysia we can explore, but unless we find an item that lets us get back, it is essentially a big old motherfucking softlock that like, you know, might have further softlocks later on if there's further boost ball situations that we can't get past. We'll see. I think it's just the main one. You know, last year I did this randomizer and I didn't have boost ball, and also I didn't have double jump. And it turns out if you don't have double jump, it's even worse. Like without double jump, you can barely like there's a lot of points where you'll just jump off a ledge and then look backwards and go like, "Oh, wait. Aggressive missile. Oh fuck yeah, that's really good." I'll say there is a good possibility that we'll get stuff here that you know, maybe we should return elsewhere and do more stuff elsewhere. But that's the progressive missile, so now we can do this. Look at that, perfect place to show that off. Well, I say perfect place. All it unlocks is that big bomb part, which doesn't do anything for us since we're probably not going to need to fight the boss. Probably not going to need to do that whole rigmarole. And honestly, I hope we don't have to do that whole rigmarole. It'd be best if we didn't have to do any rigmarole. We'll see what happens, though. Here. We'll inject the tank. Oh, you know what? I forgot. I think on the randomizer here, they did some changes where these grapple things are actually easier. They don't have enemies or whatever, and I think they go extra fast as well. So we don't actually have to worry about hitting dudes while we're swinging on those things, which I think is nice. You know, it's kind of fun to do casually, but no. Hang on, let me just I'm gonna pop into this room. That's not right. I'm gonna do a save right here in this room. We're gonna do a hard save while we have all the items that we have, because I believe this is the point of no return. Right here. Or it's coming up. Yeah, this is it. Okay. So here, I believe that might be an X-ray door or something. Here, the way that, or, you know, no, that's just a door, but you get to it by the other side using the boost ball. Here, there is a fourth ball traversal sequence. And then if you want to get back up, you need to use the boost ball. If you do not have the boost ball, that's just an energy tank. That's fine. We can't get it. We don't have spider ball either. Without the boost ball, we cannot make our way back. And also, without the boost ball, we can't make our way back. We cannot activate the thing here. So we will have to, and also we can't activate the other fast travel point either, because the mother brain, the big brain has it locked up, and you need to use boost ball to access the the Aurora unit. So, like I said, this whole area is going to be a whole big, huge gamble. This is going to be a whole big, huge gamble, whether we can find the boost ball or some other option that lets us get around this room. Maybe with the fire, we can get back to from where we came. That would be excellent if so. I'm not sure, though. Where'd the guy go? Okay, I was gonna say, like, what the fuck? And I am indeed saying what the fuck. But, usually doesn't this guy appear when he has to repair some of his friends? But since we were able to kill his friends with the plasma beam, we were able to, like, melt them to cinders. He has no one to repair, so he's not showing up on a regular basis. That's interesting. Usually, outside of the randomizer, you wouldn't be able to... Hey, buddy. That wouldn't happen, so this guy would be appearing normal style. Wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. He appeared twice, and, you know, we got a really good beam. Fucked him up real good. Let's go. If you didn't have the grapple, you'd be soft-locked here as well. Also, by the way. I feel like it might be possible that the randomizer prioritizes putting things outside of places where you'd be soft-locked. So maybe we won't find anything here. Or rather, maybe we won't find Boost Ball here because all the Boost Balls are somewhere where it's expecting you to look first, but I think it is worth a go, I guess. I don't know. I don't have screw attack, so I can't go that way. I can do this thing. I can't go this way. Again, you know, we might run into a soft lock situation real fast here. I am prepared. I am ready. We will not lose progress. Well, we might lose. Obviously, the Steam Lord isn't going to stay defeated, but we'll be good otherwise. Okay, yeah, they make these easier, which is really nice. It's not great. I mean, I think actually with the multi-missile, that might actually open a way back to past the boost ball room over to like where we came from. Let's test that theory. I think we might be good. I think we might be good as far as soft locks go. I think we might be great, actually. You know what? Yeah, this is definitely beyond that boost ball related soft lock. Okay. No soft locks to be found. We are safe. This is in logic. Let's do this. Fuck yeah. The Steam Lord is like dead. And you know, will continue to be dead. Unless I soft lock like 5 minutes from now. And then have to like undo. I mean, I think it is safe now to just do this. Fuck it. I'll just do a save right here. Why not? Now, Steam Lord's dead, no matter what. Isn't there a save right here? There's a save right here. What am I doing? Let's just stick to vanilla saves rather than using the gimmick, rather than using the help menu. That's better. I think the help menu looks a lot better now. If I recall, it was a lot more bootsy the last time I played it. I guess maybe the menu mod got some improvements relatively recently. Oh, and I do know it's a different button command now, so I guess it definitely did get updated. Previously, you had to hold down 3 buttons and shake. Now you hold down 4 buttons. It's not a big difference. Just if you're holding down BA and missile down D-pad and then shaking and nothing's happening. Minus now. Harder to do with one hand. In fact, I don't know if you can do it with one hand. Maybe if you do like... Yeah, you sort of have to reposition your hands to do that combination with one hand. Like, otherwise, you know, with the default grip, my finger cannot quite reach around and hit that without loosening. Let me see. I can sort of go around like this. No, that causes my thumb to be looser on the A and the thing. What about this? Maybe this is the intended way. Pinky. Pinky. Ah! I can kind of do it. It's kind of possible. That kind of hurts my pinky. It's not a comfortable way to access a debug menu. Use a second hand. That's much easier. Second hand, like this. Proper help screen. Proper help screen technique here. 2 hands, not 1. All right. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling not soft-locked in the least. I'm feeling like Elysia was not a gamble after all. Not less of a gamble than I thought. I'll say this, by the way, was one of the Softlocks when I was in Elysia for the first time in the randomizer like a year and a half ago. Year and change ago. Because I didn't have the double jump, I couldn't get back through this room. There's a couple rooms like that if you don't have the double jump. It's not good. You gotta watch out. You gotta be cautious, you know? Now then, thinking. We can go out here and do some stuff. We can go over here and do some stuff. Let's go over there first. I think we're more limited in like what we can accomplish right now over in this direction, which means that we can just like pick up some stuff and then go over and explore on the other side of everything. We can't go over here, but we don't have the we don't have the screw attack, so we cannot go no further. I didn't check what the item was in the pipes, so I'll just go get it, and then we'll find out by doing. Go back to anime for a second. I will say with this season, maybe I feel like I've been like noping out of. Oh, hang on, this is. Boost ball! Alright, well. Even if we were locked, we were trapped without boost ball anywhere. Now we have boost ball, so that's fantastic. Excellent, good. The gamble paid off, and also it wasn't a gamble at all. Two things were true. Also, that means we can go talk to the Aurora unit, and it means we can do the first mini-boss that we have access to. Also, there's several areas with half pipes that are now possible for us to do. That room isn't anything. This room is just like an exit. Let's fucking go. That's good. Good get. I'll say a thing with anime this season. I feel like I'm more and more frustrated by just like shows that are unoriginal. That are just like, here's the popular trope. This guy was kicked out of the hero's party. What do you think of that? And I just go like, I think I've heard it like 3 times this season already, and 4 times in the previous season. What else you got? Is that it? Is that the whole idea? That's not an original idea. It's not even a little bit. It's not even trying to be. But anyway, I'm so sick of just the same ideas, the same fucking shows basically, without any sort of originality, without any sort of like twist on it. I don't know. I feel like just I am more and more dismissive immediately of just like, okay, if your premise is the guy was kicked out of the hero's party, or that you're a villainess whose prince fiance just said, but I betray you. It's like, You're gonna have to do better than that because there's at least one of those shows every season. You're gonna have to be like the best version of that one can imagine if you want me to actually fucking give a shit. Fucking get interested. One thing I just don't understand is like, I feel like there are other concepts that one could have for a show of that sort, right? Like, there's so many concepts that you could crib off of, so many shows that you could do around, like, oh, you know, like, I think about Zelda, right? Like, the way Zelda is structured is interesting. There's dungeons. Every dungeon has an interesting upgrade in it. But no one's making a show that's just like Zelda writ large. Everyone is making the show that's like, oh, what if Dragon Quest? What if it's Dragon Quest? Hazard Shield! Fuck yes. Fuck yeah, that opens up pirates really nice and big. That gives us a bunch of stuff to do in pirates. 1 second, let me mark that off real fast. The hazard shield is right there. Lower left on the thing. I feel like there's so many things you could do other than just like, we got an adventurers guild. Welcome to town. There's an adventurers guild. You can go sign up there to be an adventurer. And then you can do like silly little fest quests where you kill monsters or something. I don't know. Maybe it's a corrupt adventurers guild where everyone's kind of a dickhead. Maybe it's chill and relaxed. In any case, you know what you're getting into when they say like, I would like to go register at the Adventurers Guild, and I would like to be ranked in like an ascending scale of ranks from D to S, or alternatively from like gold to copper or something, you know, platinum, mithril. It's like, okay, you change the materials, you change the ranking system. It's still so played out. You know, I don't know why there isn't like a one that's aping like Diablo. You know, like I think of the way Diablo works and just like, okay, well, there's just like a series of hub areas, one after the other. There's like a sense of temporariness. You know, I feel like every hub is always just falling to the darkness at the end of each arc, and I feel like that gives it a pretty unique character that is pretty cool. The way that Diablo works, and also there's like a weird amount of like in Diablo an emphasis on the self of just like, okay, you know, you can't. There's always going to be more demons. There's always going to be like darkness encroaching on towns, and you know, towns may fall, but your skill points and your abilities that you unlocked, those stay forever. So, you know, just continue grinding and grinding and grinding and bettering yourself. I feel like that could be the basis of like a pretty good setup for like some sort of, you know, RPG coded fantasy show, right? Like, it'd be pretty simple to just, like, set a world in a Diablo-type nightmare world where everything is dire and grim. The forces of darkness are pressing up against everything. And just, like, yeah, you know, maybe there is, like, an ounce of hope, but people are more focused on their own ability trees than they are of, like, saving every town that can be saved. Or like a Zelda, you know, you could picture like, okay, every arc. Imagine like, you know, I think it's good in like shonen shows is like a constant like progression of abilities, of like new super moves, of like extra powers, you know, and like a Zelda one item per arc type setup. That just makes a lot of sense. I think that just makes a lot of sense, you know, you could easily see that as being a structure. And you don't have to be like, oh, you know, go kill 15 lizards. You could have it be like, go explore a dungeon. Like, that's something. That's better than alternative models, I feel like. Better than just like your most generic, most played out fantasy thing. Here's like the thing right now that I'm thinking oftentimes watching these shows. I feel like whenever I see a stat screen now, you know, in a isekai where the guy is just like, oh my god, I've been isekai'd into a world that resembles one of these MMOs that definitely exists, that definitely is real and not just made up by one of these authors and the rest of them just followed suit and made their own made-up MMOs that don't resemble actual MMOs. Open stat screen! Open stat screen! They're always... This one is a boost ball. This is a boost boss, isn't it? Also, wait, isn't that a progressive missile? We don't need that. We also have the hyper missile already. Oh, well, there's other checks in this room. It's worth doing. Okay. Oh, I need to... Damn it! Do like a grapple beam. Come on. Come on! Damn it! All right. All right, turn and face me. The ironic thing is I don't have the ability to like recharge my Phaaze on. Right, I can't get passive recharge, which means that there is a certain limit to like how much energy I can use. But also, I could just be using it at all times now, since I cannot die from it. As a result of not having been past that one area that starts that thing. Okay. Oh, damn it. Hopefully we can still get... Okay, just a little bit left. Probably could have finished it off there, but whatever. Still got it. I think I prefer to not to do any of the bosses. Like, or any of the main bosses. Like I said, they're probably not gonna have a one-of-a-kind item that we, you know, there really aren't any one-of-a-kind items in this randomizer. Not any item that we need to find every instance of. So probably, unless like, oh, you know, Spider Ball is both like one boss and another boss, probably will be able to do just fine without. Come on, come on. There we go. That's right, that's right. Go ahead and die, and then we'll, we already have all the progressive missiles, so we don't, that's nothing. But, there is another check to do right here, and we have everything we need to get that. Why did it turn it off? Huh? Oh. Turn on both of them, I guess, and then this opens? Oh, I guess it overheated or something. And now we can access the energy cell, which of course is going to be a missional expansion, so that's nothing. That's nothing. Whatever. We have the morph ball, the boost ball, so we can't get out of here. Worth noting that this is one of those cases where like the Softlock help menu can get you out of this bottom room. I've done that before. And the last time that I was here, this was one of many Softlocks that I had to worm my way out of playing it last year. Really, it was December of the year before last year, but, you know, about a year ago. And it is very nice to just be able to go in and go out without it being a big deal at all. It's going quite swimmingly, I'll say. My current estimates, if I had to guess, I'd say we'd be done in like we were out at the 3-hour mark right now. I had to guess, I would say 5 to 6 hours, 6 or 7, 6, 7, somewhere around there. Yeah, I think that'd be about what this will take. What's that? What's that right there? Oh, it's probably wasn't there a spider ball track? I think there was a spider ball track over there. I wish there was a zooming beam. I wish there was just like a magnifying glass. Stop shooting me, guys. Seriously, stop. Stop. Very annoying. I wish there was like a zoom beam or a zoom visor. That'd be really convenient because I cannot for the life of me see what that is. Otherwise, kind of looks like a missile expansion. So we might be good to just ignore that and mosey. But who can say? Oh, worth noting, we could have done this to get around the whole grapple thing, but we didn't need to. There was no need for that. And there might have even been a check or two along the way, so no, it's fine. It's good. This was a soft locked when you didn't have double jump. Again, so much of the game is designed around having double jump that like you'd be surprised the amount of things you can't do without it. And a lot of it is cases where you can go forward, but you can't go back. You know, you can go one way, can't go the other way. So, careful. It's screwy, it's screwy. We got most everything. Remember, what we really need is canisters, but we also need, I believe, we need to be able to get to the place where you cash in your pirate code. I think that requires like a couple items. I think that requires I think that requires the hyper energy transfer module. We don't have that, right? Don't think we have that. So we'll have to get that. We can go talk to the Metroid, the Mother Brain, now that we have the boost ball. So we'll go do that. Also, we'll fight the mini boss here. First mini boss we're fighting. First of the three, like proper mini bosses. And I don't know that we will be fighting any of the other ones. We might, we'll see. But, we don't have to unless they're in the way. Which they might be. We haven't, a bunch of areas we haven't, gone to yet. Explored, etc. Hello, Mother Aurora units. How are you? Open the fast travel point.
The Aurora unit is corrupted and requires repair. Opening maintenance level hatch.
Thank you. Oh, you still have to... Is it still gonna do the cutscene where the guy comes in and is like, hey, fuck you, I got my beam here. I got my beam here and I'm gonna use it to fuck up all these things. And then you're gonna have to fight me at your ship. I think that will happen. Come on out. Thank you. That will happen, but we do have the beam required to repair the stuff, so I guess we can just repair as soon as he walks away. But we will also go beat his ass. Alright, that's done. Now then, you do this, and then you sort of just go with your hand, and just like do whatever that is that Samus is doing. I feel like I want to remix. I want to reorder the plans for next month. I feel like Tunic and Ori 2 might be weird. I already did buy them on Steam, so I'm ready to go as far as that goes. But I feel like I'd rather play an older games randomizer. Yep, I'm aware. Ow!
Network's been severed. You have no chance of destroying the seed unless you restore the Aurora unit.
Well, this is embarrassing. You should have asked me what I was here for first. I'm not here for the seed. I'm here for canisters and main abilities. Also, your intervention is pointless because due to randomizer, I already have the fucking laser gun. So I can repair this just as well as you can destroy it. Instantly, immediately. It's already done. He's outside, you know, sort of like crawling through the vents or whatever. He pops up, he goes past the Aurora unit, and just immediately boots up. Just like, what the fuck? Hang on. I just gave my whole speech. I just said it was pointless to... Okay. Fuck. Better go back in there and re-fuck it. Or we talk to the Aurora unit, and it tells us, like, oh, you know, doors are open. And, oh, good. You don't have to actually talk to it. I guess. Maybe. Maybe, it's in the randomizer here. There's nothing... There's no conversation to be had. Just, oh, you did the thing. Okay, now the fast travel point is open. And you have authorization to use it. I kind of wish that fast travel point was just open to begin with. I'll say if it was, that would save us a lot of, like... It'd be harder to the soft lock if that fast travel point was there, and you could just unlock it and, you know, escape the plant that way. Rather than using, like, any number of key items, but, This is I do think this randomizer could use a little bit more time and attention. I do think it has a lot of potential. It's just that it's a little too easy to soft lock. And you have to be really on your toes to make sure that you're not, you know, fucking yourself sideways at all. Okay, what are we doing? I think we're going back and fighting the guy, so let's go back and fight the guy. Is there anything in there that we can get right now? Hang on. Let's see. We can't go over there, and we can't get past the boost ball thing now. I think there is a pickup in the boost after you use the ramp. So let's go over there and do exactly what I just said.
Ship status alert. Unknown entity approaching.
All right, it's mini boss time.
Commencing hull lockdown.
Okay, so here, door is over here. Go through here and we activate the ramp. And we'll go from there. I'm more awake than I was last weekend, around the same time. No, I've gotten, I'll say I think I can now probably go to sleep at a pretty good time and sleep through most of the night. And, you know, get a good night of sleep before a work night now, but, still I'm staying up pretty late. Like I said, I've been rewatching My Hero Academia and just going like, just letting it ride, just like one episode after another, which means that it's very easy to look up and go like, oh shit, I did just watch like all of the big season 6, season 5 arc, all of that big arc where like, oh, you know, everything, the hospital, the Gunga village. I watched that whole arc, and that's like 12, 14 episodes. And looking up after that and going like, oh shit, it's 4 a.m. When did it get to 4 a.m.? Well, whatever. I guess I should sleep now. Oh, right. That's the one. The pickup that we don't have is the one that's in the wall over there. Which, shit, I can see right now is an energy tank, so it'd be nice to get, but it's not essential. And it'll have to wait until we have the spider ball. I think let's fight this dude, and then let's get out of Elysia. Go over back to Pirates. I think Pirate Land is the next place I want to do. I have Hazard Shield now, so that's pretty cool. Where does this let up? You know, an interesting thing about these spin wheels is that you can do them in one direction or the other direction. It'd be weird if ever they, you know, brought the spin wheels back, but all of a sudden they only work one way. Why would that be? That doesn't make sense. Fucked up. Someone fucked up. If that were to happen in a some sort of non-Metroidvania Metroid game. Who can say? Who knows? I don't. Certainly it's not happened yet, right? I'm kidding. You know I am. But also I'm not gonna... Oh no, kayfabe breaking today. Just going to stay, I'm going to just, Oh, I think there's an item up there I can get real fast. Not gonna break kayfabe today. No mentions. No. I'm gonna consider. I'm gonna continue like sending some strays and all that.
Priority status alert.
But some strays will continue to get caught. But you know, I'm not gonna say what I'm talking about, what I'm referring to. What do we got here? Oh, hang on, that looks like something. It's just another hazard shield. Okay, it's nothing. Okay. Ooh. Sitting up. Shaking the head. Let's go fight our dude, our guy. Hi, friends. I'm just gonna walk through. Don't mind me. It's the right way. What happens if you Oh, wait a minute. Maybe the reason why you can't, like, move your ship around before the brain gives you the okay isn't because it's so that you can't take the ship and put it somewhere where it can't be part of the mini-boss. Oh. So I guess it doesn't matter if you, like, repair the brain early. You don't get, like, access to the ship thing until the mini-boss is dealt with. Is that right? That would actually make sense if that was the way it worked. I guess that makes sense. Could just make it so that the dude is just there and the ship is just there whenever you go there and go fight him. What if you landed? What if you got in the ship and flew off and then came back to this landing point? Would that guy still be there, like, hammering away? I don't know. I should have checked. I should have went to I should have went and, like, summoned the ship to the other zone just to see what happened there. Hey, what's up? What's up? How you doing? I know you have a really nice mech suit. No, that ship is you know, my pretty good ship and all. By the way, I had the option to start looking corrupted. I started looking corrupted.
Will be corrupted, including you.
I started at like max aesthetic corruption because I thought it would be cool. I think it is. Oh, I gotta hit him in the mouth. Excuse me if it takes me a moment to remember what the things you do in the boss fights are. It's all fine and good. Anyway, I might... If anyone else has any suggestions for, like, possible randomizers you'd like to see during the month of Randomizer, there are a bunch of options. I am beginning to have second thoughts about the ones I have specifically selected so far, just because, for reasons. But, for reasons that make sense, like, oh, I don't know, like, how much this'll... But I also have second thoughts about other possible ones, like the Castlevanias, like, you know, there's loads. And honestly, you know, I'm with the month of randomizers, I'm focusing on, with Randomizer month, I'm focusing on both A, brand new ones, and B, ones I've never done, and also ones that, A, ones I've never done, B, oh, come on, stop switching back and forth, you fucking dipshit. Switching back and forth every time I... You asshole. Can I shoot that with my gun? Ugh. I don't know. Banjo-Tooie Randomizer would make sense, as would other options, I guess, if I'm considering ones that don't involve like moves or progression. Is there a Banjo-Tooie tracker on Emo? I need a tracker to track my stuff so that y'all know like what moves I have. It'd be silly to do without an Emo tracker. Or some sort of tracker, at least. I'm not sure, like, how much Emo tracker, etc. supports. Oh, I need to switch to this to get the final hit in. Yay! I'm not sure, like, how much tracker supports some of those other ones have. Oh, hang on. That does look like something. I could check Emo tracker. That's just the regular ass missile launcher pickup that actually I think got an expansion first. I think I set it so that the actual missiles have like an extra big large amount of missiles in them, so not a bad pickup. It's just well, honestly it is kind of a bad pickup for this game. Like there's the super missile equivalent is the hyper missile, and that does not cost missile ammo. So ironically in this game, you know, there's kind of a problem with it. Collecting missiles is like nothing. It does nothing for you. Maybe it makes it so that whenever there's a missile puzzle or like you know, you don't have a problem getting in, but it's not like it gives you anything special. All right. Let me see an Emo tracker real fast while we're just sort of, can I do this with, yup, oopsie-daisy. Wondering if I can navigate Emo tracker while also, doing this stuff. Kind of hard to, for some reason my Wii bar, oh, here we go. I can do my left hand while I navigate, manage packages with the right hand. Okay, where are we going? Okay, that's Elysia. Let's get out of Elysia. Let's get back to some more predictable stuff where I'm pretty sure we'll be good. I say that. What actually, maybe a lot of places where we go will be kind of screwed up, but I don't know if there is a timestamp going into Elysia, maybe have a timestamp going out of Elysia. I'll say Elysia went pretty well. Turns out that we could have gotten out of Elysia no matter what, so it wasn't a gamble, and also we got the items that we were looking for in Elysia, so went pretty fucking good. I'm also checking, by the way, the package manager and Emo tracker just to see, out of curiosity, is there a Banjo? There's not a Banjo-Tooie tracker on Emo tracker. I hope there's. I'd like to do Tooie tracker, Tooie Randomizer Archipelago. Let me see. Banjo-Tooie item tracker. It doesn't know how to spell Tooie. Siri doesn't. The Banjo-Tooie Archipelago tracker. Okay, so there is a pop tracker? Pop tracker. What the hell is pop tracker? Never heard of pop tracker. It does seem to have logic for like fix the logic script for Runty Industries crashing. Looks like it does have map tracking as well, which is interesting. That's nice. I mean, I think I know Banjo-Tooie well enough where I could probably figure out what I could go and do with any combination of items, but it was definitely curious. There was a morph ball thing that required the boost ball, forward style, but I think what we have so far, we can just, well, obviously we can't go this way now and, like, go in the back door. I think we want to go in the back door here. That'll be the fastest way to get to the mini-boss, and then we'll be able to go backwards through the whole, progression, and, we'll be able to go backwards through the whole progression and, do some stuff there. We have just beaten one mini-boss. Let's go and beat the second mini-boss right now. I suppose, really, we could go do the third as well. We could do Iceman as well. Like, that would be pretty easy to go and do. He is, not that tough of a motherfucker. And also, he's in a pretty early area of the game. I think we do have everything we need for that. Like, as far as things we don't have right now, we don't have the ability to pick things up as the ship. We don't have the X-ray visor. We don't have the plasma beam. We don't have the screw attack. We don't have the hyper suck. And we don't have the spider ball. And that's it. And we don't have canisters. We're still pretty short on canisters. But, like, as far as major items go, they're all late game items. So, aside from items that would have required backtracking originally, we can pretty much do anything in the earlier worlds. Did we ever return into Norian and do the ice missile room? Let me check real fast. Let me just check and see. Norian, did we make sure to get that it's a Z. Z is pan. Hold down Z. No, we did not go and get the ice missile room there in Norian. We don't have the spider ball, so we cannot do this one yet. And, what is the, remind me, what is the yellow? Help, 2. Seeker missile. Yeah, we have that. So we can go do... There's 2 things we can do on Norian right now, if we so please. Let's beat this boss, and then see what else we can get in this area. And I believe that, if I recall, we can go all the way backwards. Why is Canardabar's health meter on the screen already? We're not in the boss room. Hang on. Okay, you just stepped through the door and suddenly you're fighting her. Okay. That's good. Little premature there, game. But I guess we are on the other side of the boss encounter. Usually you exit through here. Samus is just like, yo, I know. I know that's her. I saw her health meter on screen. I know she's, an evil bounty hunter. I like the Ark enemies having kind of a personality to them. That's not bad. In this world, in these 3 worlds where each of them have like one of these mini bosses in them, I think that's pretty smart. If they were following me around and talking the whole game, that would suck. But you know, having these guys one of the things that this game does that would not be carried forward in any sort of hypothetical bad game, is that the mini-bosses all are, like, talking to you and like, sort of are most of the story, like, as you go into each of these areas, right? Like, most of the story is just like, oh, go talk to Gardelia, get fooled by her. Robot Boy is going to, Robot Boy is gonna fuck up your ship. Ice Guy is, doing some ice stuff or whatever. Being kind of an adversary. That's like this game's equivalent of the Dark Samus fights. And like if you did an equivalent of that with another enemy, but there was no dialogue, and like that's the one time where dialogue is kind of welcome, just to be like, okay, why are you after me? Oh, you're hypnotized. Okay, you're like all corrupted and stuff, and that's why you're on the side of Phaaze now, right? If these guys just appeared like and no, said nothing, and then it turned out they were like a robot or something, like secretly, it'd be really weird and out of nowhere. And why would you even do that? Like, this is a better example of an enemy that transforms into other enemies, because they're doing it as like part of their shit. They're not just like, disguise, we built this boss battle before we realized that he should be out of commission for the whole game. For dumb plot reasons that are dumb and really stupid. So he has to be a robot or something. Why? Really get the impression that they made those before they knew. I'm not going to say what I'm alluding to, because fuck that. If you know, you know. It's the month. Funny, we haven't fought this dude yet, but fighting several of these dudes we haven't fought yet. Several of these like boss forms that she takes on are like entirely new to us. Anyway, tangent over. There's the thoughts. This is a good game, and it does some things better than other games that are worse. Like what? Who can say? Let me hit Gardila in her robot ghoulies, and shoot her with gun. I don't know if I hit the ghoulies there. But I tried. Is that what matters? Is that what's important? I don't know. Die, Gardila. You do not get Gandrila. A nice alien name. It's not like Officer Jerry or some weird. They actually have alien names for. Well, I guess in this game they don't have a name for the alien, for the pirate homeworld. It's just the pirate homeworld. Low-key, I wonder if pirate homeworld was Tanabe's idea. Apropos of nothing. Without context, you don't know what I'm fucking talking about. I wonder if pirate homeworld is like I'm just gonna say a green energy situation. I wonder if that's just a, ooh, I like that name, the placeholder. Yeah, it should just be Pirate Homeworld. I mean, I'll say, broken clock here. I do think Tanabe was right if that was the assessment, because, yeah, no, make it sound more mysterious. It is a world without a name, just, it's the pirate base. Also, maybe it isn't even that permanent of a planet, you know? It's just, hey, this is where we are right now. Maybe it's just like one where they live, but not necessarily one where they... Wouldn't it be base and not homeworld if it's supposed to be not their original planet? Yes, but I think it is not their original planet, so... Whatever. Go figure. It is more mysterious when it's pirate homeworld versus just like... Galaridion or something, or like, ooh. This is the one case where that's correct. Tanabe. Broken clocks, broken clocks. Also, I do have the hazard shield, so I can just step out into the muck. And if I go Morph Ball, you can see, oh wow, that's a cool looking effect, isn't it? I do not have X-Ray Visor, so please do not go and... we can defeat her without X-Ray Visor, right? If not, we have wasted a good amount of time. Just like... oh, you know what? Because of how much this like, mode is like required to actually finish her off, we're going to be able to just... we need Phase-On mode to finish her, so you can't use your visors during Phase-On modes. Visor's not important. You probably get, like... okay, you can stop bouncing around. She's almost done. There we go. That was a lot of energy tanks to consume to finish that off. But whatever. Doesn't matter. Hey, how you doing? I like this scene. This is a good scene. With her, like, going through all her forms. The cuts are nice. Oh, that's her. That's not me. That's a. I think I used that as the thumbnail for the live stream version. There'll be a different thumbnail on the VOD, probably. Let me say, but I'm just realizing that wasn't me at all. That was her. I was trying to remember what the context for that shot was, but it's pretty good. So, whatever context it is, it low-key works. Alright, that's that boss done with. And we got Bubkiss, so that's not good, but, whatever. Over that way is the station from which we actually came. I believe it's possible to just go back all the way now, like through the lower paths, and there'll be stuff we can't get for sure, but be a lot of stuff we can get. So we could just go back through the train and go back to the home, but it's better to take the path backwards and take the elevator down and go from there. What is Pop Tracker? Well, hang on, I'm looking at the Banjo-Kazooie Archipelago Tracker. Pop Tracker. What the hell is Pop Tracker? Pop Tracker. Is that like a alternative to Universal Scriptable Randomizer Tracking Solution that is open source, runs everywhere, and supports auto tracking? Never heard of that. Huh. I don't suppose these are like cross-compatible. No, I probably not. Cross-compatible with like Emo Tracker. I wonder if like there's any similarity to like customization of those versus Emo Tracker. I've gotten pretty good at like customizing Emo Tracker as much as I want. This, by the way, tonight is not Emo Tracker. There's like a standalone app that tracks does item tracking for Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3, and one of them is like cool enough to actually looks good enough to actually be like you know, down there. I'll say there is an option. I'll say for what it's worth, there is an option that is different from this, that is just like on screen at all times, just like overlaid over the gameplay. And you know, if you do it in like 16:9, that's the way to do it. But it I just kind of thought it looked less classy. Just like a bunch of like capsules and morph balls and all that, like just lining the top of the screen, basically. Just was a little more classless. Just a little bit more blah. Is that the screw attack? Oh my. Hello. Good. Tell me I can get back up there. Just do a checkpoint refresh situation. I'm not walking all the way back around if, like, wait, it's possible it'll just spawn me at the... It's possible that it's not even gonna work. Need X-ray visor for that. Yeah, you might not be able to get, might not be able to do anything in this room until... Yeah, you either get, like, the spider ball or, like, the X-ray visor. I'll try... You know what? I just did a checkpoint. I'll do a... I did do a checkpoint, right? I think so. I think so. If I didn't... Oops. For what's worth, we didn't... The boss did not have anything for us, so we can just avoid the boss if we fucked up somehow. I would like to be at the top of the room. Probably puts us at the bottom of the room. It does activate some scene that was not activated coming in from the top entrance. Okay. Well, that's still probably good. Oh, there's the guy. We don't have that many energy tanks, so we should probably be a little bit careful about using it and so forth. Upgrade required here. The way forward would be to use that. We can walk around and go the whole loop. 1 second, though. I'm going to take a quick break. Back in a couple of minutes. Okay, let's get going. Let's resume. That's nice. Refilled my water and everything. Let's keep going. Thinking about... Oh. Okay, whatever. I don't have the right beam to interact with this wall. Wait, do I also not have the right beam to go through this, door? Oh no, it's good. It's an orange door. It's not green. I think I did go through this area before I got, last time I played this randomizer. Before I got the green beam, so... Green beam is, not required. This door is closed. Right now. This is a case where we need to use a checkpoint. And a death. Respawn us in the room where we're supposed to be. On the other side. I think now that we have the boost ball, we can go into that boost ball situation. And not get trapped there. Do we need the spider ball to get out of there? Not sure, but we can reset again if it's a problem. We can absolutely check and make sure and see. Definitely thinking about like Castlevania as a good randomizer. Though I have concerns about level, you know, about like the way that it is based around stats, and you know, I don't want to just have to grind up to get to, you know, if I end up having to go to end game areas early, I don't want to be like outmatched. But on the other hand, probably a good chance that like some overpowered weapons will randomly end up in my hands earlier than they usually would do, which might even the odds enough to the hell might even the odds enough to make a difference. Honestly, that might be good enough. That might be all I need. And then in which case the only question is like, okay, which one would be more interesting? My gut says, I'll say again, my gut says that like Area of Sorrow or Dawn of Sorrow would be the two that would make the most sense for you know, how iconic, how like quintessential they are as games. What was the deal with this? Why couldn't I? What was the? Oh, this is where it leads to the. We don't have X-ray. We do have Seeker Missile now, so we can do something in that room. But we do have Boost, so we can do something over here now. We can't get that energy tank, which is fine because it's a just an energy tank. This was the wrong way to go, but we found out that we can go the other way. We'll go the other way. Right, okay, multiple things we know we can do here. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I'm not sure like which one of the ones would be the best one. I think like the Dawn or area would make a lot of sense, but I do wonder like how much they can really They can really like vary throughout a run. You know, like I look and see like, okay, well there's the bat power up in both of them. We end up getting that. That's basically the ball game. That's basically like everything. Admittedly, it's this case in like most of the Castlevania games that like, oh, that one upgrade is like the only one that you need. We get that, nothing else is a concern. Nothing else is really important. We don't have to get the double jump then, the hover, bunch of stuff. Just opens up at that point, and then there's almost too much available all at once. I don't know if that's going to be. Okay, we've triggered this room to actually start its battle phase or whatever. A bunch of bad motherfuckers appeared. Were we supposed to do something else in there? There was something else in the morph ball area, right? Or is that the other morph ball area where you drop? That's right. That's the other area where you go through the whole morph ball maze and then you drop down at the end. That's different. That's different. So what is this one then? What is all this for? Did it open some way forward? No. I have doubts about it, and also, like, there's so many Castlevanias, but I do think, if I'm thinking about it, Castlevania randomizers are a bigger whole, considering, like, half the genre is named after them. It's a bigger whole than, it's a bigger hole than, the other, than Tunic and all that. Oh, this is, yeah, you can't... This is what you're supposed to do, but you can't do it without the scan visor. Okay. Yeah, this room, you can't complete it, but also... I suppose I should always be looking at the map and just checking, like, well, there is some item here. That some item is the energy tank. We can't get it. Yes. I should be checking to make sure that there's actually an item in the areas that we're heading into. I should have gone out the exit there. Get there. Get the X-ray visor. We'll come back this way and do a thing. I also wouldn't mind more energy tanks, but who knows? We've already beaten, like, the hardest mini-bosses, and we're probably not going to have to do the mega-bosses, so we probably can just, Hello? Oh, right, that was, just the thing that opens, this guy. Right. Okay, there was an ice missile door that we missed on the way down because we did a bonehead thing. So we can totally go and grab that again, I guess. We can go back and grab that. I think that'd be a good idea. I don't know. Not like the most important thing to do in the world. There's plenty of other checks to check, but I would like to be meticulous. I would like to knock that off. I kind of hesitate when it comes to Castlevania for a lot of reasons, randomizer-wise. You know, just insofar as, like, those games are more about equipment, more about levels, more about weapons than about, like, Metroidvania-style progression items. And I do wonder, like, how many interesting ways that can really unfold. Or if it's just like, okay, I found the puppet, I found the bat, oh, we're done. And then all that else matters is like, oh, can I find a really, really good weapon? And can I beat, like, all the bosses that are required to actually finish the thing? I don't know. And also there's the question of, like, which of the 5? Symphony of the Night, Area of Sorrow, Dawn of Sorrow. Portrait of Ruin is pretty okay. It's a pretty good game. It's like a 4 out of 5. I don't think I would randomize that one. Nah. I say that. I've randomized every Zelda, including ones that are, like, not, you know, everything but Skyward Sword, which is, Skyward Sword and Portrait of Ruin. How far apart are they? They're basically at the same quality. Didn't I give Skyward Sword a 4 out of 5? Isn't that where I landed? I feel like that might be where I landed on Skyward Sword, honestly. But I do think the highs of Skyward Sword are higher, and also, like, I feel like most of the stuff that's bad in Skyward Sword just isn't going to be in the randomizer, right? I mean, I'm sure I can modify the settings and such and so forth. I can probably say, like, okay, fuck the trials. I don't want to do any trials. I don't want to do any of that. Any of the, like, stealth minigame stuff or, like, the swimming stuff, just excise that entirely. I'm assuming that's just not in there. I'm just assuming that there's nothing of the sort. No, nothing of the sort to be found in there. Okay, we're gonna get the ice missile thing. Did I save when I went back to the ship? I forget. Let's just walk all the way back. It doesn't hurt. I'll say I feel like the Metroid Prime randomizers are all driven up. Their times, or the time it takes to do. X-ray visor? Fan-fucking-tastic. If that works like I think it does, and we can just use it to get the, turn the power off in the other room, maybe we can, it's behind, oh wait, no, this isn't the way. This isn't how you did that. I was about to say it's behind like a hyper missile door. I'm pretty sure by the logic, hyper missile is not in logic, not in the progression, because I found it on forget, which I did set to be out of the logic. I am seeing an item over there though. I don't want to fight that fucker without the spin attack. No, and also I'm pretty sure by the logic, hyper missile is not in logic, so unless there's like a copy that's somewhere in logic, and it's just that there's extra. It was just an extra copy we found in frigates. Who can say how that works? Someone knows how that works. That someone is not me. We got the X-ray visor. Let's go. Now, it's either this or the, let's see. It's either this or, the X-ray visor, or, what else do we need in that room? Over here to do stuff. Either the X-ray visor or, the spider ball is required to turn the power off, which isn't good, you know, it isn't good to turn the power off, but also one of those gives you access to the roof, the other one just lets you use the terminal, which is where now? Yeah, that's friendly screw attack. Okay, there we go. We got a visor before we activate it. Okay, that lets you go into the tank or whatever. Not sure. Oh, this lets us... Yeah, this lets us withdraw the battery, which turns off the power. It also lets us repair this. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Absolutely worth coming back here and doing that check. That is a check that was worth the trip around for. Well, that was a check that was worth that was a check that was worth getting. Look at this. Watch this also be a key item. Watch this be the progressive beam or something. Missile expansion. Well, can't win them all. So yeah, spin attack right there, very convenient. There's also some dudes, some Metroids. They're gonna be fine. They're not gonna touch me. They're cool with me, right, guys? Well, in any case, I just got the screw attack, so fuck off. Guys are avoiding my screw attacks. And also, they didn't die from it in one hit. Kind of hoping that they would die in one hit from the screw attack. But whatever, I'll just leave. I'll just leave the room and go somewhere else. Also, I didn't need to come back this way. Later. Fuck this room. Go away, Metroids. Go away. What do you... You have like an energy... Okay. Stop that. Also, there's pirates all of a sudden now. Right, I did trip an alarm. I'm gonna go out this way. I think this will be faster than going out the other way. Right. There's a... I don't have... Oh, I do have spin attack now. Oh, fuck yes! I was about to say, like, I don't have spin attack. But I do, actually. I just unlocked it, in fact. Man, this is convenient. This is a very convenient couple of checks. Turn off the alarm, guys. I'm serious. I don't want to hear it. You're not gonna get me. Beautiful, beautiful. Hi, guys. Hello. How are you? I'm doing well. Actually, I don't have that many health. I don't have that much health left, but I'm doing pretty okay. Shit, we are making great progress. We still don't... I'll say we still don't have enough to, like, we're still, like, really short on energy cells for what it's worth. There's, like, 9 of those in the game. How the hell are they always the last thing you get? How the hell are they always, like, so flighty? But, there's just, I believe, 4, 5 key items left. And then after that, we'll just be checking things just for health and canisters of, energy cells. That'll be a very sad time of the stream, just like, oh, we got everything, energy cells only. Still, I think this has gone quite well. You know, this is definitely one of the randomizers where you need to most be aware of softlock potential. But like right now, we're sitting pretty good. We have so much of what we need. There's... trying to think if there's any softlocks. Oh, hang on. I forgot to mark off the, there we go. By the way, the tracker is all nice and updating, right? Yes, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's been great the whole time. Wonderful. Last week it was all screwed up and I didn't notice until 2 hours in. But, that was Emo Tracker. That was not, the Emo Tracker screwed up. Not OBS, and, this isn't even an Emo Tracker. This is something else. And this is always on my screen, so you're literally seeing the same thing that I'm seeing, so... Unless OBS just really had a heart attack, it all should be good. Now you can see as I'm, like, hovering over, you know, the words energy cells. I usually have, like, a box of green around the tracker, and I decided in this case just, yeah, no, just make it black around the tracker. Just, like, pure black. Part of the screen. Honestly, it looks nice, I think. It looks kind of minimal. I like it. I like the green that usually surrounds the tracker down there in my layout, but I don't know, this is pretty nice too. If anyone's curious, the green typically is like, it is the default colors of Mario 64, Paper Mario 64's online tracker, which is just a website, not Emo Tracker based. Though, is there a Paper Mario Emo Tracker? I wouldn't be surprised, but I have gotten pretty used to the one that's just a web page. I'll be honest, yeah, there is a map tracker on Emo. I should try that out and see if it's any good. Honestly, that probably would be good. I'll say the weird thing about Paper Mario Tracker and me is that, the weird thing about Paper Mario Tracker and me, I'm looking at the art for Paper Mario Tracker on Emo Tracker. It has a wiggler in it. There's no wiggler in Paper Mario. Only, I think, in, like, Paper Mario Sticker Star. I think that the wiggler might be from fan art or from Sticker Star's art. That's weird. I wonder how cool these look. Hang on, I'm just gonna have a look here. It's just a basic item tracker, which is nice. I'll say the weird thing about me and Paper Mario Tracker, Paper Mario Randomizer, is that, the weird thing about me and Paper Mario Randomizer and its tracker is that I personally started, it was one of my first randomers that I ever did, and I started by just, like, watching you know, one of GDQ's, like, fix random number generator, what do they call those streams? Random number generation? I watched one of those streams where they do the randomizer, and then after, oh hey, you know what? Now we have enough to, we can do everything here. Perfect, beautiful, love it. I watched, like, one of those videos that that's something. Hang on, hang on. Oh, I think that's the hyper grapple. Wonderful. That is one of the items that we need to finish the game. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Hyper grapple. Lock it in. I just watched a hotfix of it, and then sort of just winged it on stream. First time I did that randomizer. And as a result of winging it, like, probably dozens of times, probably the most of any randomizer I've played, honestly, on stream or off stream, because I've done it so many times, I just know where all the checks are, and I'm pretty good at just running through there off the dome. Though I do find with that, I don't really like the checks where the settings where you put in, the panels, like the panels that you ground pound, because if you panel sanity, as it's called, it can require you to have to backtrack a bunch if you hi friends, not actually gonna truffle with you right now. Then I'm gonna go over here and go to the room with the scan visor stuff in it. Yes. I know those I know that randomizer pretty damn well, so I'm able to just go through without any sort of tracking other than item tracking. But also, you know, the panels are weird because they can require you to backtrack, and it's much more convenient if, like, you can do it all in one. If you can just, if you don't have to backtrack, you know? Those guys are looking to do a fight, but I'm already basically out of here. So, fuck off. It's left. Left is the way. Wasn't there a missile expansion to the side? It doesn't matter. We don't need it. It wasn't a major item, I don't think. And, yeah. Earlier we got soft-locked in this room a little bit, but now we have both of the items that we would need. We have the password maker. Maybe there's a logic to this. Maybe it's not random after all, and that you can always just do it if you know the exact sequence. That's possible, I guess. I don't know. You'd have to see if it's the same pattern every time or if it's, like, different. Okay, so the X-ray was the item required to get out of this room. And to get that energy cell, oh shit, that's an energy cell. Hell yeah, 1 of 5. 1 of 5, folks. Get that energy cell. Yeah! We just needed the multi thing. Energy cell, get, that's 2. We need 5 again. We're 4 hours in. We've gotten less than half of the requirements. You know, I'll say, like, we've gotten most of the key items, but not most of the energy cells. I feel like that's a problem with this randomizer. You know, if I were to configure it exactly as I wanted to, if it was possible, I would say, like, okay, energy cells aren't the goal. The goals are to beat the 3 bosses, the 3 major bosses. That's not what the goal is. The goal is just to get these energy cells, and that's it. And if you get items along the way, that's great. Even if you are doing Phaaze, which we're not going to be. Even if you do Phaaze, here we go. Even if you were doing Phaaze, the items aren't effective on, and nothing but the hyper item work on Phaaze, so they literally don't matter. Nothing matters other than them. There's some weird things about how how the goals are, I'll say. I wish you could configure how many energy cells are required. And also make them just like, okay, set them to be bosses. I guess you could, I'll say. There is one thing you could do, which is that you can... Well, actually, no. I think you have 2 options when it comes to the item. When it comes to every location, you can set it as a key item, or you can set it to be randomized, shuffled, or non-progression. I guess that means that you cannot just go to the energy cells and be like, okay, make it so that the energy cells aren't make it so that the energy cells aren't essential, aren't mandatory. I guess you can't quite just do that. Cool. And we got a shortcut back now. That was a pretty good get. That was a pretty good trip. Again, a lot of trips that are worth going for, worth doing, etc. Ah. Flux control. Right, yeah, that's Spider Ball. I think we're done here for now. I think we gotta go. I think we're done on the pirate planet. Wait, there is the gate that requires you to have the hazard suit and the thing. There's more that we can do on Pirate Planet, but should we go and check out Norian? Norian could have what we need as far as like Spider Ball and Plasma. As far as I can tell, there's nothing that has. There's not that many checks that require the ship picker-upper thing, especially if you're not going for bosses. If you're not going for that would be required if, like, bosses were part of logic, but they're really not. And I guess we know, because we got the hyper missile out in an area that was designated not for logic, that the hyper missile and everything required by hyper missile is not in logic, which means that we don't have to beat the second boss. That's what that means. I cannot overload on Phaaze. So I might as well just Phaaze on up, just for the invulnerability of it. I don't mind hyper mode failure. Just ran out of juice. That wasn't a failure at all. I don't mind how this gets unlocked in the end. You know, this is another case where the troopers do a thing, but I'll say it's just like, oh no, you mess with some radars and stuff, and then you basically call in an airstrike. The only thing is, it's not your ship that does the airstrike. It's like everyone else's ships, I guess. I guess literally they could have made this so it wasn't the Marines using their air superiority to like do a thing. Instead, it could have just been your air superiority doing a thing. But whatever. They decided it should work this way. That's fine. It's like fine. There's. You don't have to talk to an individual, just like, yeah, go here and they'll drop a missile and you'll be very impressed. They should either be dead or in orbit. I think that's where the troopers should be. I can't believe certain members of Metroid's executive producer staff really like the Marines. I just cannot possibly give two shits or fuck about those hopeless knobs. Honestly, we don't have the beam, so we can't go out into that room. We will need to go out into that room to get the that is, I believe, where we cash in the pirate code, so that'll be where we end our game. That is to say that the that is one of the most required items in the randomizer, the green beam, I guess. I think, yeah. I don't know. I think so. I don't think there's another way to get into that room other than using the green laser. As that's definitely what they would have called it. Definitely what it's called, the green laser. It fires some sort of green energy. Not like recyclable energy. I wonder if they have green energy in Japan. I wonder if that's a concept that translates. Because it is just kind of a fucking same name. Like, when they're talking about green energy in Japan, are they saying green energy? Like, you know, sort of like a loan word style? Or is it just the sort of thing that when you hear it in a, when you see a placeholder name that says green energy, you go like, ooh, that's a fun original name. Whereas everyone else is sitting there going like, who's from Texas, goes like, wait, it's kind of just, you know, that's like what windmills are, right? Green energy, it's like a thing. It's not a new idea. Well, it's not a new idea, obviously, but, you know, it's a kind of taken. Not sure which one of these is the right one to go to, so I'll just go to the central one. And, let's see. One route has an ice door. I think that's the first route that we pass by. And then the second side, I think opposite, has... Actually, no. Isn't the ice door like the middle door? I think the ice door is in the middle. And then the first door that we pass has the multi-missile door. Yes. There's so many randomizers, I'll say. So many randomizers. I think I've done probably like 20 or so. Now, I made a list the other day and I forgot about Mario World because it kind of isn't like a randomizer like this, you know? There's no logic to it. There's no puzzle to be unpuzzled. Same with Pokemon Randomizer. I did a Pokemon Randomizer once. That was just kind of... Here's the thing about Pokemon Randomizers. You ready? It's pretty much vanilla. It's not that different from just playing the game again, vanilla style. You'll mostly end up going through the same routes, and if you can go around them, like, you're gonna end up running into Pokemon that are way out of sync with your current level, so you probably shouldn't do otherwise. So it kind of just ends up being a pretty vanilla way to play the game. Not it doesn't really have the kind of variety that I look for when I'm doing randomizers. The kind of like puzzle solving process that I look for when doing randomizers. I feel like 2E might actually do have that, because yeah, 2E, there's so many moves, the moves unlock in different ways. Hell, like, it kind of would be nice to be able to do parts of some of the early worlds of 2E first try, because you get the right item or summon such and so forth. That's... yeah, let's fast track 2E. I want to do 2E next month, honestly. And I bet that'll be an easier randomizer to do. One that won't take all day, depending on how many jiggies. I am wondering, like, how many we should set for completion. I guess most of the time that I do 2E, I go for 100%, meaning I'm getting everything. And that takes around 12 hours. So, like, if I were to go for, say... let's say, this is a map room. Or it's... what? I don't remember. What is this room for? It doesn't matter. If we were to go for, like, 70 jiggies, which I believe is what you need to go and fight Hag 1, how many would that be? How much time would that be? Probably under 12 hours. And that's, you know, more or less what I'm looking for from a Sunday stream. Don't want it to go above 12 hours, but... anywhere from 6 or 7 hours, maybe upwards of 8, 9, or 10. That's all fine for a Sunday stream. And I'll say, like, the reason why I'm doing... I'll show we'll show this again. The reason why I'm doing all the Friday streams, those ones on Friday, is because I've done all 4 of those a bunch. You know, those were the first 4 that I really got into, that I really, like, learned. You know, I'll say, I guess I technically did Mario World Randomizer in between Paper Mario and Donkey Kong 64, but I didn't really, it wasn't really one that I ever wanted to do again, so I feel like those are the original 4. And I did do a stream back in the day, around the time of, like, for Extra Life. I did do a stream called the Randomizer Roulette for Extra Life, where I played all 4 of those randomizers at once, switching between them every 5 to 10 minutes, which I think really does concrete them, anchor them as, like, the main ones. Also, clearly, I know how to configure them such that they take 3 hours each, if I really wanted to. I'll say, honestly, I'd rather it take... I'll do full runs of each. I think in those cases, for the Randomizer Roulette stream, I can't just spin attack into this dude, right? Nah, I gotta shoot him and shit. And, like, pull off his tentacles one at a time. That's a pain in the ass. Can you, like, missile this guy or something? A way to speed up this fight dramatically. What if I use my missiles to aim themselves? My homing missiles situation. Okay, it dodged. It dodged again. Okay, the missiles are not gonna hit. I'll try when there's like 4 of them. Or 3 of them, I guess, as the case may be. Couple of them hit. Okay. Okay, that's an effective way to do. Gotta get a tiny bit lucky. living up to its motherfucking name. Oh, come on. Busy with the babies. Yeah, let's sub out. Let's do Banjo-Tooie, part of Randomizer month next month. I think I'd rather do that than Tunic. And maybe a Castlevania as well instead of. There's so many options, and you know, not to say that we can't do those two some other time. But I feel like those ones might be weird. Those ones might require more forethought and more... I don't know that I can do those without necessarily... You know, the thing about doing a randomizer two randomizers every week is they do need to require as little setup as possible and as little, like, configuration or forethought as possible. Like, if they could just work basically out the box, that'd be best. I feel like those ones are going to be weird, especially as, like, more modern games. Especially because, you know, they're not going to have, like, a space for tracking on... They're 16 by 9, so I would have to have, like, a different stream layout. I never like to make the gameplay smaller. I always like to possess the most space that it can possess. And then add things on the side. You know, between making a 16 by 9 place smaller and just, like, say, for instance... making it 3x4, I'd rather make it 3x4 and then just keep the, give it as much screen real estate as it can do as a 3x4. Tell me this was worth it. Tell me this is something big. What did we get here for defeating this Hatcher? What could it be? There's 3 items that we haven't gotten yet, and also several energy cells. Any of those would be really handy. Spider Ball would be especially handy because we know for a fact what we can get with it. We can get an energy cell right now. If only we had the Spider Ball. Ship missile expansion. Oh well. I think I've used a single ship missile so far. Regardless. Yeah, let's switch it around. We'll do Tooie. I'm kind of in the mood for some Tooie. I did a full playthrough of Tooie last year and the year before, but like, man, I love Tooie. I love Tooie a lot. And I think, like, if I could think of any 3D platformer that I would like to do as part of the Randomizer month next month, other than DK64, which of course is already on the docket, it would be Banjo-Tooie. Really, it's one of those games where it's like, well, shit, why haven't I done it before? I don't know. Archipelago kind of weirds me out. I'm not sure it really has that much in the way of logic compared to, like, DK64. And I'll say, like, I don't do DK64 regular style. I do its loading zone randomization style, so I'm just hopping around the whole map. I'm just, like, going through doors and ending up random places. Like, figuring out how to navigate that world is a big part of what I like about DK64 Randomizer, more than, like, you know, having to do any particular thing. Like, I'm kind of reticent about, you know, nowadays with the randomizer, they have the thing where you can put the moves where bananas are. But, like, I don't want to have to necessarily get every banana in the game. There's a lot of bananas that I'd rather not have to get. A lot of bananas. actually. Like a good amount. I think over here. Over here. There's a lot of golden bananas that I'd rather not have to deal with. Honestly. I'd just like to get my 40 or whatever. Maybe we'll do 64. I liked the logic that they had on the DK64 randomizer stream of 64 bananas being the right amount. I'll say by the time I get 40 bananas, I've generally gotten all the moves that I need for completion. So yeah, that's fun. We could do like one phase of K. Rool, I think. There's some phases of K. Rool I really hate. Like, I do not like Diddy Kongs. So I don't want to do Diddy Kong, so let's keep the number of phases low and just have it be a one and done thing. If I get any phase other than Diddy Kong, I'm happy, I think. Let's go fight the other mini boss that lives here. Mini boss that lives here in this world. Oh, don't you have to like? Yeah, you have to like grapple that to open the way back. The one-way thing. So now we have enough to go. We have enough to go to like. Let me think. We have the boost ball. That's enough. Yes. We can go either way now. So I think we'll start by going to the ice side and getting those checks done, and then we'll go the other way and go down to the mini boss land, where the mini boss lives. And yeah, you know, we have basically everything we need to get everything that's here. Like, I don't think there's any green doors. I don't think there's any. There's nothing to worry about. We pretty much got this all on lock. Let's go. I think I would like to cancel Tunic and Tunic. Yeah, I'm gonna say right here. And cancel Tunic and Ori 2 randomizers. I'm instead going to focus on maybe keep Ori. I don't know. I need to look into like how much, if there's a good map tracker for Ori. If there's not, I'm going to think about a replacement, and like if it's probably going to be like probably like a Castlevania. I have to think between like Symphony of the Night, Area of Sorrow, Dawn of Sorrow, Order of Elysia. I need to decide on one of those four. If it's a Castlevania. Also could do any number of all the archipelago ones that also exist. There's a ton of them that are good. I'll say part of the plan with Randomizer month is I have decided to prioritize ones I haven't done before, but I would like to do another run of 1000-Year Door Randomizer at some point. That is also something I think about a lot. There's so many randomizers and just not enough time to keep on doing runs of any given one. At least not for me. I don't have the time to just bounce around and hit them all up. I just don't. Sorry to say, sad to say. And that's why I'm spending a whole month focusing on it next month. But even then, you know, just 8. Not like a dozen, not like 2 dozen. Could I add in additional ones? Ha! No, not really. I mean, if we're talking like ones that are... A lot of the ones take too much time, so they're probably more in the realm of like 10 to 16 hours. You know, honestly, some of these ones that we're doing might take that long first try, honestly. And if they do that, my plan is to just, you know, do additional streams on Monday, Tuesday, etc. to get it done. But like, there's a lot of randomizers that I really can't do on a weekday. I'm not sure which ones they are until I try them, and then find out like, oh, this takes me 10 hours. This takes me 2 hours. Oh, beautiful. This takes me 15. Oh, wow. You know, of all the ones, I'll say, like, I think every Zelda randomizer is one that I would like to do again. I'll say. I would like to do Majora's Mask again. I would like to do Ocarina plus Majora's Mask again. Honestly, I think the last one I did was Ocarina relatively recently. But I wouldn't mind doing that again either. Like all those are all really good and fun. What is that? Is that something? Hyperball. That wasn't on the map. I already got it, so it's nothing nothing to worry about. I wouldn't mind doing Ocarina of Time again. I wouldn't mind doing Majora's Mask again. I wouldn't mind doing Wind Waker. Even Twilight Princess, I think, would be a good time to do again. Of all of those, though, I think, like, Ocarina of Time plus Majora's Mask Randomizer would be my most, like, ooh, I'd like to go back and do that again, of all the Zeldas. Because it is just, like, 2 randomizers at once, and, you know, I feel like I could put together a better combination of things to do. To make it, I feel like how I would like it, honestly, is if it was mostly Majora's Mask. And honestly, I think it would be fun if it was just, like, literally, practically, just Child Link. No Adult Link at all. Just, like, Child Ocarina, and then otherwise just all Majora's Mask. Like, I would like a randomizer that's just, like, 20% Ocarina, maybe just, like, the early parts that are quick and easy, and then just, like, a little bit of dungeon, a little bit of whatever. I did at one point all Adult Link Ocarina randomizer, and that was pretty good. And it would only make sense to do the opposite as part of Majora's Mask, which already has perfectly satisfying Child Link parts. I don't know, maybe also... Or... Okay, that's option 1. Option 2 would be reduce Ocarina to just dungeon. You know, that is something I did once before I did a Wind Waker run that was just all dungeon checks, and that actually ended up being less interesting than I perhaps hoped it would be, because there's so many keys that, like, and most of your checks just end up being keys, and then there's just, like, one place an item can be, and sure enough, there it is. It doesn't end up being as interesting as I wanted, but, you know, try things out and see if they work. I could see Ocarina just being reduced to dungeons, and just being like, okay, well, there's 2 dungeons in logic, and everything else is, I've eliminated, I've put out of logic. And then Majora's Mask, you know, can be most of Majora's Mask. Again, you know, that's the sort of thing that takes time to set up, takes time to think about. And I need to, like, really thoroughly look through the list of checks. Setting up a randomizer can be a bit of a process. And figuring out, like, what exactly you want it to be, how hard, etc. And sometimes not everything is an option. Like I said here, I would have rathered the bosses be the main goal rather than just random energy cells hidden in the world somewhere or other. Can I scan visor for these? Well, not while I'm phased up. Or X-ray visor, rather. Nice. Yeah, I'm going to rework the order of randomizer I'm gonna change some out. If there could be like some parallels, and I'll say, I guess the thing is, like, if you look at the setup so far, like Fusion and Minish Cap kind of parallel to well, one, a Zelda game is parallel to a Zelda game, yes, but and also do parallel the combo randomizer at the end of the month. There's no like match for Paper Mario. You know, I guess, you know, I do want these to be new ones. I do want them to be new ones. It shouldn't be Thousand Year Door. I've done that before. No, let's stick with the format. It would make sense to do Thousand Year Door as like a opposite of thing. There's not like Super Paper Mario, right? And obviously there's no other Paper Mario games that are suitable for randomization. I think Super Paper Mario is too linear. It's too level based. I guess like all the Paper Mario games are kind of linear, but you know, once a randomizer sort of opens it up a little bit, they are more or less worlds to be explored. Then again, like I feel like it's just too level based. I don't know. Is there a Super Paper Mario Randomizer? I doubt it. I would try that out. I would definitely put that on the agenda on the list if there was one. I would be skeptical that it'd be good. I would use my Wiimotes. I already have that set up where I can connect it to the PC. Okay, hang on 1 second. Let me Google. Super. Hold down the little microphone. Super Paper Mario Randomizer. Why is my phone vibrating? Just fucking do the thing. Super Paper Mario Randomizer. Is there such a thing? There is a level editor. Hang on. There is a level editor on GitHub. Some people have tried the randomizer, and I'm seeing videos titled like, randomizing Super Paper Mario was a mistake. This randomizer breaks Super Paper Mario. I tried Super Paper Mario's randomizer ... Oh, that lets enemies be replaced by other enemies. That's maybe. You know what? If I'm curious about this, I need to find out if it's just like you play through the game linearly, but the enemies are different. How much in Super Paper Mario can you really randomize as far as items, pickups, etc. go? How much of that is really structured in a way that would be convenient for that? Not that much. Not that much. Maybe if like every world was open. Suppose it's not like an RPG. You could definitely... I need to look into that. Remind me tomorrow. Look at Super Paper Mario Randomizer? What the hell's the deal with that? Okay, you know what? I'll say right here, right now. If there's like a good map tracker and an item tracker for Super Paper Mario, and it low-key actually makes sense to randomize, and it's not a mistake, and that video I just saw the thumbnail of was what they call hyperbole, then I will do that as part of the month of randomizers. That will be one of them. As I say that, I feel like I should do it. I should do it. I should do it. Regardless, maybe I should do it just because, you know, Paper Mario. I feel like Paper Mario is one of my chosen lanes, you know, like that's my beat, you know. If there's Paper Mario to be had, I'll fucking have it. That's my jam. That's like core to my being. I want to do that. Shit. Okay, let's do that. there'll be, like, I guess 2 Wii randomizers next month. Okay, shit. I should at some point look into the Castlevanias. Maybe I'll do like a whole, maybe there'll be like a follow-up month sometime where like, maybe not like every, you know, randomizer month is going to be all randomizers to the point where not even Friday will have viewer levels. You know, every stream will be randomizer based. But maybe I'll do like a whole series of Sunday streams where I check out the, like, all 4 of the relevant Castlevania randomizers. Would that be fun, or would I just be really tired after like the first 2? Still gotta start somewhere. But like, yeah, you know, that's definitely on my list as well. There's so many randomizers. Again. So many to do, so many to try. So much different logic. And not just so many to try, but also so many to configure. Like, in some cases, I do think the options can be lacking. Like I said, of this randomizer in particular. But a lot of them have really robust options that can let you craft them into whatever experience you like. Like, you know, to name 2 of the most bizarre I've done. Like, yeah, you know, only adult link only. That mostly worked. I will say there was one check. Apparently there were some store checks that I missed that weren't part of Shop Sandy, so they weren't disabled by default or whatever. Or turning off Shop Sandy did not turn them off. It was kind of weird. The mask shop ones, I had to go back to Child Link for those because I fucked up and missed them. But like, you know, I've done. That's probably like the highest concept one I've done. I also did. Okay, I lied. You know, I mentioned the earlier the time that I did like 4 randomizers in one stream. There was another time where I did similar, where I did Paper Mario early game and Paper Mario late game, and I switched back and forth between them like every, I think in that case it was like 30 seconds to a minute. Just like back and forth and back and forth. I forget. Check the VOD from 2 years ago. Shit, missing. Fun that you... Energy cell! Energy cell! Energy cell! Energy cell! Energy cell! It's cool that you can walk through water with the walk through lava with the hazard shield. We got an energy cell! That's 3 of the 5 that we need! And one of the most important things we can find right now. We already know where one else of them is once we find the spider ball. So, like, we only need to find 1 more randomly, and also the spider ball and the plasma beam. We're getting pretty close, I guess is what I'm driving at. Pretty close, not all the way close. We're still the fair distance away from our goals, from our dreams. But it's in reach, folks. It's I'm feeling pretty good. 4.5 hours in. Yeah, let's do Super Paper Mario. That sounds fun. I wonder, like, you know, that game's pretty linear and pretty level-based. I played through it on stream in an unarchived fashion back before I was archiving streams. That was like year 1 of streaming. Actually, no, it wasn't year 1. It was month 2. It was my 2nd month of streaming. So I will say I have done Super Paper Mario on stream before. And Paper Mario and Thousand Year Door, I did those non-randomizer style. Also mostly unarchived. Because those were some of the first things that I played on the channel before I was archiving properly. But, that sounds like it could be fun. I wonder how many streams that took. I think it took a couple. I think it was basically like December of 2022. 2022, 2023, I think it was 2022. Most of December of 2022, I was playing Super Paper Mario and Donkey Kong Country Returns at the same time. It was a high concept stream where I switched back and forth between games every world. I should also look at Archipelago in general. I think let's do Tui, let's do Super Paper Mario, and then yeah, the combo randomizer to end the month, and the link between Skyward Sword to start the month. I think that's a better lineup, honestly. I do like those more modern games, but I feel like, I don't know, I'm not sure like how well randomized they'll be. I'll say there's tons of games that we could, there's tons of additional option choices, like I've mentioned before, like Link Between Worlds is one I've never done as a randomizer. Could do that. Could do let me see if I can name Link Between Worlds. There's another Zelda game similar. There's Link Between Worlds. I've never done the two Switch ones. Here's the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild randomized. I do wonder like how much you could really change about them such that they'd be interesting. You know, they kind of don't have the same sort of... Those ones are more the type of randomizer where it doesn't really affect... It's more just like, oh, instead of a stick, I found a branch. You know, it's different, but it's not like dramatically impacting the order in which you play the game. And, you know, it's not all that divergent from usual. Not that different. Sounds good, right? Game is a little loud, but like fine. Yeah, I think this is fine. You can hear me. Even during the loudest parts of the game here. He should have frozen me. He decided to freeze all the pirates. That was silly. Aren't they like nominally on his side? I don't know. They're like a separate. They're like also. I think they're on the side of Phaaze for some reason. Not important. Breath of the Wild randomizers is cool, but it has tons of options to modify how it works. How much like progression? Like how much does it really change the order in which you play the game versus just like, ooh, I got like a. Like, do you get out of plateau with all the items that you really need? Like, that's the thing about that, I'm gonna take this down a scotch, actually. This is... I feel like this is louder than it has been. I'll put it back up after this battle. What are you doing, man? Just hanging out in the corner there? Guy's the easiest, but also like with the way Phaaze is like the main way that you attack in this game, like strong. Like it's not like the difference between this beam and like the Phaaze beam is so ridiculous. I might as well just use that. But also I don't have like infinite stuff. What's that 2D one? The one that's based on the Game Boy game, Link's Awakening Switch. That one has a randomizer. I'm kind of curious about that one. I got lost a lot playing that game, but with a randomizer, just follow your fucking tracker and you'll be fine. I think that might be a better way to play the game than just like the original way, honestly. There's so many fucking randomizers out there. so many I'd like to play. A whole month is just kind of literally not enough time, unless I were to start doing them on the weekdays as well, which, you know, hey, let's say Link Between Worlds takes like 10 hours. That's not going to fly on a weekday, on a weeknight. Let's say it takes 15. That's not even 2 weeknights. That's would be hard to fit into. You know, I still need to be careful. Still need to be judicious. I'm concerned about how long Super Paper Mario might take. I feel like the clear time might not be that different from just like how long to beat it would take, vanilla style. And it might be most of the time it takes, you know? What other randomizers are cool? Name randomizers for me to consider that I should be thinking about. I know, you know, I feel like certain like things that I look for insofar as like how much logic there is, how much you have to figure out like where you can go next, where you have to figure out where is safe to go next, etc. Does eliminate some stuff like, you know, games without move sets that get unlocked, for instance, like Mario 64 or like, hell, even like most of the 2D Marios. All of those are just like, yeah, it's just gonna be levels in random order. That's not interesting to me. But like, there are still probably tons of ones that are worth doing. I know that there are tons of ones that don't exist yet, also, that might in the future, and I hope eventually get randomizers. One I think would be really cool is, there should be a, they should do, and I was in the Randovania Discord just like asking like, hey, some games that, has anyone ever said this game or that game? And apparently someone has said like Shadow Complex in that Discord before. Someone was interested in trying to make that work. I think that'd be cool. Star Fox Adventures is not a great one of those, but man, I think they would be cool if it got a, I feel like it is almost not a, not quite Zelda-y enough, a little bit linear fashion, a little bit closer to like, you know, imagine a game where you just went room to room mostly, and puzzles are mostly just there. That's kind of closer to what Star Fox Adventures is, but I feel like a randomizer that would at least be interesting. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Data received.
Yeah, if I'm thinking about it, it might just be too... It doesn't have the structure to support it. If you like Final Fantasy, the Final Fantasy IV randomizer is pretty popular. Never played a Final Fantasy. Which one is that? Is that one of the 2D ones? 4? IV, that would be like the, was that the one that never came to America? Or was that 3? I have my Metroid. I wonder if I should, like, play one of those for the first time. I mean, if I were to play one of them for the first time, I'd probably, like, start with... Does Final Fantasy VI hold up? Honest question. Does it hold up to, like, modern standards? I mean, it's probably really, really long, is, like, the main problem. Probably somewhat grindy, and, like, finding the time with it. It's the first one that came to the... Is the first SNES Final Fantasy. It came to the US as 2. Okay. Gotcha. What is this? Under the ground there. X-ray visor, we don't need that. We can just leave. Let's just leave. Did you guys lock the door? You didn't lock the door, I'm gonna get out. You're biased, but you love Final Fantasy VI, it holds up. I do have it on my Metroid. Or on my AYN Thor. Maybe that should be a game I check out. I have a lot of games legally acquired and backed up in a legal fashion on my AYN Thor, ready to go to try and to play and to do for the first time. I'm not a big... I'll say, of the SNES RPGs, Earthbound's alright. I think that the best one, by far, the best, I don't think this is a controversial opinion. I feel like this is a pretty common opinion. But the best SNES RPG by far, gotta be Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger is an amazing game. I don't think you can go wrong with Chrono Trigger. There are some randomizers for Chrono Trigger, I think. I did look into them at one point, and then it just seemed like not that different from just playing the game vanilla style. You know, like, it's not gonna really mix up your route that much. And, like, the fact that the later areas are still higher level still means that you probably still should do it in a linear order, unfortunately. Maybe it depends on the randomizer. I think there were 2 when I looked like 3 years ago. Maybe there's options now to, maybe there were options then. What the fuck do I know? I was very new on randomizers at that point. I, can't say I knew what I was doing then, but... I'm gonna do a full replay of Chrono Trigger on the channel sometime, and I think that's, really what I want to do as far as, Chrono Trigger goes. I don't think I want to randomize it, per se. Is there a Mother 3 randomizer? That'd be a fun one. Then again, that's another one where I think I'd just rather play it vanilla style. Let me Google. Mother 3 randomizer. Has anyone tried Mother 3 randomizer? There's a video Mother 3 randomizer. Looks like there is one. Who can say if it's good, you know? That's one I've never heard of anyone doing, but I bet it's interesting at least. Mother 3 is great. I'll say over this year, there's a number of games I have on my list for playthroughs. Mother 3, Chrono Trigger, Undertale. Those are 3 RPGs I want to do this year. Also, Darksiders. I want to do Darksiders 1 and 2. Those are both on the agenda. Also, Shadow Complex. Honestly, for some of these other, you know, Metroidvania games that don't have randomizers, honestly, it's been long enough where I'd like to just replay them vanilla style. And I think that'd be fun for Shadow Complex and maybe Bloodstained. I think Bloodstained does has a randomizer, but I'd rather play it vanilla style since I don't think I have done since it came out. And I did it on the Switch too, so I had the worst version. It was a terrible version of that game. Ooh, boy. They just, Oh, that's X-Ray. There we go. There we go. I had the Switch version, so all the water just didn't have tops. It was just 2D water that you couldn't even tell it was there. Very much a version that someone didn't, they did their best, but, just, seemingly sort of gave up. I would think. What is that? That looks like it's something. Spider Ball! That's really good! Spider Ball's really good! Spider Ball is how we get one of the other energy cells that we know where it is. Which means that right now, in effect, we have 4 pretty much locked down. We just need a 5th, and then and I think we also need the plasma beam as well, for what it's worth. We just need a 5th, and we're done. And then the stream will end. I'll say again, we're not doing Phaaze. We're not doing Phaaze. Phaaze is boring. You don't want to do Phaaze, honestly. If I could skip right to the final boss of Phaaze, I would. There's no option for that. I'll say, Minish Cap Randomizer, that's also a randomizer where Usually with a randomizer, I'd prefer if given the option, like skip the final world but do the final boss. That's an option in like Paper Mario Randomizer, TTYD Randomizers, quite a few others, I think. Ocarina of Time, you can make it so that Ganon's castle starts completed. That, I feel like, is the best option. Some randomizers, like Minish Cap, it's either like, oh, you do the full castle, or you do nothing. Or you just do pedestal, and that's the end of the game. And between those two, it's gotta be pedestal. Because fucking that like, final castle is a pain in the ass. And it's like, I don't want to go find more keys after I've already gotten into the final area. I don't want to have to do more checks. Come on, thing's over by now. Should basically be over with the, you know, etc. I have to kill this guy, right? I can't just like, oh, you know, use a morph ball bomb or something. This guy isn't unlocking something, he's just a guy to fight. I bet Earthbound has a randomizer. I'm sure, actually. Earthbound randomizer. Again, with a lot of RPG randomizers, unless I can, like, literally make it so the stats don't matter, or remove, let's say, remove random encounters, I would do some of them if I could remove random encounters whole nine. I feel like it's, more of a to-do, more trouble than it's worth, etc. Oh, nice. Was this one cycle with this beam? It probably would have been if I had used charge shot rather than, the alternative. How come the morph... Fuck it. Yes. Randomizer month is going to be fun. After that, we'll do Shadow Complex is the plan for March. But also in March, I'm going to be away for a wedding for one weekend. So fewer streams in March, I'll say. March is going to be somewhat quiet. Honestly, I think March is going to be pretty quiet also just because that's, I think, when I really should be starting looking for a house, doing house shopping. March, April, May might be kind of a quiet period for this year. I will say we will definitely do some big stream on my birthday on May 17th. Probably some sort of something cool. And we will definitely do some other stream, like, before I move, after I move. Like, there will be some housewarming and some apartment cooling streams, you know, once that all comes together this summer. I'm sure, like, if I end up going to Cedar Point, which is the plan in, like, I don't know, August? Let's say August. I'll definitely do big streams before and after. Knowing me, that's just something I like to do. Ooh. This is gonna be a fun year, I think. It's gonna be a... Well, for this channel, this stream, etc. You know what I mean? Let me say. This is gonna be a fun year, parentheses, personally. As far as things to play, streams to do, plans. I always do have too many plans. I'd like to do, you know, maybe we'll do some more one-off streams more often than not. Why does this take so much? Damn it. Why are not you opening? Okay, maybe... Wait, no, this is the way. Okay, thank you. There's something over in this wall, so we have to get that. Just a missile. I'll grab it anyway. Alright, we need to try to missile this, and then it'll open up. A lot of randomizers, a lot of options. I think we suddenly have new plans for next month, but what else is new? I'm changing my mind all the time. I reserve the right to change my mind up to, Alright, yeah, you come out this way and then the door closes and then you have to... Ha! The door doesn't close in the randomizer, but still, she acts like it does. That's funny. Of course, you can still go out and go do other things, but, we're gonna do the loop. There's definitely, things to collect, things to check out on the loop. We just have one item. I'll say, if we get this one last item, we get the plasma beam. I think there might be one or two places we can't go. But basically, we will have the whole world open to us. And we just have to find some energy cells. Literally one energy cell, so we're really close to basically go mode. Or one thing left mode, I guess. I guess whether or not we find, like, one more energy cell or, like, plasma beam first, we'll still have one thing to find. And honestly, while my heart is telling me, like, plasma beam will definitely be first, logically, there are more energy cells in the seed. We probably should run into one of those first. And then there's another one where we know where it is. At which point we can, proceed. Is there anything? Is there a point to coming out this way? Is there any reason why we should? There's gotta be like a check or two, right? Let me just zoom in on the map here. Oh yeah, there's 2 checks, 1 and 2. Okay. That makes it worth doing this whole fucking rigmarole. Rooms like this are kind of annoying originally, the first time you play the game. And they're kind of annoying in a randomizer where you have no choice but to do them. They're just kind of annoying. It just takes time to do. Oh wait a minute, I can just end my Phaaze on. I don't need to like discharge or anything. Because I still haven't gone to whatever room makes it so that your Phaaze on infinitely recharges. I don't know where that room is. Honestly. Somehow missed it entirely. It's nice so long as we don't need a lot of Phaaze on, you know. Like a recharging supply. I love Metroid Prime 3, let me say. I think it's great. I really love like how creative all the levels are, all the areas. You know, you got the fuel gel planet, you got the... One is just sort of a military base in a canyon, but hell, isn't that an interesting place for a military base? A canyon? That's pretty neat, honestly. And fuel gel, you got Cloud City, and then like the acid rain planet. Just guys, stop overloading me. You're literally doing nothing. Literally achieves nothing, you guys. You guys should stop. There's no point. Can we avoid the second round of this by going backwards direction? Might be able to just, like, avoid the second round of the stuff if we go backwards. Also, what is this? If we don't need it, we can go. That's faster just to solve the puzzle and get it rather than checking and seeing it. Missile. Yeah, let's back up. Let's try doing it reverse. I don't want to do the other one here. I think sucks, and I don't like to do it. I don't like to do the whole shooting off the space pirates and then rushing to bring the things down so that while the space pirates are flying around trying to like undo your grapple beam stuff. Honestly, it's one of the most annoying things in the game to me. I don't want to do it. And so we won't. We'll just backtrack and try to get up the other way through the back door to get the second check. At the very least, we should check the second check. We don't have to do the second check. I am assuming, by the way, that the boss is barren, and that doing the boss would be a huge waste of time. Doing any of the 3 bosses would be a huge waste of time. I think at this point, that's pretty much a given. You know, there's 2 items left that we need to find. They're not going to be on the bosses. And in fact, there's 5 copies of one and 2 copies of the other, so... Not Phaaze overloading me, you guys. I don't have the mutation that makes me Phaaze, that makes me red Phaaze. I could just undo your Phaaze overload. This door is very slow, and I wonder if you can even get into it at all. I'm pretty sure in the original game you can. Okay, good. It was just loading very slowly, and I can see it is a missile there, so we don't need to do anything further. We don't have to do this. What's that? That's the Colossus. Okay, well, we don't need to... We can't, in fact, go out in that direction. Okay. Bail, let's boogie. Let's go. I think Elysium. Let's go to Elysium. There's a ton of stuff in Elysium areas. There's like the whole second area. Wait, didn't we go to the second area? There's tons of areas in Elysium we can go to right now with what we got. Literally everywhere, but I think just everywhere. I think that the last time is for the pirate level, so that's not going to be a deciding factor. It's chugging up a little bit while it's doing that load. That's weird. I do wish sometimes that the walking... Now, I feel like with the Metroid Prime Randomizers, that it can take a while, like once you've checked everywhere and done all your checks. It is a little bit tedious to like walk back home, especially with how slow loads can be as well. But it is what it is, and I think it would... and at the very least with Metroid Prime 3 in particular, there's the ships, and they're in multiple locations, and there is a bit of fast traveling you can do, which I think is lovely. Fast travel, that's something that I feel like is like one of Metroid Prime 3's biggest innovations, the fact that you can sort of jet around to various hubs, and you don't have to backtrack everywhere. It'd be quite a step back if suddenly they took out all the fast travel for no reason and added in, you know, the opposite of fast travel, slow travel. That would be a bad thing, and it would make for a bad game. But we all know this. We all know that would be the case. I don't think you have to tell Retro. You might have to tell Tanabe though. But you know what's you know, that's just what it is. Let's go over here. Wow, we haven't unlocked any of the alternate landing sites of Elysium. So we'll just go there and explore. Oh, we should... Shit. We should go to Norian, actually, and pick up the, what I think is one of the energy cells that we need. So we do that, we can be basically go mode. Almost go mode. I say go mode. Pretty much like once we get the last item, we just have to go to the ship and you know, do some stuff. and then we'll go to a planet, and we'll enter in the code, and the game will be over. But we do, I think, need 2 more items. I think, right? Oh, wow, that's a... Cool that blocked the way back. I guess if you did that boss fight before you got the plasma beam, you could lock yourself out of Elysium early if you're not careful, if you do that before you get plasma. So I guess think twice before you, like, activate the dude, before you do the boost ball and go into the area. I guess there's nothing there other than a way to activate that boss. So, like, really, you can't just hold off on activating it, and it's no problem at all. It doesn't affect anything. And there's no reason to activate it unless you are ready to fight the dude. I mean, I guess if his check was something that unlocked something elsewhere, and then you found plasma beam somewhere else, you could do it. But, like, seriously, you would lock yourself out of Elysium that might have otherwise important checks. There's maybe some weird logic here where I would definitely, like, you know, I would say that probably shouldn't be there, so that if you came here and this is where you're supposed to be, and then you put that in front of you, you could come back. Maybe this whole area is set up such that you need plasma beam before you can come here. Maybe that is just, like, logically in logic or something. Who can say? I certainly don't know. We have Spider Ball, we have Boost Ball, which means we can do all the, like, Boost Ball gimmicks. We can do all the Boost Ball sequences. We can do the Spider Track thing. We can do the Metroid Lab. There's a lot of places in this level that could have... Oh, I totally forgot about Norian. Also, totally forgot to go back and punch out Norian real fast. Do that, when should we do that? Thinking. What's that? Why is that not collected? Don't know what that is. It's probably something we could collect right now. We can also go over here and do this room. This big sequence. We can also do this over here. And we can also go over here and unlock the fast travel point. I feel silly for coming all the way out here and then turning around and taking the rail back to the building we skipped. But yeah, let's just go ahead and grab that real fast. Oh, you know what? That was inside the thing. The check, that was Spider Ball, and it's an energy tank. We have enough of those. We're good. But we still can use this path down here. So let's pop down here and then go. Let me give a little more volume now. It was I lowered it earlier because boss music was loud, but can put it back up. I wish music levels in game were more static, predictable, etc. I do feel like I always have to be on top of that and making sure it's not too loud or too not loud. But it's probably fine so long as it's not ridiculously loud. Honestly, I know. I'm just a little overcautious. And if I don't like where it ends up, I can always adjust it later. That's a pain in the ass. I don't want to do that, I'll say. So, yeah, this is a whole area where you can come out here. Don't you, like, grapple up here? Maybe they changed this so that you have to use, I think the last time I played this randomizer, I took, like, the rail out to here, and then got soft-locked here because I didn't have Spider Ball and Boost Ball. But I think they changed it so that, maybe they changed it so that you have to have the screw attack to get out here. That makes more sense, I think, logically, just because, well, you can't get soft-locked as easily here. Improvement here. We're like so clear of all soft locks now at this point. Like there's nothing we could get, nowhere we can go where we can't find our way back now. So like, you know, don't worry about it. I think that's another sequence actually where the thing, you take the beam, you take the rail and it falls apart after you take the rail. Because otherwise you'd be stuck at the platform. Is this the right way? Am I going backwards? I can always take other paths to get here rather than that more than one way to skin an egg, crack an egg, bake an egg, whatever. Okay. I already did Bastilla storage apparently. Or wait, is there something there? Hang on. There's something out in... Right, there's something in the construction bay. If I recall, I think it looked orange. I think it looked like a missile. It was pretty far away, though. It's hard to say. Is that where the morph ball guy was? I thought that was in the other biome, the other side of Elysia, but I guess we never crossed to the other side of Elysia. Okay. Yeah, this is the room where you can get soft-locked if you're not careful. I'm just going to hyper mode so I don't have to worry about doors or whatever. If you're not careful here, this is a great place to get soft-locked because you jump on this rail here in the randomizer. And there's no way to get back other than screw attack or spider ball plus morph ball. And if you didn't realize that before you connected to the rail, you're fucked. You know, use in the randomizer here, there's the whole option to do the help menu. But even then, you need to be careful and not save before you know you can absolutely get back if you get out of this room. Because that could leave you super duper soft locked like I was the first time I did this randomizer. This time we have everything, so we don't have to worry. This is actually just a fun little thing. And there's a check here, yeah? Let me see. Yeah, there's a check up here in the whole railing situation, so gotta make sure to grab that. And then we can, come on, we can go on down. It's this. The missile. We don't need it, but might as well. I think I need to, like, to get to the other side, do some screw attack stuff, so let's screw attack over there. And then we'll proceed. Get the screw attack during, like, the second part of the game, right? So you would have screw attack by this time of the game. So like the platform being that far away is just the game's way of being like, yeah, okay, use the screw attack, haha. Isn't that fun? Isn't it fun to ask you to have the screw attack? But if you didn't have it, you'd be fucked. You'd be boned. There'd be nothing you could do to get out this way. Stranded. There's 2 checks here. We're looking for plasma. And we're looking for an energy cell. Something in this room. Right, this is where you, Oh, you have to, like, do it from up here, right? Oh, what am I doing wrong? Maybe a charge beam with really good timing? What? This is it, right? I gotta... There we go. Hit it at the top of its, gimmick. At the top of its arc. Okay. Come on, plasma beam! That's something. Is that the ship? No, it's just a ship missile. Okay. Here, there's one more item. I'm not sure where that is, but I'm assuming jump into the hole and morph ball stuff. If I had to guess. Yeah, there's like some whole morph ball stuff here. Ha! Yeah, this is where you get the tutorial for the spider. Cool little spider sequence. They come up with some cool things to climb on. Cool, like, traversal segments in this game. And in 2, and in 1 as well. I think this might be the peak of it, you know? This might be as good as they got. Like how mellow and quiet it is. You know, you're just climbing around. It's not a big deal. No one's trying to get you or nothing. It's just like, hey, you know, this is a dangerous place to be. Watch out, man. This is the exit, I think. Or the entrance, I'm not sure. In any case, going down from here. I have not gotten the missile yet. Or the pickup, whatever it is. Where is it? It's right near me. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, that looks like the item. How do I get there? I do not know. I think this is the exit. Right. You get the spider track over here, and then the spider track that was the way out is the way out. Oh shit, there it is. Okay, I got it. Come on. Oh my god, that looks like a beam. It is a beam! It is the progressive beam! That is it! That is the last major item in the game. Folks, we have now gotten the last major item in the game, the progressive beam. That is to say the green beam that fires green energy, you know? See? Green energy. That's green energy right there. It's like Sonic or something, I don't know. Like a penetrating beam. It penetrates walls and stuff, which means that basically we've gotten all the items that I believe are required for progression. Now, we haven't gotten quite every item. We haven't gotten the ship picker-upper. We can't pick things up as a ship, but honestly, I don't think it's necessary. I don't think that's a item that we need. and I think we can just sort of finish the game with what we've gotten. Now, to finish the game, we don't just need these items. We need to find one more thing, which is two more things, really, which are 2 more energy cells. We're short 2 more energy cells, so we're like, basically, we're like full power Samus. We're at full power right now. It's not really go mode, considering that we haven't gotten the last of the last couple of items that we need, but it's probably as close as we're getting, considering that, like, once we do get the casters, we basically just end the randomizer. It's basically just over once we find the last of them. I have set it to skip Phaaze because Phaaze sucks, and I don't want to do it. Like, the boss isn't a problem. I don't mind the boss. It's like the 15 minutes of just, like, pre-boss farting around that I just really don't care for. So, once we find the pirate code and enter that in, we'll be done. And the randomizer will be over, and it'll just be credits. And I think we've made really good time. We're about at 5.5 hours. I'll say, obviously I don't know, like, where I don't 100% know where to go to find the last, items. But, what I do know is that, I believe one of them was hidden behind Spider Ball earlier on Norian, so we will, once we get through I'm gonna go over there to that building over yonder, and I'm going to activate a fast travel point. And once that is activated, I will fly to Norhan and I'll get one of them, and then we'll return here, I think, and hopefully find the other one in the far side of Elysium. We don't have the maybe it would be better to do pirates for the last checks here, because I don't have here's the thing. I don't have the lifty thingy, and I think that some amount of lifty thingy would be necessary if later Elysium was the answer. But you know, why don't we pop over there and just have a look, see what's possible, see what's viable.
Samus, I will unlock this area, allowing you to command your ship to land.
I forgot that was the voice of this dude. Thank you, guy. I need this. I would rather this just be unlocked at the start, by the way, Randomizer devs. I think that'd be really cool. I know it would kind of screw up the whole your ship gets attacked gimmick, but you might already be able to get to a landing site other than the main one before doing that battle anyway, so long as you have, like, screw attack, boost ball, other stuff, you know. It's connected. It's connected. It could not be more connected. I'll say, I guess I should say this Wiimote Motion Plus, it's as old as it comes. It could be a little screwy. I don't know. I have one that's like Wii Motion Plus built in, but I don't know why, but I couldn't get that connected to the computer when I was trying to get that set up like a year and a half ago when I played this randomizer for the first time. I'm just noticing my mouse is hovering over the I'll hover it over energy cells so you can see that's what we need. Energy cells, energy cells, energy cells. That is the important thing right now. So yeah, we're gonna pop back to Norian, get energy cell number 4. Unless I was very mistaken earlier, I'll say I only saw it out the corner of my eye, and I believe cargo dock A? It might be wrong. It might be... Actually, I think it might be B. Let's find out. Actually, no, I think it's A. I think it's A. I think it's the one that you see after. I think this is the one. I'm never sure, like, which one is A, which one is B. I'll say Norian is a little bit symmetrical. That makes it hard to remember, like, which side is which. honestly, without, like, actually flying in and looking at the map. They could have made it a little less symmetrical. The original developers, obviously. I'm not saying, like, oh, the randomizer team should do anything funky. You know, the game is the game, and you randomize the game. Modifications on top of the game should be undertaken at very much a only when necessary, I think. Or if it's randomized, like, hugely, like loading zone randomization. Or, like, if you randomize the doors, for instance. That, yeah, that's an energy cell. That's exactly what we were looking for. Hell fucking yeah. There we go. 4 energy cells. We're just one away now, folks. We basically got this in the bag. I think let's do more Elysium. What am I doing saving? I need to enter the ship as well. It's good to say. I mean, I'll say this is the last time I should need to save because there's like nothing else that I need to lock in that I would want to risk, wouldn't want to risk losing. Oh. One more energy cell and we are done. Looking like a good... I'll say I think this randomizer is, I definitely had a lot of softlock issues early on, and I'll say, like, maybe somewhat, you know, if there was a more robust map tracker that was, like, emo tracker based rather than, like, you know, I'll show again, like, the tracker looks more like this. That's not right. Looks more like this, more like node based. Kind of weird. I don't know how to make heads or tails of it. I've just been flying by the seat of my own pants. I'll say, even flying by the seat of my own pants, being very careful about softlocks, you know, dancing around softlocks as you do. Successfully dancing around softlocks. It is still a pretty quick randomizer. Took, I think, in total, like, it's gonna be like 5, 6, 7 hours, which I think is ideal for a randomizer. I think that's the ideal length for a nice, relaxing weekend day, maybe. Like, such that you know, maybe start early because you don't want to go to bed too late. But also, like, after, you're gonna have plenty of time to, like, process the VOD and to, worry about a thumbnail and things of that nature. Timestamps, all that. So yeah, now all there is to do is just look. Very few items are, like, gating us for anything. Maybe, like, we can't, without the ability to pick stuff up, there's, like, 1 or 2 checks that are off the table. We cannot do the boss, but, again, we're looking for one thing, and there's 5 copies of it. There's the 9 energy cells in the world, and we only need 5, and to be honest, to be fair, that is not the game. That is not the randomizer. That is just how the game is. I'll say I do wish that you could set how many energy cells you needed, how many, where they could be. I'll say if I could just set them to be like bosses, I need to do the bosses. I think that would be pretty satisfying to have to go do Ridley, have to go do you know, everyone essentially. And instead of that, I do believe that in this randomizer, it would be quite unusual to have to do any of the bosses. Like, quite unlikely, quite bad luck. Especially if you do like I do, which is just, you know, have multiple instances of each weapon, just to really, like, make sure that Lady Luck smiles on you. And indeed, like, we did get all the items around the same time as we got all the energy cells, so for what it's worth, you know, it is pretty well tuned as far as that goes. It is pretty much like, you know, when you're done with the move gathering, you're also pretty much almost done with the energy cell stuff, which is nice. Ah. Definitely very nice. That's right, we got a new area. And if the first check happens to be, a thing, fucking out of here. We're fucking gone. Open the door and let me get one more energy cell from this room. Please and thank you. Where's the item here? It's like up and to the up high. I think this is an area that I never had to go in last time I randomized this. Like I said, you know, we got softlocked really bad in Elysium, and then had to like pull an audible. Did I mention I did an audible? I've mentioned that a couple times, didn't I? Earlier, like hours ago. Got really softlocked in Elysium, and then couldn't get out, and also I did a save somewhere past the point of no return. You know, somewhere where I couldn't come back with the items that were available to me. So all I had to do was just say like, okay, well, I've collected like half the items in the game. What can I do? And eventually I decided like, okay, I'm making a new seed. The seed will have all the items that I had, like by default. And basically I just restarted the game with the remaining items still in play. And well, I put in multiple of them, put in 3 of each or something. But still, that meant I had to like recheck and do the same areas over again. I had to return from whence I came, and that was a whole fucking thing. You know, that was a bit of overhead to add at the end of a randomizer, just like, or midway in, really, just like reset, start over, but with most items as a starting point. As a result, that first randomizer took me like 10 hours. And I'll say, like, now that I'm doing it right, now that I didn't softlock and require any sort of horse shit. Let's see the item. But this might be a case where you need to do a lifty thingy. And it might not be possible. Again, we only need 1 and there's 5 of them, so let's just keep looking. I think, like, basically, if anyone is the energy tank, we can totally just move on and ignore it and hope for the best. And get what we can do. This has gone a lot better, I'll say. Not a lot smoother. And I'll say it's about on the same time as Metroid Prime 1 took. Which I think we got a really good seed, I'll say, with Metroid Prime 1, considering that we didn't have to go into the mines, nor did we have to, we didn't have to go into the mines, and we only passed through Magmore once. That was about as good RNG as you can ask for, just like no backtracking whatsoever. Like, that's better RNG than what you get in the base game of Metroid Prime. So, like, we got really good luck there. And I think, what was that, like 5-6 hours? It's around there. It was around there as well. Whereas, like, I think Metroid Prime 2 Randomizer last month took like 8-9 hours. Definitely on the longer side. And now that we're doing Prime 3 right, I think that, you know, it's confirmed to be one of the less long ones. Oh, hey. That's another plasma beam, isn't it? Well, we don't need that then. I'll tell you what it isn't. It isn't an energy cell. We already have, max beam. That's the green beam. It's the green energy beam. I don't know what it's called. Phaser. Wave. Particle. It's something funny. Anything to do here? Maybe there's not that much to do here, unless you're ready to go pick up some stuff. If we can advance up, we can go and get this, whatever this is. But otherwise, You know, at any point here, we can just totally... I can shoot through walls or something. Do I need to kill those guys, or do I need to, like, get this picked up before I can interact with that? We deal with these guys, and then... I think Pirate Homeworld is where we want to go next. This will only activate once the thing is pulled out, right? Or do you have to, like... What is that? Why there? Quite get it. I think this is a case where you need to use the... This is like a ship tether point. Yeah. So, I'll be fair, there are still checks we cannot get, but I do think we can just sort of go without for the rest of the game. Get into there? I can get into there. We're good. Did I just boost off the... I take that to be a good sign. That might be an exit only. Oh, no, I was able to get there. Excellent. Does this give me access to the door? There's a bunch of, like... All these are inactive because the thing isn't lifted off the ground and hasn't been repaired yet. So, I guess, no, there's nothing I can do there. Okay, this is all we can do here for now. Like I said, there's still one item that we haven't gotten yet, the shift lifter thingy. And I guess there are a couple places where that is relevant. But there's more than enough checks in the game where we don't have to, if we don't want to. And we can just leave. So, we're just gonna leave. We don't have to deal with this. Wait, what about the elevator? Oh, crap, there was an elevator going down. That doesn't lead to the place where we were before, does it? Okay, we're gonna go down there, and then we're going to leave. Consider me, real fast. Just consider dying. Death warp back to the ship. We don't need... If this area doesn't have what we need, we don't need to have been here. We don't need to save our progress. We can just go. Hey, 06i, what's up? We're almost done here. We just gotta find one more energy cell somewhere. I don't know if this really helps me, or if there's any checks over here, but I might as well check. Oh, this is just a way... Where the hell does this go? It's just a way to get over to here? Which is where now? Have I been here before? I think this might be new, actually. I think this might be new. I'm not sure if there's any... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This could be it. This could be it. Well, any check could be it. This is definitely a check. Okay, okay. There's one more thing we can do here, and then we should either walk back to the ship or just, restart. That's an energy tank. That's an energy tank. I don't think that's an energy cell. That's different. How do you destroy that again? You gotta destroy this thing. Not a missile situation. Don't you, like, destroy them somehow? Stop with the firing at me. You're taking too much, much out of me. What about energy tank? What about... No. Well, in any case, that's not the item we're looking for, and I don't think we really have that many boss fights ahead of us. Like the toughest boss fight, yeah, it's totally an energy tank, not an energy cell. The toughest boss fight there is left is none. We could, well, we could definitely fight one of the mother hatchers. But you're drawing some comments on your map, on your level. Nice. Those are cool. I don't honestly look at them that often, but you know, if you ever want me to, all you need to do is ask. Know that. Random aside, I'm talking 06I is mentioning his Mario Maker stuff. Mario Maker is what we do on Fridays around here. It's a core part of the channel. Except during Randomizer month next month. Break time. That'll be the first time in like... Randomizer month is going to be the first time in like the last 4 years of streaming that I've taken a break from Mario Maker. So that'll be fun. That'll be good for a change of pace. And it'll be nice to take a load off and come back nice and refreshed. There could be something over this way. Also, I think we're walking in the direction of, I think we're walking in the right direction right now, so yeah. You're looking forward to Ori? I'll say 06I. I have been thinking, and I think I've decided on changing those two up. Mostly because I'm not sure, like, how much... I'll say, like, you know, I'm changing the lineup, but I am going to do... I could do those later on, let me say Tunic and Ori. Here's my plan right now. My plan for right now is, maybe we will do Ori. It's either going to be Ori or Super Paper Mario. I just saw that there is a Super Paper Mario randomizer, and I'm kind of curious if that's any good. I want to look and see.
I will unlock this area, allowing you to command your ship to land.
Oh, hey, this is another check. And also, very conveniently, this is a landing spot as well, so this is perfect. Yeah, so Super Paper Mario is what I'm thinking. And also, I'm gonna put in Banjo-Tooie. I'm gonna put in Banjo-Tooie Randomizer as one of the 4. I feel like that's just a good set. Can't go wrong with any of them. And yeah, this is convenient. My ship will be right here for fast travel purposes right as soon as we get this last check that we can do in Elysium. Watch this be vanilla. Watch this be lifting the lifter. I'll say we are in go mode is probably, but it could be that the lifter could help us get one last the one last energy cell. Who can say? This is probably gonna be nothing, but let's see. If it's the energy cell, we're done, by the way. Remember that. Missile expansion. Yeah, so Skyward Sword and the combo randomizer, Link to the Past plus Super Metroid. I think, yeah, those will still be in the cards, but I'm gonna table the other two for now. I'll say definitely interested in doing those at some point, but there's also so many other randomizers I'd like to do, and like I feel like I know Tooie so well, it's not going to be a problem. You know, we won't need any more time. Super Paper Mario, I know decently okay. I'm really not if it's not the type of randomizer where that really applies. Yeah, I think let's do Ori, but I do also want to check and make sure it does randomize properly, right? It is an interesting... the checks are interesting, right? I think let's do Pirate's Homeworld. And then, yeah, again, we only need one more energy cell. and there's 5 of them in the world. It is maddening that it all comes down to just like going around and looking for one last fucking energy cell, but it is what it is, and there's no way to customize this. I'll say if my preference would be to just require 3 and put them on the bosses, and if that were the case, we'd still be going because we would need the ship thing to get to the second boss, and also we would need to do like multiple linear action bits to unlock like all the bosses as is. So you know what, maybe it's fine if we skip Metal Ridley, and maybe it's fine we don't see any of the 3 of them. And also, by the way, we're skipping Phaaze, so keep that in mind, because I do not like Phaaze that much. Phaaze is probably the worst part of this game, and just like a hint of like what ideas Tanabe has kicking around as far as like, oh, you know, it's a Metroidvania where you run around exploring stuff. Oh, what if there was like a 20-minute, half-hour like linear shooty bang bang bit at the end? Ooh, wouldn't that be fun? Gotta look around, go like, sure, Tanabe. Sure, yes. Yeah, let's just, how much exploration do we want in this game? I'll say, I love this game. And as far as like how much exploration is in Metroid Prime 3, I think it's like 90%. I'm okay with a little bit of like 10% weird escort mission, weird this, weird that. Honestly, I forget that it's there half the time. The opening rigmarole, it's like fine in moderation, just a little bit up front. If it was like half the game, ooh, that'd be terrible. If it was like the whole game, and also like 50% of the game was escort mission, on top of it being super linear and terrible, man, that'd be a bad Metroid game, wouldn't it? That would be really bad. Hitched up a little bit there. I was a little bit concerned. Whatever. So by unlocking this, I believe this unlocks like the place where we will need to punch in our code. I think this that area is just for the punching in of codes, right? I don't need to go over there and do any checks. It's just literally, it's a big room where you punch in a code, and that's, or you do a warp or something to the end game thing. That'll be where it ends, the end game thing. I can just get the train here anyway right now. Why not? Yay, train. We all love trains. I'll say I kind of like trains. I don't know. I enjoyed being in Japan where it was like all trains all the time. It was quite lovely just having trains to go around a whole country. They're a lot better than buses. I'll say that much. They're always on time. Like, as soon as one leaves, there's another one like 5 minutes later. Like, in major city centers, they're amazing. Wish that, like, Kyoto could have more of them, I guess, I'll say. Kyoto is always hard to get around. I say it's always hard to get around. More rural parts, like, Sapporo. Less trains in Sapporo. Yeah, this is just a room with one check, with no checks in it. We can't come back here. No need to come back here until we have the code. Just checking, just checking. A good trains are nice. I like them. I'm looking forward to Randomizer month myself. It's been too long since I played most of the randomizers that I started with. I mean, I will say that Metroid Fusion Randomizer technically is a different randomizer from the one I started with. It's the Randovania one and not the original, but it's a better version of the original with more configuration, and also where the locks you know, you have control over them and shit. You can configure them and all that. It's a great version of that randomizer, and I'm looking forward to doing it again. Minish Cap's been a minute. It's been a while since I did Minish Cap. I don't know if I've done a full-on Minish Cap, like all 4 dungeons that you need to do on stream before. But I would like to do it. I would. Do we know where we're going right now? Well, there's some places like over here where we could definitely like go back in there with the spider ball, go get it. Otherwise, if I'm looking around, this area is pretty much tapped unless we want to do the whole gauntlet. It's like a whole gauntlet, right? Before you get to the Is there a whole fucking gauntlet before you get to the like seed? You have to like go with your military guys. You have to like first unlock get rid of the ground defenses so that they can attack. I'm gonna say I would rather not do that, and I don't think we will have to, considering how many checks. Hey, another energy tank. That's nice. It's a good one. I don't think that we will have to, considering. Why is that locked off that way? That's weird. Is that a check? That's not a check, right? Don't see it on my tracker. I don't think that's anything. That's just like a shortcut, I guess, that you unlock. If I'm not mistaken, we're done here, short of doing the thing that we don't want to do. So let's head back to the ship and go somewhere else. Hi guys. I'm don't mind me. I'm just going through here. I'll see you guys later. Isn't this something? How do you get over there? Wait a minute. This is the place where you go and get the... Dude, this is like... What is this? The hell do you... Not sure where exactly this hooks up. Oh, there's like a little room with a door over there. Defense access? Oh, that's probably where you do like you do like lower the defenses. There's no checks, so who cares? There's nothing out there. I don't have to care. There's nothing out there. Maybe there's like a fast travel. Might be a fast travel to another region, but thinking, what else can we do in Pirates? We're out of places here, but there is over here. We still have some checks to do over here. I believe these were all. That one's an energy tank, and that one is I don't know, but I think we have what we need for it. That one requires the green beam. We have what we need for that. This requires just beating a Metroid. We can do that. And I think the crane yard might be out of logic, just based around one of the items that I got. I believe I set it in an area that didn't give progression items, which is to say that it shouldn't be required. Then again, maybe it's... Maybe... I don't know how, like, progression items work. Whether it's just, like, you can find 5 energy cells, or, like, you can find all 9. Maybe some of the energy cells are in, I did set it so that the, ship... By the way, you know, one place we haven't been, one place we haven't checked is the ship that you, the ship that you have to go to get the pirate codes. I set that to not have progression items because I don't want to have to deal with extra energy cells or think about even spending them incorrectly. But what if 4 of the fuckers are in the hair and it's just saying like, well, they're not progression items. They're optional. That would be... I wouldn't know what to make of that, honestly. I will say we haven't found the other hyper missiles, which makes me think that, like, yeah, no, just hyper missiles are out of logic. The two of them that I put in the seed, both of them are not findable, etc. Shit, what else can we do? We're running out of checks here. Running out of things to check, things to try. Should we just go to the Valhalla and see what's up? Maybe one of the fucking checks that's not supposed to have progression has an energy cell that we can use. That would be really annoying if that was the case. It would be really annoying because I specifically wanted to be able to ignore that area and not worry about how I spend my cells there other than getting to the end. You know, I didn't want actual moves there that I actually could want, but we're gonna go forward, by the way. We have everything we need to go the forward route. And also, most of the things are like in the first couple rooms. Most of the checks are in the first couple rooms. I will say, I'm pretty sure one of these is an energy tank, so not an energy cell. No, we don't need it. Stop being on alarm. Okay, we're not on alarm anymore. Where exactly is the is the item in this room? This is one I don't quite. I'll see it. Oh, hang on, right there. Let me scan. Energy tank. Okay, we don't need that. So we just need to get through this room. I'm gonna grab the other one just to make absolutely sure. But I'm pretty sure this one was also not one. Again, let's just make sure, you know. Pretty sure, absolutely sure, two different things. And also we can just come up this way so it's faster than it once was. That's not it's not green. Son of a bitch. Not green. We know what it is. Well, just kind of want it now that I'm here and it's right there in front of me and I know how to get it. Kind of want to go and pick it up. That's a problem with me and randomizers sometimes. Just like, I see something, I want to collect it. I do. Really. No, it's not, Okay, let's get out of here. That's not it. We need to move on to the next room. Oh, wait a minute. Shit, right. We have to, open the door to go forward here. I forgot about that. We have to, now that we have the X-ray visor, we can do that in the X-ray visor room halfway through the morph ball sequence. If you don't go out, I guess you can only go out that door. So there's not like, oh, you know, go out the other door, don't trigger the alert status. Green grabby thing is awkward. Forgot. Good to know. Good to check. Now we know. Now we've checked. Yeah, it's like right here. And it's good to go this way because this is actually the only way to get here. I don't think you can get there from the backside. We'll open that up and then go to the next room, and that'll have another check for us. One, two, 3, and then oh, bam, there we go. Hope you're doing well, 06i. Or anyone else chatting, anyone else watching, hanging out, doing whatever. Did you, 06i, I'll ask, did you watch today's anime? I haven't watched today's anime yet. I don't know if there's any good ones. I did see, you know, I sometimes glance. I'll say, I have a thing called StyleBot that allows me to, like, nuke any sort of element from any sort of website. And I did just do that to Crunchyroll. I did just use my StyleBot to say, like, okay, don't show me your scores anymore. I don't want to know before I watch something. You like all of them, really. I did see one that apparently had, like, a 2.5 average. I mean, that doesn't mean it's bad. It might mean that, you know, it's always possible in cases like that, like, oh, it could just be chuds. It could just be, oh, there's like a black person in this one, or like there's a gay person in this one. That could be what it means. Not the isekai one? Okay. It might not be a good one. I'm low-key sitting here. I low-key saw that and went, ooh, a bad one. Like an out-and-out trash fire. Oh my god, you know how bad you have to be on Crunchyroll to get less than 4 stars? Less than 3 stars? I mean, you either have to be bad, or you have to have a gay character in it. One or the other. I hope it's bad, and not gay. Well, actually, it would be better if it was gay character, just because, you know, it might actually be good. But it'd be funnier to me if it was just a bad show, and not the work of chuds, you know what I mean? I would prefer that, honestly. On all the websites where there's, like, exposed average rankings, I think I'm just happier if I don't see that. You know, it doesn't do for me to be, like, thinking, like, oh man, I love Food for the Soul, and then to look on, like, AnyChart and see, like, 70%, and go, like, oh, what the fuck? 70% for Food for the Soul? Are you kidding me? Like, that's, like, lower than the Metacritic of certain, bad games. Like, Jesus Christ, man. That's, I mean, I'm not sure, like, how they arrive at that number, how that number is calculated. I'm sure it's not really, like, a weighted average. It's more just, like, thumbs up versus, like, you know, people that watch versus people that don't. I really don't know how exactly that number has come. I don't really know what stats AnyChart has. I mean, I guess they have, like, any list review average. Maybe it's that. Or maybe it's just something like, oh, you know, this amount of percent of people who watch simulcast anime are watching it? No, that's can't be it. That just shrink? Don't know why that turned off, but we didn't actually need it, so whatever. We should check out the room that's after. We should kill the Metroid Hatcher, and we should check the room that has checks in it. I really don't know, like, where else we can go that might have our, Oh, this is the wrong way. I got turned around here. Don't mind me, I'm just walking. In fact, let me just inject an energy tank, and now no one can hurt me, and I can't die because I didn't get, wait, can these guys, like, fill me full of energy? Okay, I seem to be, immune to Metroids while in hyper mode. Excellent. Okay, good. It doesn't look like they add power to me. Well, they can do something. They can make my hyper mode fail. Did that cost me my energy tank as well? It might have done. I'll say, we did not see the room in this game where your energy tank, where your hyper mode goes out of control, so our hyper mode is not limited. It does not go up to max yet. It does not go out of control, but still spooky. I don't know, maybe Metroids are like an exception to that. Maybe they can add to it. If anyone can add to it, all bets are off, I guess. I don't know. I am curious, like, if it's good or bad. I'm always curious about all the shows, you know, whether they're good or bad. I will say 06i, I don't know. Did you check out Scum Brave of Scums? Scummiest of the Braves? What's it called? It's like something like that. That's the one I think I like the most out of the last few days. That's definitely the one that's clicked with me the most. And I think it has like the most... That's the same author as Senate's Hero? Wow, really? That's, you could see some of the resemblance. Yeah, I was thinking, like, low-key, like, as I was watching, like, oh yeah, it's about a cynical hero and an upbeat, peppy hero who is, like, less jaded. And that's a really good combination. Kind of a little bit similar to Satisfy Hero, jaded, convict hero, and, like, the goddess who is just like upbeat and peppy, and the real heart of the show, I guess, I would assume, I don't know. Funny that both of those are the same season then. Has that author done anything else? Honest question. I think they do good stuff. Like, that is an original, those are original ideas. I mean, they have like their roots in like other, I'm sure like other people have had like similar ideas and all that, but like they have their own take. They're well made and like interesting world building, interesting like setup. Nope, no other adaptation by that dude. That's cool, man. When is that like? I don't like keep tracks of manga that much, honestly. Like I don't. I'm not gonna say I don't care because like a lot of the things that I watch are adapted from most everything is adapted from manga, but like, isn't there like a manga that people say is like the current #1 that is not adapted yet, which is like about a guy who has like goldfish related powers? When is that getting an adaptation? When is that going to be to get anime made? That's gotta be coming, right? You don't pay attention either? Gotcha. I mean, I'm sure there's fantastic stuff that no one's ever heard of. And I'm sure that, like, I'll be blindsided by something that I love this year in general. So, you know, I'm just curious because I've heard good things about it and it looked kind of cool. And, I like to wait until things are anime. And, that'll happen, right? I mean, it's possible that someone's had a bad experience with, like, anime adaptation, and they just turn around and say, like, no, my thing will only ever be a manga from here on forward. I guess that would, you know, mean that you know, that'd be the way that it was, but I feel like everything of, like, quality will be adapted eventually. I say that, you know, sometimes you get... Most shows are pretty good, but sometimes you get, like, whoever adapted, like, Biscuit Hammer, right? Where, I mean, I'll say I didn't hate Biscuit Hammer. I thought it was alright, but definitely, like, bad production values, definitely, like, some rushed pacing that doesn't make sense. Some doesn't look great in a lot of places. The quality of the original just struggles harder to shine through if they don't do it right. Also, maybe like something mid will be adapted into something great. You know, perhaps like that sort of thing happens. So I thought we had to tear off the last one, but I guess he's just dead. What is the item that we've spent so that we had to fight this Metroid Hatcher for Telling me it's the last one. I like to be surprised by shows. I'll say, like, whatever is coming in the future. I'll be surprised by it. Oh, it's green, it's green! It's green, it's green, it's green! Green, green, green! That's what we're looking for! That's it! That's the energy cell! I think we need to climb out this way to get the energy cell. And we could also open the way to the command center, but fuck that, man. We just need this energy cell, and we are fucking done. Which way to the energy cell? Where is it? Oh, it's somewhere here. Oh boy. This is the last item that we need in this randomizer. We are almost done here at just about 6-7 hours. Perfect. Perfect length for a randomizer. Lovely, lovely. Let's fucking go! Ah! That's 5 energy cells. We have everything we need to go cash in and finish this. I will, we're ending the stream in a nice, respectable, 10 o'clock roundabout. Yeah, let's say it probably won't take that long to, like, make our way back to, make our way back out of here. And, such and so forth. But, hi, fella. Folks, we are in, we're in go mode. We're in go mode right now. It's official, but also it's not that interesting, I'll say. Like, it's not terribly exciting. We're not going to Phaaze. I have set this up so that Phaaze is skipped. So this is basically the end of the randomizer right here, right now. Just walking back to the ship, going to the Valhalla, doing some energy cell nonsense, some, you know, basically just wandering around, putting our energy cells into holes. We're gonna put some stuff into some holes, and then we're going to, like, walk back to this area, not this area, but the other pirates' homeworld area, and we're going to enter our pirate code. Hey, you're blocking my elevator. Dipshit. We're gonna walk all the way back to the other part of Pirate's Fortress with the green beam and the thing that you had to, like, hyper voltage, hyper grapple, whatever that's called, and then we'll be on our way. We'll be credits, like, right away. So, yeah, this is the ending. I do wish that, honestly, I wouldn't mind if it was just, like, immediately, just they're cashed in, go end. Or just, like, immediately they're cashed in, warp to the ending, warp to credits, you know? Honestly, the randomizer could use a few quality of life. One, I kind of wish you could untie it from the regular energy cell progression, so that instead of going for 5 energy cells, you were like, oh, you have to go beat all the seeds, and they give you the energy cells to go actually beat the thing. Or 2, option 2, let's go to Valhalla. Option 2, just add extra energy cells to the game, give them prioritized placement, make it so that, like, more getting all the moves is more important. I guess in this game, I mean, I'll say, like, I guess in this game, for, like, even if you have Phaaze turned on, all you need is the 3 hyper moves and hyper mode, which isn't much at all, honestly, as far as, like, end game requirements go. So just, like, making it so that you can go to the end game at any time probably wouldn't fly. But you would need plasma beam, you would need X-ray visor, I think. You would need some stuff to get the grapple voltage. You would need some stuff just to get to the code room. We haven't been here, we haven't done any of the checks here. I don't know, like, what lies here. But I'll say I did set it up so that none of them will be in logic, so We should just be like popping through. Also, the Olympus. Apparently the randomizer now can start with the Olympus. I still think it is better to just start with the full game, open style. This is how I like my, look, this is how I like my, Federation Force dudes. They're just here. They're just corpses. And what's more, we can get rid of them if they're in our way. Isn't that lovely? We can get rid of them if they're in our way. That one just turned to dust. He doesn't feel so good. Lovely, lovely, lovely. That's how I like them. My preference. There's some ones that talk in this game too. But, more corpses, I would say. Having some, like, Federation Force troopers corpses around really makes it seem like a dangerous place to be. You know, where like, normal Joe cannot survive. But maybe Metroid Samus can, because she's so cool and strong. I think that's a good thing about the Metroid games, that the spaces are so dangerous that only that only Samus could hang. If there were a bunch of chuds running around being weird, that would suck. I wouldn't like that. To be clear, it is 2026. It is January of 2026. I'm casting shade. This is intentional. If you're wondering, maybe someone could watch this and go like, was this before certain things? Let's see what this is. I'm just curious because it's right fucking here. We don't need it though. What are we doing? What am I doing? I can't resist an item that's right here. The ship missile. Ooh. I don't think did we fire? We fired one ship missile throughout the whole game. Hard for me to resist. Also, I was curious, like, could it be the ship grabby thingy? Could it be, like the other item that we didn't get? It's not important. I have curiosity that is, I should really sate. I should really, get a hold of. Okay, seriously though, let's keep on moving, keep on going. Here we go through here. Now, in this, there's 9 energy tanks total, and there's 9 energy tank holes, so it's very important we don't put a tank in the wrong hole. Like, I don't know if, like, all the other 4, honestly, with how late in the game we got the last one of them. Hello. What is that? One of those 2 spider balls was here. No wonder we got it so late in the game, I guess. Okay, so second versions of progression items can be in the non-progression zone. Fucking cool to know. Guess maybe even then, so I guess then it is kind of low-key worth going here and cashing in your crap early. I kind of wish I could set it so it was just literally crap, literally dog shit, literally just put missile expansions here and nothing else. That's what I want a non-progression thing to be. Literally, not a second copy of a progression item, just literally anything. Whatever, it's not important. We got through, and we got through in good time, too. Did we shoot these things? Missile? Right, we need to, like, go into the wall or something. And then a Mother Metroid Hatcher Prime thing is going to appear. Shooting it. That's it. Okay. Put those in, and that'll open the way forward. Also, a Hatcher will appear. Do we have to fight the Hatcher? I forget. Maybe. Good solid maybe. I think we might just be able to walk past this one. Screw attack doesn't kill these dudes, right? I mean, I'll check. No, you get screw attack in World 2. They wouldn't make it that overpowered if you get it that early. Can I please just walk past and go onto the elevator? Okay, not like that. Maybe like this. Okay, here we go. The door is open. The door is open right there. And it's not even like this is a check or nothing. Bye, Metroid Hatcher. Okay, you can run past that. There are more Metroids, though, hanging out and crap. I think we've spent all our energy cells, so now we just have to do the thing. I do believe you do need to have the grapple voltage to finish. In addition to the voltage the maximum voltage, that thing. Or does what? Guess you need that and the X-ray visor to actually finish then. Pirate code secured. Excellent. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, so you need X-ray and the grapple voltage to actually get that. Worth noting if you're like looking for like the minimum. If somehow you were able to get the energy cells before you got like all the items in the game. Hey, stop that. Stop being weird. Just trying to leave. Hey, Metroid Hatcher. How you doing? I'm back. Just for a second, though. I'll be on my way, and you'll never hear from me again. What are you guys doing here? Were there a bunch of Metroids on board, like the attack ships that the pirates brought? Or were they living in were like they raising Metroids on these battleships and they escaped or something? Weren't there like hopping Metroids part of the original attack squad? I think they just came in with the attack squad. They just got pet Metroids or something. They're like bioweapons. It's what they do. Let's get out of here. And we'll be getting out of here. We'll be finishing shortly. Very shortly. And I'll give final thoughts, like, I guess I'll give some final thoughts at the end, as I sometimes do. I don't know, this is only the second time I've done the randomizer, and it's the first time that it's gone well. So, you know, I'm more positive now than I was. I've had a better night than last time I did this on stream. So I'm feeling pretty good. I do think, I'll say this right now, I do think there's a lot of room for improvement. I understand that there's technical issues that make that hard because the guy who did a bunch of the coding disappeared or something, and they don't have the source code that dude had. Hopefully that dude still has the source code if he's still out there and might eventually come by and be like, oh hey, what's going on? How you doing? Still working on this? Oh crap, I didn't give you the source code for the file editor. Oops. It has recently got a patch, so just literally a week or two ago. So like stuff is changing over at the Metroid Prime 3 randomizer scene. Oh, that reminds me, I didn't like post my stream to the to their Discord they got there. Oh well, that's fine. It's a little late now since we're just about to cash in and end. Maybe I'll post the VOD there. I don't know. Nothing wrong with that. Maybe they'd like that. This has been a real nice, clean run. Dancing around Softlocks left and right. Successfully dancing. I successfully danced around all the Softlocks. I feel really good about that. And then eventually, once we had enough items, no more Softlocks to worry about anymore. Just straight, clean living. Just straightforward exploration. You really have to be on guard playing this randomizer, I'll say. Like, early game, so many of the options that are, you know... Let's talk about this in final thoughts once credits happen in like 5 minutes. But, yeah. And there'll be a timestamp on the VOD, too. Yeah. It's like the most, dull go mode you could ask for, really. And you consider that it's all just a bunch of, like, walking. Here I want to actually go to floor 2, don't I? Oh, well... I think that's where the one where you go past the thing and then we'll get to the green room. And, yeah, that's... This is how you get to the room past the green, door. And past the train that leads to the last area you need to go to. I really wish, you know, if there's one move that I wish Metroid Prime 1, 2, or 3 could have fucked with, a speed booster would have been really cool. Like, if you could just, like, sprint around these worlds, I think that would be lovely, actually. Hello, Brown Diddley. You came at, pretty much the last minute of the run. The last minute or two of the seed. We're about to end. Is this game on Wii? Yes, it is. In fact, you can see right here. Wiimotes. Wiimotes. And Nunchuck. I got the genuine articles. It's hard to map, I think, to a traditional controller. I did like originally when I was first setting this up and trying to get this working, I did set up like stick controls just in case I couldn't get these working, because the Motion Plus one that I was first trying with wasn't working. I had to go back to my original launch Wii Wiimote. I'll say you can do this in 16:9 for what it's worth, but I like having the tracker be as big as it can do, and I like laying out randomizers in this specific way. So that is just my preference, and is what it is. Is this the place? This is the place, right? Yeah, you have to power that down, and then the warp pad is right there. Excellent. Okay, we got this. Obviously. We are... Get ready for, folks, get ready for time, by the way. Like I said, we're not going to Phaaze. Because fuck Phaaze. Nah. No, fuck that. No way. We're just gonna end. And, I'm going to watch all the anime today. From today, and put up the VOD, do all that stuff. Ready? Ready? I do believe, unless my settings were wrong and fucked up somehow, that this is time. Or rather, okay, hang on. I have to go back to my ship, and then I have to go back to my ship, and then I have to fly into the thing, and then credits. I have to, like,
Samus, we have gained control.
Yeah, it's cool, it's good. It is time to end this, you are right. It is basically over now. I just had to do the last final things. This is kind of a whole fucking process of just... I'll say, one criticism I have is that You could just totally unlock the crap once I get the items. You could just totally, like, jump to, like, okay, Phaaze is open. Go ahead. You got all the canisters. You don't need to go get the code. You don't need to... It's in the same location it always is. You don't need to go through the whole ship. You don't need to walk all the way back to the Leviathan. You don't need to walk all the way back from the Leviathan. It would be very simple to just say, like, okay, you get the canisters, you're done. Just fly to Phaaze if you want to do Phaaze. Or fly to Phaaze if you want it to be just like, there you go, GG, credits, let's go. There are randomizers that totally do that, by the way, like DK64 randomizer is a great example. When you get the keys, you don't have to turn them in, they're just automatically in there. I think some of the Zelda randomizers are the same way. Like, I can't remember which ones exactly, but I think, like, once you get... There's totally some stuff where, in some of those randomizers, where it's like, oh, you know, you got, like, the medallion that entitles you to this, but you don't have to run over and, like, set off the cutscene. It's done. It's done. Don't worry about it. There's a couple like that. I can't recall all of them off the top of my head. I know DK64 is one. It's been done. It is cool when it is done. But, yeah. I guess this is authentic to the original experience. You know, of course, when you're originally playing the game, you had to walk all the way back out here. You had to do the final thing. You had to get the code. You had to know that you had to get the code. Maybe you really did that first, you know? Yeah. My lips are chapped and dry, and, I am ready to end this. Let's go ahead and end this. It's over. It's over, y'all. Let me go ahead and, let me set up all nice and good for the timestamp. Folks, it's over. I know it says Phaaze right there, but I have set Phaaze to not be required, so as soon as I hit this, we, I think, do a cutscene and then credits. I think it's basically done. Once we see credits, we will know. I will stop the timer, and the time has been just under 7 hours, just over 6.5. I'm pretty happy with that. Let me say. If Phaaze is here, something has done terribly wrong with my settings. If Phaaze is required, and I have to do it, something has done terribly wrong. I don't think something has gone terribly wrong. I think we're good. Can I skip this cutscene, by the way? I hit B. Okay, cool. That skipped it. Is it loading credits? Yeah! It's done! Okay, perfect. Beautiful. Credits. Okay, we're done. Folks, that was... Time. 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 40 seconds. Let's go. That's, Metroid Prime 3 Randomizer. Oh, that was a fun, randomizer. I had a good time. It went cleaner than it did the last time I played it. I think Metroid Prime 3 Randomizer is pretty damn good. There is room for improvement, though, and I hope that they do figure out, like, everything they need to make those improvements and make those patches. I think there were some technical issues with that, like earlier, like previously, where like, the guy who did the patch stuff, who wrote the game editor that did the actual editing of the files and stuff, that dude went away. They would have to redo it, and I hope they eventually redo it. Ignore for this session, please. Great, there was some sort of error at the last second. Very cool final time there in-game as well. 4 hours, 49 minutes in-game time. Cool. We collected 58% of everything. Very good randomizer. I think it's a lot of fun. I really appreciate like how much you can jet around to the various like the fact that you have fast travel from the start, or at least, you know, maybe if you start with the command visor like I do, you have pretty much open access to fast travel and additional fast travel points. I think that is really rad for minimizing backtracking in a way that is totally obviously fair game, legitimate, not a hack, not a cheat, just very clearly legitimate, valid, etc. I think that Metroid Prime 3 has a lot to offer insofar as like it already has that built in. You don't have to worry about backtracking as much. That said, here's some thoughts that I have after doing that again and having to dance around you know, Softlocks for the first hour or 2 or 3 of the game, of the randomizer. When you're just starting out and you have access to like 5 different landing spots across the whole game, most of them have Softlocks in them. Most of them have like points of no return where you need like the grapple lasso, or you need the boost ball, or you need the plasma beam, or you need this or that or another thing. And it is so hard without like a really robust tracker, which there is not a tracker on Emo Tracker, just like one that looks like this and such built into the Randovania, built into Corruptivania, which personally I just cannot get my head around. I need the kind that's built into your standard emo trackers. I would like one of those, and I would like it to be all nice and good and tell me what I can and can't get safely. Without that, it can be really dangerous and really hard to just like know where you can and can't go. Maybe you play it like 2-3 more times, you get to understand the logic and just go like, okay, I know this area is safe. The first area of the game, you can't actually do without the lasso because you're gonna have to use the lasso to escape. I guess what I should have done is start eliminating areas more wholesale, because like the last area that we went to, I think it was like when the Pirates base, that whole area was basically open to us from the start, and it had the lasso in it. So, you know, maybe that's more of an experience thing, but the fact that you have so many options to go to up front, and so many of them are just riddled with dead ends and traps and stuff, it's dangerous. Another thing to note, just like personal experience-wise, the last time I did this, I started without the gravity boots. Never do that. Never start without the morph ball, gravity boots. Anything you start with vanilla style, you should start with, because the game is not built around assuming that you don't have the gravity boots, you know? If we ran into Softlocks a lot today, keep in mind that without the space boots, Softlocks would be twice as frequent, twice as often, or in some cases, it's not really a Softlock, but you have to use your morph ball jump to do the equivalent of a double jump, and that's just annoying to do every single time you run into a double jump wall, basically. It's not great. So that's more just a matter of configuration. Don't configure it that way. It's not fun. It's not good. It's a bad idea. I am warning you, folks. Do not start without the gravity boots. That's just something to note. That's just a mistake you could make. But fortunately, of course, we did not make tonight. Other thoughts. It's weird that the hyper mode does not start in the mode where it goes all the way up to red. Last time that I did this randomizer and I had to restart midway, and I sort of just restarted midway by making a new seed with all the items I had gotten previously. Last time we didn't get that room in the second seed of that run. As by the way, I don't want to do that ever again, and I was very careful about Softlocks this time to make sure we didn't end up in that scenario again. That was not a good way to go, to be clear. Because we didn't explore the whole world, I thought that was the reason why we didn't run into that case again. But this time, we explored for like 6 hours and found pretty much everything, and somehow did not run into that room where your meter turns red. I don't know where in Brio that was. I just somehow didn't go there, I guess. There were a lot of places we didn't check. There was a lot of places that we didn't need to check. And I'll say with this configuration, I liked that a lot. It meant it was somewhat breezy, somewhat open to, you know, multiple routes, multiple... we were getting, like, constant progress. We were finding good things. That much I really like about this randomizer. Final few notes. I feel like in the late game, the way that the energy cells work is a little bit awkward. It's a little bit shit that you have to find 5 of them to finish, and you cannot do anything about that. You can't start yourself with them. You can't control them in any meaningful way. Whoopsie daisy. You can't control them in any meaningful way. You have to restart my Wiimote now. You can't control them in any meaningful way. Don't worry, it'll be back up in a second. You can't control them in any meaningful way. You can't put them on the bosses, on like the major bosses. I feel like that'd be the best possible way to do this, right? Get those onto the bosses and have it so that you're just looking for basically the items you need to face the bosses. Which, to be fair, we do not have. We would still be working on this randomizer and probably still be beating those bosses and doing all the required stuff to get to those bosses, a lot of which we skipped. You know, we didn't missile stuff, we didn't do the whole getting a bomb, we didn't do the train sequence with the guys. Oh, you know, the funny guys. I think that would be the best way to configure this randomizer. Make it like or make it so that like 2 out of 3 is required, so like you have to do 2 of the dungeons, but not all of them. Honestly, I feel like Metroid Prime 2 also could be that way, where like 2 out of 3 in logic. If 2 out of 3 of the biomes were in logic, that'd be really nice, and that would reduce the scope randomly, which I always feel is great in randomizers, right? Where like, say for instance, also if there was like, if like those areas were just barren in general, if you could say like, okay, Elysia is just out of logic this time, no Elysia checks, that would reduce the size of the randomizer by like a 4th or a 3rd or something. Probably more like a 3rd than a 4th because the first planet is so small. And but like, yeah, that sort of thing I think would be great if like you could make it more like a Zelda, where it's like, okay, 3 dungeons are required. Here are the 3 dungeons, and every other dungeon is out of logic. You know, if you could set it up like that, if you could set up Metroid Prime 2 like that, honestly, and maybe even 1, though 1 is a lot less structured for that. 2 and 3 are like perfectly structured, where each world is pretty standalone. Each of them has a very defined final boss, and I feel like both of them would really accommodate that sort of like reduction in logic. I'll say this one, you know, lengthwise is pretty much right on the money already, like 6-7 hours. I've always said that's about perfect length for a randomizer. 5 maybe also is good, but like, you know, shorter options for a shorter seed, to do like a 4-hour run, to do like a, you know, in the case of Metroid Prime 2 where it takes me more like 8. Like if I could cut down one of the temples, that would totally take it to like a solid like probably like 4. I guess I could do that manually. You do have control over all the checks in the game. I could totally like roll some fucking dice and go like, okay, so Argon is out. Go ahead and just go to all the checks for Argon and go off. I should do that at some point. I did just do all these randomizers, so like I'll say I do not have it in the cards to have another go at Metroid Prime 2 randomizer anytime soon, but I'll make that note. Remind me in 6 months, what if Metroid Prime 2 randomizer, but put a whole world out of logic. Roll a dice or something, and do it manually. Sorry, something's gone wrong. Please try again. Motherfucker. Remind me in 6 months, try Metroid Prime 2 randomizer, but make it so that one area is out of logic, and roll a dice to determine which one it is. I hope that I can remember in 6 months that I can manually turn off every check individually, and that option actually is in my hands, and I could totally do that. I could even do it with this one, honestly. Hey, maybe in 6 months we'll do this again, and we'll do it, but with less stuff and logic. Would that be interesting? Would that be fun? It'd be faster, and I would like a faster version of this that could be done on a weeknight even. That might be fun. That might be good. Anyway, yeah, sure, go ahead and save. Do whatever you want. Anyway, that's gonna do it for tonight. We are done. That was fun. One more final thought. It would be cool if once you got the final energy cell, you didn't have to walk all the way to the Valhalla and get the pirate code, then walk all the way back and punch it into the Leviathan, then walk all the way back and get into your ship and whole nine. It'd be cool if you could just go right to Phaaze from there. The whole walking segment is just it's just like 10 minutes I could get back. 10, 15, 20 minutes that like is the most boring go mode in the world, honestly. Please work on that. That's something that you should really consider. Also, second thought there, it'd be cool if you could skip Phaaze, but skip from the start of Phaaze to the bosses of Phaaze. Not have to go through the whole planet, but still get a nice conclusive final boss. I'll also say a Minish Cap randomizer. If there was an option to skip from the sword room to the final bosses, that would also be rad. I would do that over a pedestal ending where it just ends as soon as you put in you have all the emblems and the swords and stuff. That's I think that'd be better as options go. I always like a skip to the final boss and do it type randomizer end versus like do a whole dungeon or just end, just credits. That's my preference. That's I think the best way to do it. Okay, folks, it's been fun. Let me pull up the old schedule. Did I remember to take off the randomizer? I did not. Let me just get that out of there because we did just do Metroid Prime 3 Randomizer. That is done. That is in the books. That is we don't have to worry about that again. I'll say, you know, now that we've gone through this stream, some plans ahead will be changing a bit, but what's not changing is that the next stream will be on Tuesday. We'll be on 2 days from now. Tomorrow, a brand new game that I'm pretty excited about is coming up. Big Hops. It's a 3D platformer that's looking pretty exciting. I think people are pretty pumped about it. I'm pretty pumped about it. And I'm going to be trying it out on Tuesday. Not tomorrow. I'm going to give myself a day in between streams. Should I? Can I just do it tomorrow? No. Do it Tuesday. Good to have a day's break in between streams and stuff. Okay, let's just do it Tuesday. Like I said here. Like I've been saying, like the calendar says. There will be viewer levels on Friday as well, as per usual. There will be a whole hiatus of them, of the viewer levels in February. There will also be on MLK Day, there will be Half-Life 2 Episode 2 with the dev commentary, and I think those are the plans for January. I will say, I do have on the calendar right now, if you look at the picture version, I do have the idea of doing like a Rubik's Cube stream, where I check out some of my Rubik's Cubes, but honestly, I'm kind of feeling just in the mood for a break after all these randomizer streams and all these big Sunday and day off streams. I think I'll take the last week of January off and do some prep and get all nice and ready and prepared for all the randomizers to come in Randomizer month. By the way, again, I think we're gonna switch out Tunic for Banjo-Tooie and Ori. I think I'm gonna have to think about it. I'm gonna have to look into the Super Paper Mario Randomizer and see if it's any good. But if it is good, Maybe we do Super Paper Mario instead of Ori. Those are the two changes that I want to make to the schedule right now. Let me think about it and sleep on it and stuff. I'll let y'all know where we're at with that by February. So yeah, those are that's what's coming up. I'm gonna cancel that Rubik's Cube stream. I just want a break. I just want a nice week of relaxing. Feel like we've been going pretty hard, doing long streams on every weekend, doing multiple streams a week for like a bit now, and a week off would really do me well. After a big December, after a big reasonably mid-sized January. A week off after all this crap would be rad. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Everything sound good? Everything understand? Know when I will be next? Enjoy stream, did you? Hopefully you did. Let me see who is online, who I can send you to right now. On twitch.tv. Quite a few people are streaming here. Let me see. I'm either thinking... Let me think. I see someone doing some viewer levels, some Mario Maker. I also see someone who streams on Sunday usually, who I haven't been able to raid. I don't know what they're doing though. I don't know what exactly game is that. Let's just go with the viewer levels. I don't think I've rated Goofy Guy Games in some time either. So that's fine. And also I know my viewers like viewer levels, like Mario Maker, etc. Let's go with that. Thank y'all for joining me, for hanging out and stuff. I'll see you on I will see y'all on Tuesday for Big Hops, Friday for Mario Maker, next Monday, not tomorrow, the week after, for Half-Life 2 Episode 2 with dev commentary, and for a whole lot more randomizers in February. Look forward to them. I spent a lot of time today talking about them and other randomizers and stuff. Hope you enjoyed all that. I love randomizers. I really do. They're a lot of overhead to put together and to manage and do and all that, but I think they're really worth it. I really do. And also they can go long as well. Long enough where you really can't always do them on a weeknight. Reliably good. I will see y'all on Tuesday, Friday, next Monday, various times in the future. Randomizer month. I will see you then. Give your love to the VOD, short form content, and you know, in general, I'll see you. I'll see you when I see you. I'll see you in the future. I'll see you on Tuesday. Good night, folks. Take it easy. Bye. All right. Good night. Seriously, the raid's gone now, but seriously. Good night. I'll see you on Tuesday. Bye, folks.